Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry found a time-turner hidden by a pre-Hogwarts ancestor? Harry was already running when Dudley bellowed his name. Footsteps slammed up the stairs, heavy and happy, like this was a game they played every weekend. Dudley had friends over again. 2 of them today. Harry did not know their names. They all looked the same to him now. Pink faces, loud laughs, and that bright look in their eyes like it was Christmas when they got to chase him. "Get him!" Dudley shouted. "Mum said he's not allowed up there." Harry hit the top step, turned, and nearly slipped on the worn carpet. His sock snagged. His heart jumped hard enough to hurt. He caught himself on the banister, shoved his body forward, and sprinted for the door at the end of the hall. The attic. It was always the attic when he had a second. The cupboard was too obvious. The bathroom had no lock that Vernon had not broken in a rage. The second bedroom still had the smell of Dudley's old toys and sweat and a crack in the window where Vernon had punched it last winter. The attic was worse, but it had a door. It had a latch. It had darkness. Harry grabbed the latch, lifted it, and hauled the door open. Heat and dust rolled out like a breath from something dead. He shoved himself in and pulled the door behind him. The latch clicked. For a second he stood there, bent over, hands on his knees, trying to drag air into his lungs without making noise. The attic was cramped, low enough that he had to hunch. The slanted ceiling pressed in. The air tasted like old insulation and dead wood. Dust coated his tongue and made him want to cough. He swallowed it down. Below, Dudley hit the attic door with his shoulder. "Open it!" Dudley yelled. "You freak!" The latch held. It always did for a minute. Dudley was strong but not clever. He would slam and slam until his shoulder hurt. Then he would ask one of his friends to find Vernon. Harry looked around fast, eyes adjusting. Old boxes, a broken pram, a bag of yellowed clothes that smelled like mothballs. A cracked mirror leaned against a trunk, the glass webbed with a fracture that made his reflection look chopped into pieces. There was a loose board near the back, half hidden behind a rolled-up carpet. Harry had never noticed it before. He stared at it. The board did not match the others. The rest were nailed down and gray with age. This one looked newer, darker, like it had been replaced. Dudley slammed again. The door rattled. Harry moved. He stepped over the trunk and knelt at the loose board. His fingers were gritty and shaking. He slid a nail under the edge and pried. The board creaked, loud in the small space, and he froze, listening. Dudley shouted something that turned into laughter. One of the friends made a pig noise. Their voices blurred into the same ugly sound. Harry pried again. The board lifted. Under it was a hollow space cut into the wood, just big enough for a small box. The box was black, not painted black. The wood itself looked like it had been burned and then polished until it shone dull in the attic light. A thin line of metal ran around the lid, and there were marks carved into the top that did not look like letters. Harry's stomach went cold. He reached for it anyway. The box was heavier than it looked. He pulled it out with both hands, set it on the floor, and stared. His breath came too fast. He could hear his own pulse. He could hear Dudley below, pounding again, closer now, like Vernon had arrived and was trying the latch. The lid had no lock. It had a clasp, a simple metal hook that looked worn, like it had been opened 100 times. Harry touched it. The metal felt colder than the attic air. He tried to lift it. The clasp did not move. It was not stuck. It was held. Harry pressed his thumb along the metal line around the lid, searching for something. His thumb brushed a tiny point, like a needle hidden in the clasp. Pricked him. He jerked back. Pain snapped sharp, and he stared at his thumb. A bead of blood rose, bright against the dust on his skin. The bead dropped onto the clasp. The box clicked. Harry's breath caught. The clasp lifted on its own, smooth and quiet. The lid shifted, like it had been waiting for that exact thing. Blood. Harry looked at his thumb again. It was already stopping, like it had not been much, like the box had taken what it needed. He opened the lid. Inside, wrapped in faded cloth, was something round and heavy. A piece of metal, gold but not shiny, with a chain coiled around it like a sleeping snake. It was bigger than the school ones he had seen later in books. It had 2 rings, one inside the other, and the inner ring was etched with tiny marks that made his eyes hurt if he stared too long. There was also a book, a journal, leather cover, cracked, but not moldy. It should have been moldy in this attic. It should have been ruined. It looked like it had been sealed from time itself. Harry's hands hovered. Below, Vernon's voice cut through the door. "Open it, you little brat." Harry's body flinched automatically. He hated that. He hated that his shoulders jumped like a dog expecting a kick. He grabbed the journal first, shoved it under his shirt like it was food, then grabbed the gold device with the chain. It was cold enough to sting. The weight sat in his palm like a stone. The attic door shook again. The latch groaned. Harry backed away from the door, clutching the device. His eyes flicked to the cracked mirror for one stupid second, and he saw himself. A thin boy, too big for his clothes, hair a mess, glasses crooked, face pale with dust and fear. He looked like prey. Harry's jaw tightened. He did not know what the gold thing was, but he knew it was not meant for Vernon. Vernon destroyed anything Harry cared about. Vernon destroyed it just to watch Harry flinch. Harry wrapped his fingers around the inner ring. The gold was colder than it should have been. Felt like winter metal. Felt like biting a spoon. The ring moved under his hand. Not physically. Something else. Like his stomach dropping, like falling without moving. The attic vanished. Green light exploded behind his eyes. He heard screaming. Not in the attic, not in the house, but close, like it was inside his bones. A huge hall, broken stone, fire everywhere. A snake sliding over bodies. Someone yelling his name, high and desperate. A man with wild hair falling backward through a curtain of black like water. Sirius. Harry did not know the name. The name still hit him like a punch. A graveyard, cold dirt, a circle of stone. A high voice laughing. Another voice, thin and hateful, coming from something that looked like a baby and a monster at once. A flash of green again. Someone collapsing. Cedric. Harry's knees hit the attic floor. He tried to breathe and could not get air into his lungs. His throat clenched like it was being squeezed. The tower. Lightning. A man falling, beard and robes. Eyes wide like he had not expected to die. Dumbledore. A scream tore out of Harry's mouth. Then there was nothing. He blinked and the attic was back. The dust, the heat, the door shaking, his own hands on the gold device. But his head was full of images that did not belong to him. His skin crawled like something had crawled under it. His scar burned hard. Sudden, like someone had pressed a hot coin to it. Harry clutched his forehead with one hand. The gold device hit the floor with a dull thud. His vision swam. He heard the latch snap. The attic door slammed open, and light spilled in, harsh and yellow. Vernon's huge shape filled the doorway. His face was red. His mustache twitched. "There you are," Vernon said, breathing hard. "Up to something, are you?" Harry's mouth opened. No sound came out. His throat still felt tight. His eyes kept seeing green, seeing fire. Vernon stepped into the attic, ducking his head. He took one look at the open board on the floor and the box, and his eyes went mean. "What is that?" Vernon demanded. "What have you stolen now?" Harry's gaze flicked to the gold device on the floor. Vernon followed it. For a second, Vernon just stared. His face did something strange, like confusion fighting with fear. Then he moved. Vernon bent, grabbed the chain, and yanked the device up like it was a toy. Harry lunged without thinking. His hands grabbed Vernon's wrist. Vernon's skin was hot, greasy. "Give it back," Harry said, voice rough. Vernon blinked. Then his face twisted into anger like he had been insulted. "Don't you touch me," Vernon snapped, and he shoved Harry backward. Harry hit the trunk hard. Pain shot up his spine. His glasses slipped. His breath whooshed out. Vernon lifted the gold device as if he might throw it. Harry's body moved on its own. Fear. rage. Something else, cold and sharp. The attic light flickered. The gold device in Vernon's hand jerked, like it had been tugged by an invisible string. Vernon swore and tightened his grip. The chain snapped tight between his fingers. Harry stared at it, then at his own hand. His hand was out, palm open, like he had reached for it. He had not meant to do anything. It had still happened. Vernon's eyes widened. He dropped the device as if it had burned him. It hit the floor and rolled. The inner ring spun, slow, like a compass needle, then stopped. Vernon stared at Harry like he had never really seen him before. "You did something," Vernon whispered. Harry's head pounded. His scar still burned. His stomach churned like he had been on a swing too long. He felt like he might vomit, right there in the dust. Vernon's fear snapped back into anger. It always did. "You did something," Vernon said louder. "You freak. You little freak." Vernon grabbed Harry by the front of his shirt and dragged him toward the attic door. Harry's feet scraped. His shoulder hit a box. Something inside it broke with a crunch. Harry did not fight. Not because he could not. Because his head was full of future screams and he was trying not to fall apart. Vernon hauled him out into the hall and shoved him toward the cupboard under the stairs. "You're staying there," Vernon said. "No food until you learn your place." Petunia appeared from the kitchen, apron on, eyes sharp and nervous. She saw the dust on Harry, the open attic door, and her face tightened. "What's he done?" Petunia asked quickly. "Found something," Vernon snapped. "He was hiding it." Petunia's eyes flicked to the gold device in Vernon's hand now, because Vernon had picked it up again and was holding it like it might bite him. "What is that?" Petunia whispered. Harry watched her. Something in her eyes was not just fear. It was recognition. She knew. Petunia's lips pressed together. "Throw it away," she said, too fast. "Throw it out." Vernon looked relieved, like he wanted to. "I will," he said. "I'll smash it." Harry's stomach dropped. He could not let that happen. He swallowed. His mouth tasted like dust and bile. "It's mine," he said. Vernon's eyes snapped to him. "Nothing in this house is yours," Vernon growled. He shoved Harry into the cupboard and slammed the door. The lock clicked. Darkness swallowed Harry. He stood there for a second, breathing hard, hands pressed to the door. His chest hurt. His scar throbbed. He could hear Dudley laughing upstairs again like nothing mattered. Harry's throat tightened. He blinked hard. Hot tears tried to rise and he forced them back down. Crying never helped. Crying made it worse. He looked down. His fingers brushed leather. The journal was still under his shirt. Harry pulled it out, held it close and sat on the cold floor. He opened the cover as quietly as he could, using the tiny crack of light under the door. The first page had a name, Hardwin Potter. Harry's breath caught on the surname like it was a hook in his lungs. He turned the page. The handwriting was neat, slanted, old, but clear. "To any of my blood who finds this," it began. Harry's hands shook. He pressed his back to the cupboard wall and read. Hardwin wrote about time like it was a living thing. Not poetic, practical. He called it a river that did not always flow straight, but he did not spend long on metaphors. He wrote warnings. Costs. The device was called the Oculus Temporis. A watch of time. A tool to look, to step, to correct. It did not make one perfect timeline, Hardwin wrote. It made branches. A choice did not erase. Created. Harry read faster. Hardwin had hidden it for a reason. Ministry eyes. Unspeakables. Men who thought control was safety. Hardwin wrote that he trusted blood more than any law. Harry swallowed. Vernon's footsteps thumped outside the cupboard. He shook the door once like checking the lock. Then he left, muttering. Harry's fingers traced the ink. The words felt real in a way nothing in this house ever did. He looked down at his thumb. The cut was barely visible. Blood magic, he thought, and the thought landed heavy. He did not know the words for it yet, but something in him understood. The box had not opened for Vernon. It had opened for him. Harry closed his eyes. Green light flashed behind his lids again. Screams. Smoke. A woman's laugh that turned into a scream. A man yelling, "Harry, run!" He bit his lip hard enough to taste blood. When he opened his eyes, his hands were steadier. The cupboard door was still locked. The gold device was not in here. Vernon had it. Harry stared at the darkness and made a decision. He would get it back. He would not ask. He would not beg. He would not wait for someone to save him. Nobody saved him. That night, when the house was quiet and Dudley's snores rattled through the walls, Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard door and listened. Vernon's footsteps were gone. Petunia's too. The only sound was the fridge hum and the occasional tick from the living room clock. Harry slid the journal out again. He read until his eyes burned, learning what he could in the dark. Hardwin had drawn the device on one page, a rough sketch. 2 rings, a chain, marks that matched the carvings Harry had seen. He wrote one line in heavier ink. The oculus answers blood, but it does not obey weakness. Harry stared at that for a long time. Then he moved. He pressed his fingers against the cupboard lock, feeling the cheap metal. He had watched Vernon lock it 1,000 times. He knew the motion. The moment the bolt slid into place, Harry took a breath. His heart raced. Sweat dampened his palms. He pictured the gold device. He pictured the inner ring turning. He did not have it, but he had touched it. He had felt it. Harry closed his eyes and pushed. The cupboard got colder. For a second he thought nothing happened. Then the lock clicked. The door swung open a crack. Harry's eyes snapped open. He stared at the crack like it was a miracle. He did not have time to be shocked. He slipped out, bare feet silent on the kitchen tiles. The house smelled like cooked fat and detergent. He moved like a thief because he was one tonight. Vernon had left the gold device on the counter. Harry saw it immediately. It sat beside Vernon's keys like it belonged there. Harry grabbed it. The cold shocked him again. He almost gasped but swallowed the sound. He held it in both hands, crouched behind the counter, and turned the inner ring with his thumb. The kitchen twisted. Not visually. It was his body. His stomach lurched. His skin went icy. The air seemed to pull backward. The fridge hum dropped in pitch for a second, like someone dragging a record. Harry blinked and he was back in the cupboard. The door was locked. Harry froze. He looked down. The gold device was in his hands. The journal, too, pressed against his leg like he had carried it. He swallowed hard. His throat felt raw. It worked. His heart pounded so hard it hurt. He put a hand to his mouth, breathing through his nose, trying not to make noise. He felt dizzy, like he had been spun. Hardwin was right. Time did not obey weakness. It obeyed intent. Harry waited until his breathing calmed, then did it again. The next morning, Vernon went to lock the cupboard and the bolt slid into empty space. The door was already unlocked. Vernon stared at it, confused. Petunia frowned. Dudley laughed. Vernon yanked the door open. Harry sat inside, legs pulled in, holding his knees, face blank. Vernon's eyes narrowed. "How did you do that?" Harry did not answer. Vernon's hand twitched like he wanted to hit him, but Petunia's sharp voice cut in. "Vernon," she hissed, eyes flicking toward Dudley. "Not in front of the boy." Vernon's jaw clenched. He grabbed Harry by the arm and hauled him out anyway. Harry's shoulder popped. Pain flared. He did not cry out. He had learned that crying was a reward for them. Vernon shoved him toward the kitchen. "You'll stay where I can see you," Vernon snapped. "No funny business." Harry nodded once. Inside, something cold settled deeper. That day he stole food. Not in a dramatic way. Not throwing plates. Not screaming. He waited. He watched Petunia. He noted the moments her back turned, the exact second she reached for the kettle. He moved then, quick, silent. He took bread. He took cheese. He shoved it into his pocket. When Dudley noticed and lunged, Harry turned the ring. The world twisted and snapped back. Harry was standing by the counter again, bread still on the plate, Dudley still facing the other way. He took the bread again, but this time he moved a different way. He slid it under his shirt. He stepped back. Dudley turned. Nothing. Harry watched Dudley's confusion like it was a lesson. Each loop cost him something. A wave of nausea. A headache that sat behind his eyes. A cold sweat that made him shiver even in the kitchen heat. It was worth it. At school he used it too. He learned the exact second Mrs. Smith, his teacher, turned to write on the board. He learned when the boys behind him reached for his hair. He learned the timing of their laughs, the way they wound themselves up. He stopped being surprised. Surprise got you hurt. One afternoon, Dudley tripped him in the playground and Harry fell hard, chin hitting the ground. Blood filled his mouth. The boys laughed. Dudley stood over him, grinning. "Get up," Dudley said. "Go on. Cry." Harry spat blood onto the grass and looked up. His hands shook, not from fear this time, but from the sudden flash of another memory that was not a memory. A man in black laughing, then screaming. A woman with curly hair shouting a curse. A giant snake lunging. Harry's scar pulsed. He closed his eyes, turned the ring. The playground snapped. He was standing again, 2 seconds before Dudley stuck his foot out. Harry moved. Dudley's foot shot out anyway and hit nothing. Dudley stumbled, surprised. His face flushed. The boys behind him laughed. Not at Harry. Dudley. Dudley's grin vanished. His eyes went mean. Harry did not wait for the shove. He turned the ring again, stepping sideways. Dudley's shove hit air. Dudley nearly fell. Harry watched the anger rise in Dudley like a tide. He felt nothing. Not truly. There was still fear deep old. There was still anger. But it was distant, like it belonged to a smaller version of him. What he felt strongest now was control. That was new. That night Harry snuck out. Not from the house. He could not go far. Vernon would notice. But he could go to the public library 2 streets away if he was careful. He used the device to give himself time. He would wait until the house was quiet, slip out the back door, run to the library, and sit in the corner where the librarian could not see his face clearly. He read everything he could that looked even slightly strange. Old myths, history, Latin, anything. He learned words. He learned dates. He learned how to hold knowledge in his head and not show it on his face. Hardwin's journal helped too. It did not teach spells. Taught thinking. Taught him to plan. Use time to gain space, Hardwin wrote. Use space to gain choices. Use choices to live. Harry read that line until the ink blurred. Then one day the world changed again. He was 10, almost 11, when the first letter came. It dropped through the mail slot with a soft thud. Petunia picked it up. Her face went white. Her hands shook so hard she nearly dropped it. Vernon looked over from his bacon. "What is it?" he demanded. Petunia stared at the front. Her lips moved without sound. Then she made a strangled noise and shoved it at Vernon like it burned her. Vernon snatched it, read it, and his face went red so fast Harry thought he might explode. "No," Vernon said. "No, absolutely not." Dudley leaned over. "What is it?" he whined. Vernon ripped the letter in half. Harry watched it fall into the bin. He turned the ring. The kitchen twisted. His stomach clenched. The fridge hum dipped again. He was back, 1 second before Petunia picked up the letter. Harry moved first. He snatched the envelope from the floor, faster than Petunia's hand, and shoved it into his pocket. Petunia blinked at empty air like she had missed something. "What was that?" she asked sharply. "Nothing," Harry said, voice flat. Vernon's eyes narrowed. "What have you done now?" Harry did not answer. He stood still, hand in his pocket, fingers around the thick paper. His heart pounded hard, and for a moment he felt almost dizzy with something that was not nausea. Hope. He hated it. Hope was dangerous. That night, in the cupboard, he opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Harry Potter," it said, and his throat tightened on the surname like it had the power to crack him open. He read it 3 times. Not because he did not understand. Because he needed it to be real. The next day, more letters came. And the next. And the next. Vernon nailed the mail slot shut. Letters came through the cracks anyway. Vernon boarded up the windows. Letters slipped under the doors. Letters appeared in the fireplace like they had been thrown by invisible hands. Vernon started to sweat. His eyes darted. He jumped at sounds. Petunia's face stayed pale, like she was reliving something she had buried years ago. Dudley cried because the letters scared him. Harry watched it all with a calm that felt wrong in his own body. He did not know exactly how the wizarding world worked. Hardwin's journal had hints, not instructions. But Harry understood one thing. The letters were not going to stop. And Vernon would get worse. That night, Vernon dragged them all into the car and drove until the sky turned gray. He ranted the whole time. "They won't get him," Vernon snarled. "They won't take him. Not while I'm breathing." Petunia clutched Dudley close. Her eyes flicked to Harry in the back seat like he was a bomb. Harry sat still, head against the window, watching streetlights blur. He turned the gold device once, just a small shift, and listened to the same rant again, catching details. Vernon mentioned a hut, an island, somewhere no post could reach. Harry filed it away. By the time they reached the tiny hut, Harry's head hurt. His stomach churned. He tasted metal in the back of his mouth. Chrono sickness, Hardwin had called it in one line, like it was a normal thing. Like it was a bruise you accepted for the sake of the fight. The hut was damp and smelled like mold. Wind rattled the door. Rain hammered the roof. Vernon pushed Harry into a corner. "You stay there," Vernon snapped. "You don't move." Harry did not argue. He waited. Vernon fell asleep in a chair, shotgun across his lap. Petunia dozed on a broken sofa. Dudley curled against her. Harry watched the clock on the wall. Tick too loud. Midnight came. The hut shook. A fist hit the door from the outside, hard enough to make the hinges groan. Petunia screamed. Vernon jerked awake, shotgun lifting. Harry's scar flared, sudden and sharp, and the future flashed for a second. A giant man. A pink umbrella. A birthday cake. Harry's eyes narrowed. In the original line of time, Harry thought, a part of him said, calm and weirdly older, Hagrid comes now. Harry did not want Hagrid to see him as a helpless kid in a corner. He did not want Dumbledore's man to carry him like luggage. He wanted to enter this world on his feet. He turned the ring. The hut twisted. His stomach flipped. Cold crawled up his spine. He was back 10 minutes earlier. The hut still quiet, Vernon still snoring. Harry moved. He slipped to the door, fingers on the latch. It was old and stiff. He eased it open just enough to slide through. Wind slapped his face. Rain soaked him instantly. He stepped outside and pulled the door shut behind him. Quiet. The sea was black. Waves crashed against rocks. The small boat they had taken sat pulled up on the sand, half filled with rainwater. Harry ran for it. The wind nearly knocked him sideways. He clenched his teeth and kept moving. His lungs burned. His thin arms shook as he shoved the boat, dragging it back toward the water. It was heavier than him. He grunted, slipped, fell to his knees in wet sand, and forced himself up again. He could hear the door of the hut bang inward. A huge voice boomed, muffled by rain. "Sorry about that." Harry's heart jumped. He shoved the boat into the water and climbed in, hands numb. He did not know how to row properly. He had seen Vernon do it once, swearing the whole time. Harry copied the motion. The boat rocked. Waves slapped. Water splashed over the edge. Harry rowed anyway. The storm was loud, but his own breathing was louder in his head. He could feel panic clawing at his chest, the old panic that always came with running. He forced it down. He kept rowing. Behind him, on the island, the hut glowed faintly with lantern light. A shadow moved inside it, huge, filling the doorway. A flash of pink hair appeared. Dudley screamed again. Harry did not look back. He rowed until his arms felt like they might fall off. He rowed until he hit the shore and collapsed in wet sand, chest heaving. His hands shook so hard he could barely grip the gold device. He turned it once more. Not far. Just enough. The world snapped and the rain eased. The sky lightened. The sea calmed a little. Harry lay there, gasping, soaked, and laughed once under his breath. It was not a happy laugh. It was relief with sharp edges. By the time he reached London, his body felt wrong. His head pounded. His stomach rolled. He had to pause behind a bin and retch up nothing but bitter spit. He wiped his mouth on his sleeve and kept walking. He found the leaky cauldron because Hardwin's journal told him how to see it. It was written plainly, like instructions for a tool. Look for the brick wall. Look for the gap. Believe it exists. Do not hesitate. Harry stood on Charing Cross Road, rainwater dripping from his hair, and stared at the grubby pub squeezed between a bookshop and a record store. People walked past it without looking. Harry pushed the door open. Warmth hit him. The smell of smoke and spilled beer. A low murmur of voices. The room looked half empty, but then his eyes adjusted and he realized it was full. Wizards, witches, robes, strange hats. A man with a long beard arguing softly with a woman who looked like she might bite him. The talking stopped. Heads turned. Harry felt it like a wave. Recognition. A man near the back choked on his drink. A witch dropped her spoon with a clatter. Someone whispered, "Potter," like it was a prayer. Harry kept his face blank. Inside, his stomach twisted. He did not like attention. Attention meant danger. A bald man behind the bar leaned forward, eyes wide. "Blimey," the man said, voice rough. "You're him." Harry walked up to the bar, wet shoes squeaking on the floorboards. He stopped, looked the man in the eye. "I need to get to Gringotts," Harry said. The man blinked. Right, of course you do." Harry watched him. The man's hands trembled slightly. He tried to smile. Came out nervous. "Name's Tom," Tom said. "Tom the barman. You sure you're all right, lad? You look like you've been through it." Harry's jaw tightened. He could have said a lot. He could have said, "I have been through years of it." He could have said, "I watched people die in my head." He could have said, "Your world left me in a cupboard." He said, "I'm fine." Tom did not look convinced. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Where's Hagrid?" Tom asked. "He was meant to fetch you, I heard." Harry held Tom's gaze. He could feel the weight of eyes around them, people pretending not to listen. "I left," Harry said. Tom stared. "You left?" "Yes." Tom let out a shaky breath. "Right. Well, right then." Tom slid off his stool and came around the bar. He looked like he wanted to touch Harry's shoulder and then thought better of it. "This way," Tom said. Harry followed him through the pub, past staring faces. Some people smiled. Some looked scared. One older wizard with a sharp nose looked like he wanted to say something and then decided not to. Tom stopped in the courtyard behind the pub. A brick wall stood there, damp and plain. Tom tapped a brick with his wand. The wall folded. Harry's breath caught, just a little, despite himself. An alley opened, bright and full of sound. Voices, laughter, the clink of coins, the smell of sweets and animals and smoke. Magic in the air, thick enough to taste like ozone. Diagon Alley. Harry stepped through. Tom stayed behind him, nervous. "Do you know where you're going?" he asked. Harry nodded once. He did not fully, but he had read enough and he had time. "Gringotts first," Harry said. Tom swallowed. "If you need anything, lad, you come back." "All right, you come back." Harry glanced at him. Tom looked sincere. That made Harry's chest hurt in a quiet way. "I will," Harry said, because it cost nothing and because Tom looked like he needed to hear it. Harry walked. He kept his pace steady. He did not gape. He did not run. He did not act like a child who had never seen magic. Inside, he was cataloging everything. Exits, corners, sightlines, places someone could grab him. He reached the white marble building with the gold letters. Gringotts. A goblin stood at the desk, quill in hand, eyes sharp. He looked up as Harry approached, then froze. The goblin's gaze flicked to Harry's scar, then to his face. His mouth tightened. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, voice flat. Harry stopped. "Yes." The goblin studied him like he was an interesting knife. "You are unaccompanied." Harry's lips pressed together. "Yes." The goblin's nostrils flared, just slightly. "That is irregular." Harry held his gaze. "I need access to my vault." The goblin's fingers tapped the counter. "Key." Harry pulled the journal out of his pocket and opened to a page Hardwin had marked with a pressed flower that had not decayed. He slid out a small key taped to the paper. The goblin's eyes narrowed. "That is not the standard issue," the goblin said. "It was left for me," Harry replied. The goblin stared at the key, then at Harry. "What is your name?" the goblin asked. Harry did not hesitate. "Harry James Potter." The goblin watched him closely, as if waiting for something to change. "Blood will do," the goblin said finally, and he pulled a small silver blade from beneath the counter. Harry's stomach tightened. Prick your finger, the goblin said. Harry did it without flinching. The blade was sharp. Blood welled, and the goblin caught a drop on a piece of parchment. The parchment glowed faintly, then settled. The goblin nodded once like a verdict. This way, the goblin said. Harry followed. The cart ride was fast, cold air tearing at his face. He did not enjoy it. His stomach rolled again. The chrono sickness made it worse, like time had already bruised him from the inside. When they reached the vault, the goblin opened it and stood back. Gold glittered. Piles. Coins. Objects wrapped in cloth. Harry stepped in and went straight for a small box set on a shelf, away from the gold. Hardwin's journal had described it. Letters, documents, and a thin purse. Harry grabbed the purse and the box. He did not touch the rest. He did not have time to be dazzled. On the way out, the goblin watched him again. You are not like most children, the goblin said. Harry looked at him. No, the goblin's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Be careful with what is older than you, the goblin said quietly. Some heirlooms bite back. Harry felt his grip tighten on the gold device hidden under his shirt. I know, he said, and he meant it. Back in Diagon Alley, Harry bought what he needed. Not everything. Not because he could not afford it. Because he did not want to carry it. Because carrying too much made you slow. He bought robes. He bought a cauldron. He bought parchment and ink. He bought books, and this mattered more than anything. He stood in flourish and blots, fingers on spines, reading titles, ancient runes, magical theory, basic transfiguration, Hogwarts, a history. He took them all. The shopkeeper smiled too wide when he saw Harry's face, but he did not try to touch him, and Harry appreciated that. When Harry left, his arms were full. The weight dragged at his shoulders. He felt like a pack mule. He turned the ring in a small way, giving himself 2 extra minutes to stash the books safely in the box Hardwin had hinted at. A small space between the pub and the wall where nobody looked. Felt like cheating. He did not care. Then he reached Ollivander's. The shop was narrow, dim, and smelled like old wood. Boxes towered to the ceiling like a library built out of coffins. A bell chimed when he entered. Hello, Harry called, voice quiet. A soft rustle came from the back. A man appeared, pale eyes bright in the dim. Mr. Ollivander looked at Harry like he was looking at a ghost. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said softly. Harry stood still. His heart beat too fast again. I need a wand, Harry said. Ollivander did not move for a second. He just stared at Harry's face, at his scar, at the way Harry held himself. So young, Ollivander murmured. And yet, Harry's jaw tightened. Can we do this? Ollivander blinked, then smiled faintly, like he had been woken. Of course, Ollivander said. Of course. I apologize. It is not every day I meet history in person. Harry did not respond. Ollivander measured him. Arms, fingers, height. He spoke the numbers under his breath. His fingers were cool and quick. Harry stood still, but his stomach rolled. He felt sweat slick at the back of his neck. A wand was placed in his hand. Try, Ollivander said. Harry flicked it. A spray of sparks hit the ceiling and made a box fall. It burst open, wands rolling like bones. Ollivander snatched the wand back fast. No, he said. No, no. He handed another. Harry flicked. A gust of wind tore through the shop, rattling boxes. Dust rose in a cloud. Harry coughed. Ollivander's eyes widened. Not pleased. Not angry. Alert. Interesting, Ollivander said softly. Harry stared at the dust, blinking. He could smell ozone. His scar pulsed once. Faint. Another wand. Harry flicked. For a second, nothing happened. Then the shop lights seemed to sharpen. The dust in the air looked like it froze, suspended. Harry's breath came out slow. The cold in his stomach eased, just slightly. Ollivander's expression changed. Ah, Ollivander said. Harry looked down at the wand. It was smooth, dark, and warm in his hand like it belonged there. 11 inches, Ollivander said. Holly. Phoenix feather. Harry's fingers tightened. Ollivander's pale eyes held his. Curious, Ollivander said, voice quiet. Very curious indeed. Harry's scar burned. He flinched, just a little, and his face went hard again. Ollivander looked almost satisfied. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander said. And this one has chosen you with purpose. Harry stared at him. What do you know about it? Ollivander's smile faded. Enough to tell you that you should be careful, he said. Harry's lips pressed together. Ollivander leaned closer. His voice dropped. The wand that gave you this scar, Ollivander said, gave another wand its brother. Harry felt cold rush through him. He had seen a snake. He had seen green light. He had felt a laugh. He did not answer. He could not without giving something away. Ollivander watched him, sharp now. You have already seen too much, Ollivander said. Harry's jaw clenched. I haven't seen enough. Ollivander stared for a long moment, then stepped back like he was letting the moment pass. 10 galleons, he said. Harry paid and left. Outside, the alley felt too loud, too bright. His head throbbed. His stomach churned. He pressed a hand to his forehead and breathed through it. He wanted to sit down. He did not. He forced himself to keep moving. It was near the apothecary that he saw him, a man in a turban, stammering to a witch about something, hands fluttering. Professor Quirrell. Harry had not met him before in this life. He had seen him in his head, though not clearly. A face, nervous. A voice, a smell, and behind that something colder. Harry's scar burned, sharp enough to make his eyes water. Quirrell turned. Their eyes met. Quirrell froze for a second, face going pale. His mouth opened. P. Potter, Quirrell stammered. Hello. What a pleasure. Harry stood still, wand in his pocket, gold device against his chest under his shirt, journal pressed between his ribs and his skin like a second heart. Quirrell looked afraid. Good, Harry thought, cold and simple. Good. Harry walked closer. The witch Quirrell had been talking to backed away, confused by the sudden tension. Quirrell's fingers twitched at his turban like he wanted to adjust it, like it was choking him. Professor, Harry said. Quirrell blinked. Why yes, defense against the dark arts. I mean, I will be. Harry watched him. Quirrell's eyes were too bright. His smile was too forced. Harry tilted his head slightly. You smell like someone else, Harry said. Quirrell's face went white. For a second, Harry could have sworn he heard a second breath. Not Quirrell's, but something deeper. Quirrell swallowed hard. That is, I have been traveling, he stammered. Foreign places. Strange smells. Harry did not smile. He leaned in slightly, close enough that Quirrell could hear him without anyone else catching the words. I know what you are, Harry said softly. Quirrell's eyes went wide. Harry stepped back, letting the moment hang. Then, in a normal voice he said, See you at school. He walked away. His heart pounded like he had just run a mile. Sweat dampened his palms. His scar still burned, but he kept his face calm. He did not look back. In the next alleyway, out of sight, he stopped and bent over, hands on his knees, breathing hard. His stomach rolled, and this time he did vomit. A thin, bitter mess on the stones. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, blinking hard, eyes watering. Chronos sickness, he thought, and then corrected himself. No, that was fear. That was the first real move in the war. Harry got his trunk. He got his owl. He chose one with bright eyes and a sharp look. It bit the shopkeeper when the man reached in too fast. Harry liked it immediately. On the way out of the shop, the owl pecked his finger. Harry hissed in pain. Blood. The gold device under his shirt went cold. Harry froze. He did not touch it. He just stood there, feeling the way the oculus reacted to blood like it was hungry. He left quickly. When the day came to go to Hogwarts, Harry did not tell the Dursleys. He did not ask. He did not need their permission. He slipped out before dawn, trunk dragged behind him, owl cage in one hand, journal in his pocket, gold device against his skin. He reached King's Cross with time to spare. The platform was crowded. Families, kids with trunks, parents fussing. Harry stood near a pillar and watched. He saw a red-haired family arguing gently. A woman with a kind face, freckled, trying to keep track of too many children at once. A tall boy with a badge that said prefect. twins grinning like trouble, a smaller boy with a nervous look. Ron. Harry felt something twist in his chest, strange and faint. He had seen Ron in his head, too. A friend. A laugh. A shouting match. A face full of betrayal. Harry watched Ron's nervousness like it was a future problem coming closer. The woman spoke, loud enough for Harry to hear. "Now, what's the platform number?" she asked. 9 3/4. One of the twins said, grinning. Harry turned away before he could be drawn in. He knew the trick. Hardwin had written it. He walked toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, waited until a group of people passed, then pushed his trolley straight at it. The wall swallowed him. The world opened. The Hogwarts Express sat there, steam curling up, red and loud. Noise and movement everywhere. Harry stood still for a second, taking it in. Then he moved. He found an empty compartment near the back. He shoved his trunk inside, set the owl cage on the seat, and sat down. His hands trembled slightly as the adrenaline faded. He pressed his palms to his knees, breathing slow. The train whistle blew. Harry closed his eyes. Green light flashed behind them. He saw a hall full of fire again. He saw a snake. He saw a boy with a pale face and a smile like a knife. He opened his eyes. The compartment door slid open. A blond boy stood there, flanked by 2 larger boys who looked like they had been carved from muscle and dullness. The blond boy's smile was practiced. He wore it like a mask. "You've got the wrong compartment," Harry said. Before the boy could speak, the blond boy blinked. His eyes flicked to Harry's scar, and the mask slipped for a fraction. Then it snapped back. "I don't think I do," the blond boy said, voice smooth. "This is a free train, isn't it?" Harry watched him. Draco Malfoy. He knew the name from Hardwin's journal. A line about old families, allies and enemies. Draco stepped in without waiting. The 2 boys followed, filling the space. The compartment suddenly felt small. Draco looked at the owl. "Nice bird," he said, like he was offering a compliment. "What did you name it?" Harry stared at him. "I haven't," Harry said. Draco's smile tightened. "Right, well, I'm Draco Malfoy." He held out his hand. Harry looked at it for a second. He did not take it. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. "You'll find out some wizarding families are better than others," Draco said, voice still polite. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." Harry leaned back a little, letting his gaze flick to the 2 boys behind Draco. One picked his nose. The other stared at the owl like it might be food. Harry looked back at Draco. "I know what you are, Malfoy," Harry said. Draco's smile faltered. "Excuse me," Harry's voice stayed calm. "You're a boy who thinks names mean safety," Harry said. "You're wrong." Crabbe and Goyle shifted, confused by the words. Draco's face flushed. "You don't know anything about me," Draco snapped, the smoothness cracking. Harry stared at him without blinking. He let the silence stretch. Draco swallowed. His eyes darted, as if checking if Harry was bluffing. Harry did not move. Finally, Draco scoffed, sharp and forced. "Fine," he said. "Be like that." He turned, then paused at the door. "You'll regret it," Draco said, voice lower. Harry's mouth twitched. Not a smile. Not quite. "I doubt it," Harry said. Draco left. Crabbe and Goyle stumbled after him, bumping the doorframe. Harry exhaled slowly when the door shut. His hands were steady. His heart was not. A few minutes later, the door slid open again. A girl with bushy brown hair stood there, breathless, eyes bright with urgency. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she asked quickly. "A boy called Neville has lost one." Harry looked at her. Hermione Granger. He had seen her too in flashes. A voice correcting someone. A hand grabbing his sleeve. A scream in the dark. He felt tired suddenly, like time itself was heavy in his bones. "No," Harry said. Hermione frowned at his tone, like she had expected more help. "What's that?" she asked, eyeing the gold chain peeking from under his collar where his shirt had shifted. Harry's hand moved, covering it without thinking. Hermione's eyes sharpened. "It's none of your business," Harry said. Hermione blinked, affronted. "Well," she said, voice stiff, You don't have to be rude. Harry stared at her for a second, then said, You should stop knocking on random compartments. It's dangerous. Hermione's face tightened. I can handle myself, she snapped, then hesitated as if she realized she had no proof of that. Harry did not argue. He just watched her. Hermione huffed and turned away, muttering something under her breath about strange people. When she left, Harry stared at the door for a long time. He did not want friends. Friends were leverage. Friends were grief. And yet, the future in his head was full of voices, and some of them had sounded like they mattered. The train ride blurred into small moments. A trolley came by and Harry bought food, more than he needed, because hunger made him stupid. He ate slowly, watching kids in the corridor laugh and shove each other. He felt older than all of them. When the train finally slowed, Harry's stomach tightened. He wiped his sweaty palms on his trousers, stood, and hauled his trunk into the corridor. The station was loud. Hogsmeade, lantern light, a big man shouting. Hello there, the big man called. Fur's years this way, Hagrid. Harry froze. Hagrid's beard was wet with mist. His eyes were kind and wide. He spotted Harry and his face lit up. There why are? Hagrid boomed. Then his expression changed, confusion slipping in. Harry nodded once. Hagrid frowned, stepping closer. I went ter fetch ye, Hagrid said quietly, trying to keep his voice down, but it was still loud. Ruddy Dursleys were screaming like banshees. Thought you'd been kidnapped. Harry held Hagrid's gaze. I left, Harry said. Hagrid stared, like that concept did not fit in his head. You left? Hagrid repeated softer. Yes. Hagrid looked hurt for a second, and Harry hated that. Hagrid had not hurt him. Hagrid was just a man doing a job. I didn't want to be carried in, Harry said, and he surprised himself with the honesty. Hagrid's eyes softened. He nodded slowly. Right, Hagrid said. Right then. We'll talk later, Let's get ye across. Harry followed the first years down to the boats. Cold air hit his face. The lake was black and still. He sat in a boat with 3 other kids. One was trembling, clutching the side like he expected it to tip. Another stared around with wide eyes. The third looked like he wanted to throw up. Harry understood that feeling. The castle rose ahead of them, huge and lit up, windows glowing. It should have felt like a dream. Harry felt only weight. Inside, everything moved fast. A tall woman with a sharp face and eyes like a knife, Professor McGonagall, lined them up. She gave a speech that most of them barely heard, because they were staring at the ceiling, at the moving candles, at the suits of armor. Harry heard every word. He watched every exit. He remembered the future hall on fire and filed the present hall into the same mental map. Then the doors to the great hall opened and the noise hit him like a wall. Students. Hundreds. Talking. Laughing. Cheering. The smell of food. The heat of bodies. Harry walked in with the first years, head up, face blank. He felt eyes on him again, the wave of recognition. Whispered names. Potter. That's him. Look at the scar. Harry ignored it. At the front, on the teacher's table, Dumbledore sat. Harry's stomach tightened hard. Dumbledore's eyes found him instantly, bright and sharp behind half-moon glasses. The old man's face was calm, but there was a focus there that made Harry's skin crawl. Like Dumbledore had been waiting. Professor McGonagall called names. Kids walked up, sat on the stool, put on the hat, got sorted. Applause. Cheers. Harry waited, breathing slow. He could feel the gold device against his skin, cold through his shirt. He could feel the journal in his pocket like a weight. Time sat in his bones like a second skeleton. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet in a way that felt practiced. Like everyone had been waiting for that name. Harry walked forward. He could feel sweat trickle down his back. His hands shook slightly, not from fear of the hat, from the fact that his head still held images of death that nobody here could imagine. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The hat dropped over his eyes. Darkness. A voice slid into his mind. Well, the Sorting Hat said, sounding surprised. You are not a normal child. Harry's mouth tightened. He did not answer out loud. The hat hummed. There's a lot in here, it murmured. Too much. Pain, fear, and something else. Harry felt the hat push, like fingers pressing at the edges of his thoughts. He pushed back. The hat paused. Oh, it said quieter. You can block me. Harry breathed slowly through his nose. Gryffindor would take you, the hat said. Bravery, yes, a stubborn kind. But there is ambition too. Calculation. A desire for control. Harry's throat tightened. Control, Harry thought. I need control. Slytherin, the hat said thoughtfully. Cunning. Resourceful. And you would fit if you choose it. But I sense you do not want it for the usual reasons. Harry's jaw clenched. He saw Draco's face. He saw Ron's future anger. He saw Dumbledore watching, waiting for him to fall into the pattern everyone expected. A weapon in Gryffindor. A storybook hero. Harry did not want to be controlled by narrative. He wanted to control it. Slytherin, Harry thought, clear and hard. The hat went still. Then, in a voice that carried through the great hall, it shouted, Slytherin! The hall exploded into noise, but it was not all cheers. Some people clapped, confused. Some looked shocked. A few at the Gryffindor table gaped like they had been slapped. At the Slytherin table, the clapping was loud and eager and a little too pleased. Harry stood, the hat lifted off his head. He looked toward the staff table. Dumbledore's hands were still. He was smiling, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Harry met his gaze. For a second, the great hall noise faded in Harry's head, replaced by one clear thought. He knows I am not where I am meant to be. The Slytherin table did not clap like Gryffindor. It measured. Harry felt it the second he stepped off the stool and started walking. The cheers were loud, sure, but they were the wrong kind of loud. Not warmth. Not pride. Ownership. Draco Malfoy was already on his feet. Grin stretched wide like he'd just won something. Pansy Parkinson leaned in beside him, whispering fast, eyes flicking over Harry like she was trying to decide what story to tell later. Theodore Knott watched from behind them, expression blank, like he was taking notes. Blaise Zabini did not clap at all. He just raised one eyebrow as Harry approached, like Harry was an interesting problem. Harry slid onto the bench and kept his face calm. Inside, his stomach was tight. He could still feel Dumbledore's eyes on him from the staff table, bright and focused, like a hand at the back of his neck. Draco dropped into the seat beside him without asking. Right? Draco said, voice low, like they were already allies. This is going to be brilliant. Harry did not look at him. He reached for his goblet instead. Cold pumpkin juice hit his tongue and grounded him for a second. Draco kept talking anyway. Everyone thought you'd go to Gryffindor. That's what they wanted. Draco's mouth curled. But you didn't. Smart. Harry glanced sideways. Draco's eyes were shining. Not with kindness. With triumph. Like Harry's choice had proved something about Draco's world. Harry set the goblet down carefully. I didn't do it for you, he said. Draco's smile flickered. Of course not, he said quickly. I meant, you did it because you belong here. That word again. Belong. Harry's fingers tightened once on the edge of the table, then loosened. A girl across from him leaned forward. Pale blonde hair, neat, gray eyes that were calm in a way that did not match the room's excitement. Daphne Greengrass. Hardwin's journal had mentioned the Greengrasses once, in a list of families that survived by keeping their heads down until it mattered. Daphne's gaze met Harry's. She did not smile. She did not look away either. She looked curious, but not hungry. You'll want to eat, Daphne said quietly, as if the room was not full of people trying to read Harry's life off his face. The food's good. Better than the train. Her voice was soft, but it carried enough confidence that Draco actually paused. Harry blinked at her. You're Daphne. Daphne's mouth twitched. And you're famous. Apparently. She sounded tired of it already. Draco scoffed. Greengrass, don't act like you're bored. This is Potter. Daphne's eyes slid to Draco like he'd tracked mud onto her shoes. I know who he is, she said. That's not the same as knowing him. Harry looked at her for a second longer than was polite. She did not flinch. Something in his chest eased, just slightly. Then Pansy leaned over Draco's shoulder, grin sharp. "So," she said to Harry, "are you going to sit with us in the common room? Or are you going to brood in a corner like a tragic orphan?" Harry's jaw tightened. Daphne cut in before he could answer. "Pansy, don't be foul." Pansy's eyes widened like she'd been slapped. "I was joking." Daphne's voice stayed even. "You weren't." Draco made a little noise of annoyance. "Can we not do this now?" Harry reached for his food and started eating, because it gave him something to do with his hands. Roast chicken, potatoes. His stomach clenched with hunger the moment he started. He ate slower than he wanted to. Draco leaned close again. "You should meet Father," Draco said, like it was a privilege. "He knows everyone. You'll need guidance. Being who you are." Harry chewed, swallowed, then said, "I don't need your father." Draco's smile hardened. "Everybody needs someone." Harry set his fork down. "No," he said. "Everybody wants someone. That's different." Draco stared at him, caught off guard for half a second. Then he recovered like he always did. "Fine," Draco said, too casual. "Have it your way." But Harry caught it. The small crack. Draco wanted to own him, to claim the boy who lived as a house trophy. Harry would rather eat glass. A sudden wave of noise rolled down the hall, the older students talking again, and Harry let his gaze drift. He forced himself to watch people, to learn faces, to learn who stared and who did not. At the far end of the Slytherin table, a tall older boy with a prefect badge was already scanning the first years like a shepherd counting sheep. His eyes landed on Harry and held. Not friendly, not hostile. Assessment. Harry held the look back, blank, until the prefect looked away first. Dumbledore rose to speak. The headmaster's voice filled the hall, warm and theatrical. But Harry's skin prickled anyway. He had heard that voice in his head, paired with falling and lightning. He did not trust it. When Dumbledore finished, the feast ended, and the room shifted into movement. Chairs scraped. Voices rose. Students filed out. The Slytherins gathered like they did everything, in a controlled swarm, their green ties bright in the torchlight. Draco pushed close again. "Come on," Draco said. "We'll show you the way. We've got the best common room." Harry did not like being herded, but he followed because fighting it on the first night was stupid. Stupid got you isolated. They wound through corridors and down stone stairs. The air got cooler, damper. The torches hissed as they burned, their flames thin and greenish. The entrance was a bare stretch of wall beside a suit of armor. The prefect stopped and said a single word. The stone shifted. A doorway opened. Harry stepped through and the room hit him like a change in pressure. The Slytherin common room was low, built into the lake level. Green light filtered through the thick glass windows that looked out into dark water. Shadows of fish drifted past like ghosts. The fire in the hearth was green too, crackling softly. Leather sofas, dark wood, everything designed to make you feel like you were underwater and safe, as long as you belonged. Draco exhaled like he was showing off a mansion. "Told you." Harry took it in quickly, then filed it away. He noticed the exits first. He always did. The prefect clapped once. "First years," he said, voice sharp. The room quieted. Older students glanced over, bored and amused. "I'm Marcus Flint," the prefect said. "You'll listen when you're told. You'll keep your mess in your dormitories. You'll not embarrass this house in front of the others." Harry's eyes flicked to the older students. Some smirked. Some watched with interest. Flint's gaze landed on Harry again. "Potter," Flint said. Harry did not move. Flint's mouth twisted. "You're in Slytherin. That means you act like it." Harry held his stare. "What does that mean?" A few older students chuckled. Flint's eyes narrowed. "It means you don't make us look soft." Harry's stomach tightened. He thought of the cupboard, of Vernon's hands, of fear being used like a leash. He lifted his chin a fraction. "I won't." Flint stared like he wanted to push, then seemed to decide it was not worth it yet. He waved a hand. "Dorms are split by year. Girls' stairs are enchanted. Don't be an idiot." There was laughter, low and nasty. Draco leaned in and whispered, "It turns into a slide if a boy tries." Harry looked at him, Did you try? Draco sputtered. No, Daphne, walking past them toward the girls' dorm staircase, murmured. He did. Draco's ears went red. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Instead, he followed the other boys to the dormitory, claimed the bed farthest from the door, and unpacked only what he needed. 1. A change of clothes. Hardwin's journal, hidden deep in his trunk beneath books and spare robes. The Oculus Temporis stayed against his skin, under his shirt, chain tucked in. It was cold. It always reminded him it was there. He lay down in the dark and stared at the canopy above him. The lake pressed on the walls like a slow weight. He closed his eyes. His mind tried to show him fire again. He shoved it down and focused on one thing instead. Tomorrow, he would learn the rules of this world, then break them where it mattered. He fell asleep with his fist curled around the chain, jaw clenched tight enough to ache. Up! Draco snapped the next morning, yanking his curtains open without warning. You'll miss breakfast. Harry blinked, heart kicking hard, and for half a second he thought he was back in the cupboard with Vernon looming. Then he saw Draco's pale face and remembered where he was. His breath came out sharp. He wiped his palm against the sheets, annoyed at himself. Fear had muscle memory. Draco frowned. You all right? Harry sat up. Fine. Draco shrugged like he did not care. Good. Because everyone's going to stare again. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood. His stomach felt hollow. He was hungry in a way he still was not used to admitting. In the corridor, older Slytherins moved like they owned the place. A few nodded at Draco. Nobody nodded at Harry. Not yet. Harry was still an unknown factor. Breakfast was loud. Gryffindors on one side, red and gold like a bonfire. Ravenclaws clustered in tight conversations. Hufflepuffs laughed, easy and loud. Harry sat at Slytherin again, ate quickly, and ignored the whispers. He felt them anyway. Across the hall, a red-haired boy stared at him like Harry had personally ruined his life. Ron Weasley. Ron's face was red. His mouth moved, talking fast to the bushy-haired girl beside him. Hermione Granger was holding a book even while eating, eyes scanning a page. Ron pointed, not subtle at all. Hermione frowned and said something back, lips tight. Harry could not hear the words, but he did not need to. Ron's body language was familiar, anger mixed with embarrassment. Like Ron had wanted to be part of Harry's story, and now he was outside it. Harry looked away. He did not owe Ron anything. Classes started. The first week was a blur of stone corridors, shouted directions, and too many people. Harry learned the castle quickly because he could not help it. He mapped it like he mapped the Dursleys' house, like he mapped escape routes. He also used the Oculus. Not constantly, not recklessly, little turns, little nudges. A minute back to catch a wrong staircase before it shifted. 30 seconds back to avoid a Hufflepuff elbowing him in the corridor and starting a stupid fight. Once, when Peeves dropped a bucket of something foul from a railing, Harry turned the ring, stepped to the side, and let it splash harmlessly where he had been. The sickness came anyway, a cold wave in his stomach, a tightness behind his eyes, sweat prickling under his shirt. Sometimes his hands trembled for no reason. Hardwin had not lied. Time paid you back. Harry endured it. Potions with Snape was the first real test. Snape swept into the dungeon like a storm in black robes, voice silk wrapped around a knife. His eyes landed on Harry immediately. Ah, Snape said softly. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. The class went quiet. Harry met Snape's stare and felt his scar pulse. Faint, like it recognized something dark in the room. Not Snape, something else. Snape's mouth curled. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape said, voice smooth. As there is little foolish wand waving here. Harry listened, but he watched Snape's hands, the way he moved, the way he controlled the room without raising his voice. When Snape started calling names, he lingered on Harry again. Potter, Snape said. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's stomach tightened. He knew this, not because he was clever, not yet, because he had already turned time once the night before in the library. Reread the page where Hermione would later whisper the answer to Ron, and drilled it into his head out of spite. Harry answered evenly. A draft of living death, sir. The room shifted. A few Slytherins looked impressed. A few looked suspicious. Draco looked smug, like Harry's intelligence belonged to him. Snape's eyes narrowed. Correct? Snape said, voice clipped, like it pained him. And what is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry did not blink. They are the same plant, sir. Aconite. Snape's nostrils flared slightly. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. And where? Snape said softly. Did you learn that? Harry's pulse quickened. If he said books, Snape would ask which ones. If he lied badly, Snape would smell it. Harry kept his voice steady. I read. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then he straightened, like he'd made a private decision. We shall see, Snape said. Harry's stomach sank anyway, because Snape did not sound like someone impressed. He sounded like someone hunting. After class, as students packed up, Draco leaned in, whispering, That was brilliant. Harry did not look at him. He was watching Snape. Snape was watching him back. Not hatred. Not exactly. Interest. Harry hated that more. In the corridor, Hermione came marching up, face set like she was about to lecture someone. Harry stopped, instinctively reaching for the chain under his shirt. Hermione's eyes flicked to his chest, then back to his face. She did not miss anything. You answered all of Snape's questions, Hermione said, voice sharp. That wasn't in our reading assignment. Harry stared at her. And, Hermione huffed. And it's suspicious. Harry's mouth tightened. So is you memorizing textbooks on the first week? Hermione's eyes widened. That's called being prepared. Harry leaned in slightly. So am I. Hermione's cheeks flushed. You're a Slytherin, she said. Like that explained everything. Harry felt something twist inside him, cold and tired. And you're a Gryffindor, he said. You want to call me evil because it's easy. Hermione's lips pressed together. I didn't say evil. You meant it, Harry said. Hermione bristled. I meant that Slytherins have a reputation. People have reputations, Harry shot back. Dursleys have one too. Still doesn't tell you what happens behind their doors. Hermione's expression faltered for a fraction. Then she recovered like she always did. That's not relevant. Harry laughed once, short. It's always relevant. Hermione stared at him, then snapped. Well, fine. Enjoy your... whatever it is you enjoy. She turned on her heel and marched away. Harry watched her go. He felt the urge to turn the ring, to redo it, to say something softer, to build a bridge. He did not. He had not survived the Dursleys by being soft. Harry found Daphne in the library 3 days later. He noticed her because she was not talking. Most students came in loud, then got quieter when Madame Pants glared at them. Daphne walked in already quiet, slid into a corner seat, and opened a book with the calm confidence of someone who knew exactly what she wanted. Harry approached slowly, book in hand. Daphne did not look up until Harry was close enough that he could not pretend he was just passing by. You're going to ask me something, she said. Harry stopped. How do you know? Daphne's eyes flicked to his book, then to his face. Because you've been watching people all week like you're trying to predict them. And because you're not here for fiction. Harry felt a small jolt. She was observant. That was dangerous. He kept his face blank. I want to know Slytherin rules, Harry said. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost amused. There are no rules, she said. There are consequences. Harry sat down across from her without waiting for permission. Then tell me the consequences. Daphne studied him for a second, then leaned back slightly. Draco thinks you're his, she said bluntly. Pansy wants a story. Flint wants you to be useful. The older ones will test you because they can. Harry nodded once. And you? Daphne's gaze stayed steady. I want you not to get us all dragged into some stupid political mess because you're famous and angry. Harry stared at her. I am angry. Daphne's eyes did not soften. Yes, she said. That's why I'm telling you this. Harry's fingers tapped his book once. What's the safest move? Daphne looked down at her own book, then back up. Don't let Draco pull you into his family, she said. Don't start fights in corridors. Don't humiliate people publicly unless you can afford the enemy you make. Harry's jaw tightened. So I should be quiet. Daphne's voice stayed cool. Quiet does not mean weak. It means you pick your moment. Harry stared at her for a long beat, then said, "Teach me." Daphne blinked. "Excuse me, teach me wizarding etiquette," Harry said. "The things I should already know if I grew up here." Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly. "And what do I get?" Harry did not hesitate. "Honesty," he said, "and help. With homework. With anything you can't get in books." Daphne's gaze sharpened. "Help how?" Harry held her stare. He could not say, "I have time." He said the next truest thing. "I learn fast." Daphne studied him like she was weighing a coin. Then she nodded once. "Fine," she said. "But you follow my rules. No public scenes. No dark threats. No acting like you're above everyone." Harry's mouth tightened. "I am above Dudley." Daphne's eyes flicked, curious again. "Who's Dudley?" Harry stared at her for a second, then said, "Nobody." Daphne did not push. Instead, she slid her book across the table. "Start with this," she said. "Hogwarts Social Structures. It's dull, but it matters." Harry looked down at the page. It was handwritten notes, neat and sharp. He realized she had already been doing this, studying people the way he did, but with a better starting point. Harry's chest eased again, that same small relief as last night at the feast. An anchor, he thought, without fully understanding why that word came up. He tucked the notes into his book. "Thank you," he said. Daphne's mouth twitched. "Don't thank me. Use it." Harry almost smiled again. Almost. The first fracture with Ron happened in the Great Hall. It was a week before Halloween. The morning was cold. The sky outside the enchanted ceiling gray. Students were louder than usual, excited about the feast and costumes and whatever stupid traditions they clung to. Harry sat at Slytherin, eating toast and watching people. Ron Weasley stood up at the Gryffindor table, face red, voice loud. "I'm just saying," Ron snapped, waving a hand. "Everyone's acting like it's normal Potter went to Slytherin. Like that's not weird. Like it's not, wrong." Hermione's voice rose, sharp and irritated. "Stop shouting, Ronald. You're making a spectacle." Ron glared at her. "Don't call me Ronald." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Then stop behaving like a toddler." A few Gryffindors laughed. Ron's ears went red. Ron pointed across the hall, straight at Harry. "He's sitting with them," Ron said. "Malfoy and his lot. Probably plotting already." Harry's stomach tightened. A flicker of something old. Being pointed at. Being talked about like he was not there. Harry lifted his gaze and met Ron's eyes. Ron's mouth tightened, like he expected Harry to look away first. Harry did not. Ron's expression shifted, something like uncertainty flickering. Then his face hardened again. Hermione snapped, "You have no evidence. You're making things up because you're jealous." Ron barked a laugh. "Jealous of what?" Hermione leaned in, voice sharp enough that some of it carried. "Jealous that he's famous. Jealous that he's talented. Jealous that you feel small next to him." Ron's jaw clenched. "That's rubbish." Hermione's eyes were fierce. "It's not rubbish. It's true." Harry looked away, not because he lost, but because he did not want the attention. Draco leaned in beside him. Smug. "Weasley's obsessed," Draco whispered. "Pathetic." Harry did not respond. Daphne, on Harry's other side, watched the Gryffindor table with a flat expression. "He's going to make trouble," she said quietly. Harry swallowed. "Let him." Daphne's eyes flicked to him. "Trouble doesn't always stay where it starts." Harry felt the cold chain against his skin. He knew that better than anyone. Halloween night was loud. The Great Hall was full of floating bats and candles dripping wax like it was theatrical blood. Pumpkins sat on tables, carved into grinning faces. The food was excessive, the kind of feast that made Harry's stomach twist because it reminded him how easy the wizarding world could be when it wanted to be. Harry ate anyway. Daphne sat across from him, hair neatly pinned back, expression calm. Draco was too busy showing off to older students to bother them much, which was a relief. Hermione was not at the feast. Harry noticed because he noticed everything. because the empty seat at the Gryffindor table looked wrong in his mental map. Ron was there, though, laughing too loud, cheeks flushed, trying to look like he did not care. Harry's scar twinged once. Faint. He froze, fork halfway to his mouth. The twinge was not pain. It was a warning, like the oculus tightening in response. He pressed his thumb lightly to the inside ring under his shirt. Cold. Daphne caught his expression. "What?" she asked quietly. Harry shook his head once. "Nothing." Daphne did not look convinced, but she did not push in the middle of the feast. Then Professor Quirrell burst into the hall. His turban was askew. His face was pale. His eyes were wild. "Troll!" Quirrell gasped. "In the dungeons." The hall exploded into noise. Students shouted. Chairs scraped. Someone screamed. Not from fear, just from the excitement of chaos. Dumbledore stood and raised his arms. His voice rolled out, calm but commanding. "Prefects," Dumbledore called. "Lead your houses back to the dormitories at once." Harry's stomach dropped. Troll. He had seen it in the future flashes, but blurry. Not clear. Not like Sirius falling. Not like Cedric. This was closer. This was a knot in the timeline that could shift in 100 ways. Harry stood. Flint was already barking orders for Slytherin. "Single file," Flint snapped. "Move." Harry moved with the house, but his eyes were scanning. Hermione was missing. Harry turned his head slightly, searching the Gryffindor crowd. Ron was there. Harry saw him, face pale now, eyes darting. Ron's mouth moved like he was swearing. Hermione's seat was still empty. Harry's scar pulsed again. Sharper. Harry's breath hitched. Daphne stepped close, voice low. "Potter," she said. "What are you doing?" Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal. "Granger isn't here." Daphne's brows pulled together. "So?" Harry stared at her. He did not want to say it. He did not want to open that door. But the words came anyway, quiet and hard. "If she's alone, she dies." Daphne went still. For a fraction of a second, her calm mask cracked, and something like alarm slid through. "How do you know that?" Harry's stomach clenched. He could not answer. Not without tearing himself open. He turned and moved against the flow, slipping between panicking students. Flint barked his name, but Harry did not stop. Daphne grabbed his sleeve. Harry froze, just for a second, surprised by the contact. Daphne's voice was tight. "If you go alone, you're an idiot." Harry stared at her. Daphne's jaw clenched. "I'm coming," she said. Harry's breath caught. He should have refused. He should have protected the secret. He should have been careful. But the hall was chaos and his scar was burning, and he suddenly did not want to do this alone. Harry nodded once. "Stay behind me," he said. Daphne's eyes flashed. "Don't order me around." Harry did not argue. He just grabbed her wrist, pulled her into the side corridor, and ran. Their feet slapped stone. The air was colder down here, damp. Torches hissed. Shadows stretched. Harry's lungs burned fast. He was not used to running without Dudley behind him. He hated how his body still expected a shove. Daphne kept pace, breath sharp, hair coming loose. "Where is she?" Daphne gasped. Harry's mind raced. Girls' bathroom. That was the canon story. He did not trust canon anymore. He turned the oculus ring with his thumb. The world twisted. Cold flooded his stomach. His vision blurred. For a second he heard the great hall roaring again. Then it snapped. Harry was back at the corridor corner, 10 seconds earlier, just before he'd chosen the left staircase. His chest heaved. Sweat broke out on his skin instantly. Daphne blinked beside him, confused. What just happened? Harry grabbed her hand and ran, choosing the right staircase this time. "Trust me," he said through clenched teeth. Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she ran. The sickness hit harder this time. Harry's head pounded. His stomach rolled like he'd swallowed ice water. He forced it down. They reached the second floor and heard it. A heavy drag. A wet scrape. A low grunt like something angry and stupid. Harry's blood went cold. He shoved the bathroom door open. Hermione was inside. She stood frozen near the sinks, eyes huge, face pale. Her hands were clenched around her wand like she did not know what to do with it. Behind her, the troll filled the doorway. It stank. Sweat and rot. The skin was gray and thick. Its club dragged on the floor, leaving a scrape that made Harry's teeth ache. Hermione turned, saw Harry, and her face twisted with shock and something like relief. "Potter," she whispered. Harry's voice came out sharp. "Move," he said. Hermione tried. She stumbled, feet slipping on the tiles. The troll roared and lifted its club. Time slowed in Harry's head, not from magic, from terror and calculation. Hermione would be crushed. Harry snapped his wand up. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted. The spell hit the club with a whoosh and lifted it slightly. Not enough. The troll's grip tightened and it yanked down. Harry's heart hammered. Sweat dripped down his spine. He needed the environment. He needed the room itself to fight for him. Harry flicked his wand at the sink pipes. "Depulso," he hissed. The spell cracked. The pipes burst with a loud snap, water blasting out in a violent spray. The floor turned slick instantly. The troll took one step forward and its foot slid. Its knee hit the tiles with a crack that echoed. It bellowed, furious. Daphne darted in behind Harry, wand up, breathing fast. "What do you want me to do?" she snapped. Harry's head was pounding. His scar burned. He tasted bile. "Freeze the water," Harry said. Daphne blinked. "What? Do it!" Harry snapped. Daphne's jaw clenched. She pointed her wand at the spreading water and shouted, "Glacius!" The water hissed and turned to ice in a wide sheet. Harry's eyes widened. That was not first-year level. Not clean like that. Daphne's family taught her more than school did. The troll tried to stand. His foot skidded on the ice. It flailed, arms windmilling, club swinging wildly. Harry's pulse spiked. One wrong swing and someone's skull would be split. Hermione was pressed against the wall, trembling, eyes locked on the troll like she could not look away. Harry turned his wand on the toilet stalls. "Transfigure," he thought hard, then spoke. "Verdo." The wooden stall wall shuddered. It did not fully change. His magic was raw and young. The spell fought him. Harry's stomach twisted. He felt the oculus go cold, hungry, like it wanted him to use it to make the spell perfect. Harry forced himself not to. He shoved more intent into the spell. The stall wall warped, thickening, turning heavier, like stone halfway through the change. "Good enough." "Daphne," Harry snapped. "Push." Daphne stared for half a second like she was furious at being ordered. Then she flicked her wand and shouted, "Depulso." The half-stone wall ripped free with a grinding crack and slammed into the troll's side. The troll roared, slammed its club down in blind rage. The club hit the ice and bounced, the shock running up its arms. Harry's ears rang. His hands shook. Hermione choked out, "That was dangerous." Harry snapped, "Everything is dangerous." The troll tried to lunge. His foot slid again. His whole body tilted. Harry saw the angle, saw the weight. He moved without thinking, grabbing a loose pipe, yanking it free. Water sprayed his face. Cold. Dirty. He shoved the pipe under the troll's foot like a lever. The troll slipped and fell backward. The crash shook the room. Tiles cracked. Dust puffed. Hermione screamed. Harry's head snapped toward her. "Get out!" he barked. Hermione stumbled for the door. The troll groaned, trying to roll. It lifted its club again, slow, thick arms straining. Harry's stomach dropped. It would swing even from the floor. Harry turned the oculus ring. The world twisted. He gagged. Cold flooded his bones. His vision blurred. He heard his own heartbeat like a drum. Snap. He was back 3 seconds earlier, before the troll lifted its club. Harry's breath came in ragged. Sweat dripped off his chin. He moved fast. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted again, and this time he aimed not at the club, but at the troll's wrist. The spell whooshed. The wrist jerked upward. The club lifted with it. The troll's grip loosened for half a second, confused by the sudden yank. Harry flicked his wand, voice sharp. "Expelliarmus." The spell cracked red, hit the club, and ripped it free. The club flew across the room and smashed into the sink with a loud crunch. The troll roared, furious and helpless. Daphne stared at Harry like he was something she did not understand. Harry did not look at her. He was shaking. The sickness was worse now, crawling through him like ice under skin. He could feel his stomach trying to revolt. He shoved it down and stepped forward. The troll tried to crawl. Harry raised his wand, then stopped. Killing it would be easy if he kept looping until he got the perfect angle. He could transfigure something into a spear. He could freeze its lungs. He could do things he had seen in flashes of war. He did not. He was not going to become that yet. Harry aimed at the ceiling. The stone above the troll was cracked from age. He saw the weak point. Reducto, Harry snapped. The spell hit with a loud boom. Stone broke free and slammed down onto the troll's chest with a crushing crack. The troll went still. A heavy wheeze leaving it. Then nothing. Silence hit the bathroom hard. Harry's breathing was loud. His hands shook around his wand. His scar throbbed like a bruise. Hermione stood in the corridor, staring, face pale, mouth open like she could not form words. Daphne lowered her wand slowly, eyes still locked on Harry. Harry swallowed. His stomach rolled again, vicious. He bent over and gagged. And this time vomit burned up his throat and hit the tiles, sour and bitter. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, blinking hard. Daphne's voice came out low. "That wasn't normal," she said. Harry's hands clenched. "Nothing about tonight is normal." Footsteps thundered in the corridor. McGonagall burst into the doorway, robes swirling, eyes sharp. Snape was behind her, face dark. Dumbledore's tall figure appeared behind them, calm and terrible in how calm he looked. McGonagall's gaze snapped to the unconscious troll, then to the three students. "What?" she said, voice shaking with controlled fury. "Is going on here?" Hermione's mouth opened. No sound came out. Daphne's posture stiffened, chin lifting like a shield. Harry straightened slowly, wiping his mouth again. He forced his breathing to slow. Dumbledore's eyes settled on Harry. They were bright, interested, too interested. Snape's eyes narrowed. He looked at the broken pipes, the ice, the half-transfigured stall wall, the cracked ceiling. Then he looked at Harry like he was seeing him for the first time. "Potter," Snape said softly. "What did you do?" Harry held his stare. "Stopped it," Harry said. Snape's lip curled. "With spells you should not be able to cast." Harry's jaw clenched. McGonagall snapped. "Miss Granger, explain yourself." Hermione swallowed hard. Her voice came out shaky. "I was looking for the troll," she lied. And it was not a good lie. Her eyes flicked to Harry, then away. "I thought I could handle it." Ron appeared behind the professor's, face white, eyes huge. He looked at Hermione like he could not believe she was standing there alive. Then he looked at Harry. His expression twisted. "You," Ron said, voice raw. "You were here." Harry did not answer. McGonagall's gaze snapped to Ron. "And you are." Ron swallowed. "Ron Weasley, Professor." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here, Mr. Weasley?" Ron's mouth opened, then closed. He looked like he wanted to say, "Because it's my friend," then remembered Hermione was not exactly his friend right now. Hermione's cheeks flushed. She blurted, "He came to help." Ron flinched, then glared like he hated being saved from guilt. Dumbledore's voice slid in, mild. "A brave thing," he said, eyes still on Harry, "though perhaps not wise." Harry's scar pulsed once, sharp. Dumbledore noticed. Harry saw it in the tiny change of his eyes. Dumbledore filed it away. Harry hated that. In the end, McGonagall gave them all detention and a lecture that went on too long. Harry listened, nodded when he needed to, and kept his face blank. Daphne stayed quiet. Hermione kept stealing glances at Harry like she was trying to solve him. Ron looked furious the whole time, not at the troll, not at the professors, but at Harry. When they were finally dismissed, Ron grabbed Hermione's sleeve in the corridor. "You said you came to help," Ron hissed. "You didn't even tell me you were gone. You just ran off." Hermione yanked her sleeve back. "I didn't run off," she snapped. "You said I had no friends." Ron's face went red. "I didn't mean it like that." Hermione's eyes flashed. "Yes, you did." Ron's mouth opened. Then he saw Harry watching and his expression hardened into something ugly. "And now you're defending him," Ron spat. "A Slytherin." Malfoy's mate. Harry felt a cold tiredness settle in his chest. He stepped closer, voice quiet. I'm not Malfoy's mate, Ron sneered. Sure, Hermione snapped. Stop it, Ron. Ron's head whipped toward her. Don't tell me to stop, he said, voice rising again. You don't get it. He thinks he's better than us. He acts like it. Hermione's voice went sharper. He saved your life, you idiot. Ron froze. The corridor went quiet for a second, students around them staring. Ron's face twisted. My life? He repeated. Hermione's eyes were fierce. Yes, because if the troll had gotten loose, it would have killed more than me. Ron's jaw clenched. He looked at Harry like he wanted to hit him. Harry held his gaze, calm and cold. Ron's voice dropped, bitter. You didn't do it to save me, Ron said. You did it so everyone would clap. So you'd look good. Harry's fingers tightened once. I don't care if you clap. Ron's eyes narrowed. Liar. Harry leaned in, voice low. You want to hate me because it's easier than admitting you're scared. Ron flinched. Then Ron's face hardened again, and he turned away like he was disgusted. Come on, Ron snapped at Hermione. Forget it. Hermione did not move. No, she said. You don't get to say horrible things and then pretend it's fine. Ron's shoulders went stiff. Whatever, he muttered, and stormed off. Hermione stood there, breathing hard, hands shaking slightly. She looked at Harry, then at Daphne, then back. Her voice came out small, angry, and embarrassed all at once. Thank you, she said to Harry. Harry nodded once because words felt too dangerous right now. Hermione's gaze flicked to Daphne. And you, Hermione said, voice tight. Thank you too. Daphne gave a small nod, expression unreadable. Hermione turned and walked the other direction, shoulders stiff like she was holding herself together with sheer will. Harry watched her go. Daphne stepped closer, voice low. That was your first public enemy, she murmured. Weasley. Harry's jaw clenched. He chose it. Daphne studied him. You didn't try to stop him. Harry swallowed. I don't have time to convince everyone. Daphne's eyes flicked to his chest, where the chain was hidden. No, she said quietly. You don't. Harry's stomach rolled again. He took a slow breath and forced it down. He was shaking, just a little, from the sickness and the adrenaline. Daphne noticed. You're going to fall over, she said flatly. Harry exhaled, short. Not yet. Daphne's mouth twitched. Stubborn. Harry did not answer. After Halloween, Harry stopped pretending he was just another first year. He trained. Not in an obvious way. Not in duels in the corridor like Draco wanted. Not in public. He trained in the quiet corners of the library, in abandoned classrooms when he could, in the common room when everyone was asleep. He learned how to flick his wand without hesitation, how to breathe through panic, how to build spells like steps instead of hoping magic would save him. He also watched Quirrell. Quirrell avoided him, not openly. Quirrell still smiled in class, still stammered, still shook when he spoke about dark creatures like he was terrified of his own subject. But when Harry walked into a room, Quirrell's eyes flicked away too fast. When Harry passed Quirrell in a corridor, Quirrell's hand went to his turban like he was checking it was still there. Harry's scar burned more often now, little pulses that came and went. Something was wrong in this castle. Harry already knew that. He just needed proof. One night after curfew he slipped out. The corridor was silent, cold. Portraits pretended to sleep. The suits of armor stood like they were listening. Harry's heart beat too fast. Sweat dampened his palms. He turned the oculus once, just a tiny nudge, to see the path he would take if Filch turned the corner. The world twisted and snapped. His stomach clenched, but the corridor stayed empty. Good. He moved. He saw Quirrell near the third-floor corridor, moving like he thought he was alone. Quirrell's shoulders were tense, posture no longer the trembling coward he pretended to be. Harry's breath caught. Quirrell was focused. Harry followed, silent. Quirrell slipped into the forbidden corridor and Harry followed, staying back, heart hammering. He heard the growl before he saw it, a deep, three-layered rumble that vibrated in the stone. Fluffy. Harry's mind flashed a memory of teeth and darkness. Quirrell murmured something, voice different, Lower. The huge dog shifted, heads lowering, then stepping aside like it was obeying. Harry's stomach went cold, so Quirrell could get past the beast. Harry backed away silently, heart pounding so hard it hurt. His scar throbbed. He turned the oculus, a small rewind, and slipped away before Quirrell could notice he'd been there. By the time Harry was back in bed, his head was pounding. His stomach rolled. He felt like he might vomit again. He stared at the canopy and tried to breathe. Dumbledore's voice echoed in his head from a memory that was not his memory. The future is not a place to live. Harry swallowed. He was not living there. He was surviving it. The mirror found him in December. It was late. The castle was quiet. Snow pressed against windows, muffling sound. Harry had slipped out to walk off the sickness after too many time turns in one day. His body felt wrong, like he had been pulled slightly out of place and shoved back in. He wandered, half on purpose, half because the castle pulled you when you were lost. A door stood open, just a crack. Warm light spilled out. Harry paused, hand on his wand. He pushed it wider. Inside was an empty classroom he had never noticed before. Dust floated in the air, and at the far end of the room, standing alone, was a tall mirror with a gold frame, carved in twisting runes. Harry's stomach dropped. He knew it, not from Hardwin's journal, from the flashes, from the end of the stone path, from the sense of wanting something you could not touch. He stepped forward slowly. The mirror's glass was dark until he was close. Then it brightened, and Harry saw himself, older, taller, standing with a man and a woman beside him, their hands on his shoulders like they belonged there. The man had messy hair and a grin that looked like Harry's might have, if Harry had ever been allowed one. The woman's eyes were bright and warm. James and Lily. Harry's breath caught so hard it hurt. His throat tightened instantly. His hands trembled. He stared at their faces like he could memorize every detail and carry it in his bones. His chest felt like it was tearing open. He did not remember them. Not truly. Only flashes from the future, and even those were not this. This was soft. This was safe. Tears burned behind his eyes. He hated it. He wanted it anyway. He reached out, fingers hovering over the glass. His fingertips hit cold surface. Nothing. The mirror gave him the image but not the touch. Harry's breath turned shaky. He pressed his forehead against the glass, eyes squeezed shut, trying to hold himself together. "You will waste away before it," a voice said quietly behind him. Harry jerked, wand snapping up. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, hands folded, expression calm. Harry's stomach dropped hard. His scar pulsed once, sharp. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to it, then back to Harry's face. Harry lowered his wand slowly, jaw clenched. "You followed me," Harry said. Dumbledore's mouth curved slightly. "I live here," he said. "It is rather difficult to follow someone in your own home without appearing suspicious." Harry did not laugh. He stayed still, heart pounding. Dumbledore stepped closer, gaze sliding to the mirror. "The mirror of Erist," Dumbledore said softly. "Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi." Harry's eyes narrowed. He had not learned that yet. He filed it away. "What do you see?" Dumbledore asked. Harry's throat tightened. He could tell the truth. He could say, "My parents." He could let the grief show. That would be safe. Dumbledore watched too closely for that to feel safe. Harry swallowed. "I see," he said slowly. "People who should be alive." Dumbledore's expression stilled. Harry felt it. The tiny shift. Interest sharpening. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. "An honest answer," he said. "Not a complete one." Harry's jaw clenched. "Do you want me to lie?" Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. "No," he said softly. "I want you to be careful with truths you do not yet understand." Harry's hands curled into fists at his sides. "Then tell me," Harry said. "Why is this mirror here?" Dumbledore's gaze stayed on him. "Because some things are safest when hidden behind desire," he said. "And because some people cannot resist looking." Harry's stomach tightened. Quirrell. The stone. Harry's scar pulsed again. Faint, like it agreed. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's chest, where the chain lay hidden beneath fabric. Harry's skin went cold. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry's face as if nothing had happened. "You are a clever boy," Dumbledore said. "Clever and unusually practiced." Harry held his stare. "You don't know me." Dumbledore's smile was faint. "I know pieces," he said. "And I know when pieces do not fit the usual puzzle." Harry's pulse spiked. He wanted to turn the oculus. He wanted to undo this conversation, to choose better words. He did not. He forced his breathing to slow. Dumbledore stepped back, giving Harry space as if he was being kind. "I will move the mirror tomorrow," Dumbledore said. "It is not meant for wandering." Harry's throat tightened. "Can I come back?" Dumbledore's eyes softened slightly. "No," he said, "because you will. And you will stand here until you forget to eat and sleep, and you will call it comfort." Harry stared at the mirror again, and his chest hurt. Dumbledore's voice dropped. "The happiest man alive would look into the mirror and see only himself," he said quietly. "And that should tell you how dangerous it is." Harry looked back at him, eyes narrowed. "What do you see?" Dumbledore's smile twitched. "Socks," he said easily. Harry stared. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled like he was amused by his own lie. Harry did not believe him. Dumbledore stepped toward the door. "Return to your dormitory, Harry," he said. "And do not go looking for things you think you already know." Harry's stomach tightened. "I don't know anything," Harry said, voice low. Dumbledore paused, one hand on the doorframe. "That," he said gently, "is the first useful truth you have spoken tonight." Then he left, robes whispering as he walked away. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a long time after, staring at the fading image, breathing through the ache. When he finally moved, his legs felt heavy. He walked back to the dungeons with his jaw clenched and his hands shaking. Not from cold, from the feeling of being watched by someone who could not yet name what he was watching. Harry went after Quirrell in March. He did not plan it as a heroic act. He planned it like an ambush. He learned Quirrell's routine. He watched when Quirrell vanished after dinner. He watched when Snape followed. He watched when the third-floor corridor was quiet. One night, Harry found Daphne in the library, books spread out, quill scratching. "You're going to do something stupid," Daphne said without looking up. Harry froze. "Excuse me?" Daphne looked up finally, gray eyes sharp. "You've been distracted for days," she said. "Your hands shake sometimes. You get pale. Then you act like it's nothing." Harry's stomach tightened. The sickness was leaking out in little signs he could not fully control. Daphne leaned forward. "And you keep staring at the staff table like you're waiting for someone to blink." Harry held her gaze. He could lie. He could tell her nothing. He could protect the secret. Then he remembered her standing beside him in the bathroom, wand up, not running. He exhaled slowly. "There's something in the castle," Harry said quietly. Daphne's eyes narrowed. "There's always something in the castle." Harry's jaw clenched. "No. Something worse." Daphne studied him. "You're going to go alone." Harry did not answer. Daphne's mouth tightened. "You're going to get yourself killed." Harry's throat tightened. "Not if I'm careful." Daphne's voice went colder. "Careful is not the same as invincible." Harry felt irritation flare. Sharp. "You don't understand." Daphne leaned in, voice low. "Then explain." Harry stared at her. His chest felt tight. His fingers curled around his quill until it creaked. He did not explain the oculus. He could not. Not yet. He gave her the next truth again, the one that mattered most. "I can't wait for adults," Harry said. "If I wait, people die." Daphne went still. Her gaze flicked to his scar, then back. "You sound like you've already watched it happen." Harry's stomach turned. He did not answer. Daphne exhaled slowly. "Fine," she said. "Then I'm coming." Harry's pulse jumped. "No." Daphne's eyes flashed. "Yes." Harry's jaw clenched. "You'll get hurt." Daphne's voice stayed even, but her eyes were hard. "I'd rather be hurt than be left behind and find out you were right." Harry stared at her. Something in his chest loosened again, that same anchor feeling. He nodded once. "Stay close," he said. Daphne's mouth twitched. "That's not a request." Harry did not deny it. They moved after curfew, slipping through corridors, using Daphne's knowledge of patrol patterns and Harry's ruthless focus. Twice, Harry turned the oculus just enough to avoid Peeves drifting around a corner. The sickness hit him in small waves, cold and sour. He swallowed it down. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was shut. Harry's scar burned, sharp enough to make his eyes water. Daphne noticed. "You're in pain," she whispered. Harry shook his head once. "Not important." Daphne's fingers tightened on her wand. "That's a lie you tell yourself." Harry did not answer. He pushed the door open. Fluffy's growl hit them like a wall. 3 heads lifted, eyes glowing in the dark. Teeth gleamed. Daphne froze, breath catching. Harry's stomach dropped, but he forced himself forward. He could not fight this. Not directly. Not without dying. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small flute he had stolen from a music room weeks ago, because Hardwin's journal had mentioned the trick in a dry note. Music calms beasts. Sometimes. Harry played. The first note wobbled. His hands shook. His breath came out too fast. He forced himself to steady. The sound floated out, thin and strange in the corridor. Fluffy's heads tilted. One head snarled anyway. Another head's eyes blinked slowly. Harry kept playing, fingers moving, the tune repeating. Fluffy's bodies shifted. The growl lowered. The head sank. The dog's huge frame slumped, heavy and slow. Harry's lungs burned. Daphne whispered, "How did you know?" Harry did not answer. He kept playing until Fluffy's breathing turned deep. Then he stopped. The trapdoor in the floor was visible now, iron ring set into wood. Harry swallowed. His mouth was dry. Daphne's voice was tight. "We are actually doing this." Harry nodded once. "Yes." He lifted the trapdoor. Cold air rose up, damp and smelling of earth. Harry climbed down first, wand in his teeth for a second, hands gripping the ladder. Daphne followed, breath shallow. They dropped into darkness. Harry's feet hit something soft. Plants. They wrapped around his ankles instantly. Devil's snare. Daphne gasped, panic spiking. "Harry!" Harry's throat tightened. He could feel the plant tighten like a fist. He forced his voice calm. "Don't thrash," he said. "Light." Daphne's wand snapped up. Lumos. Light burst out. The plant loosened slightly, then tightened again like it hated being exposed. Harry's heart pounded. His chest hurt. The oculus felt cold against his skin, like it wanted him to rewind this whole thing, to make it easier. Harry did not. "Fire," Harry said. Daphne shouted. "Incendio." Flames whooshed. The plant recoiled with a hiss, releasing them enough for Harry to wrench free. His ankle throbbed, skin raw. They scrambled across the massive vines, climbed up onto stone, breathing hard. Daphne was shaking. "That's one trap," she whispered. Harry's voice was low. "There are more." The next chamber was full of keys. Winged keys. Hundreds. Fluttering like metallic birds. A broom waited. Daphne stared. "This is ridiculous." Harry's stomach churned. "Pick the one with a bent wing," he said. Daphne blinked. "What?" Harry's jaw clenched. "Just trust me." Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she grabbed the broom anyway and kicked off, hair flying back. She darted up into the swarm, eyes scanning. Harry watched, forcing his breathing steady. His scar burned, faint. After a minute, Daphne shouted, "There!" She dove, fingers snapping closed around a key with a bent wing. She landed hard, breathless, and shoved it into the lock on the door. Click. They moved on. Stone chess. Harry's stomach tightened. This was where Ron would have mattered in the other story. Ron would have sacrificed himself, brave and reckless. Ron was not here. Harry looked at the pieces, then at Daphne. Daphne's jaw clenched. "No," she whispered. Harry's throat tightened. "We can't go around it." Daphne's voice went sharp. "We are not playing." Harry's scar burned again. He could feel it now, the tug of the timeline, the way the castle's protections expected a certain shape of story. A trio. A Gryffindor sacrifice. A neat little heroic moment. Harry hated it. He stepped forward, eyes scanning the board. He turned the oculus ring once, small, just enough to watch the pieces move before they actually moved. The world twisted. Cold stabbed his stomach. His vision blurred. Snap. He was back. But now he knew. He walked onto the board and moved like he was already a piece. Daphne followed, tense. The stone pieces shifted, eyes glowing. A knight raised its sword. Harry called out, voice firm, "We are not here to win. We are here to pass." The pieces did not care. They moved anyway. The match was brutal. Stone blades clashed with loud cracks. A rook slammed into a pawn and shattered it into rubble. The sound echoed like bones breaking. Harry ducked as a stone sword whooshed past his head. He felt the air shift. Sweat broke out on his skin. Daphne moved fast, wand up, using small spells to distract, to delay, to trip pieces. A bishop lunged for her. Harry's heart jumped. He turned the Oculus ring hard. The world twisted violently. Harry gagged. Cold flooded him. His head pounded like someone hit him with a hammer. Snap. He was back half a second earlier. Harry shoved Daphne sideways, and the bishop's blade slammed into the stone where her head had been. Daphne stared at him, eyes wide, breath shaking. "How?" she whispered. Harry's voice was rough. "Move." They fought their way across the board, not winning, just surviving. Harry's muscles burned. His lungs hurt. His hands shook so hard his wand felt slippery. Finally, the door at the far end opened with a grinding groan. Like the board decided they had paid enough. Harry stumbled through first, Daphne right behind him. The next room smelled sharp, like chemicals and smoke. Potions. 7 bottles. Fire. A note on a table. Daphne stared. "This is insane." Harry's head pounded. He forced his eyes to focus on the text. Logic. Puzzle. Hermione would have solved this in the other story. Harry felt a flash of irritation, then shoved it down. He did not have Hermione. He had Daphne, and Daphne was staring at him like she expected him to have an answer anyway. Harry's eyes scanned the riddle, mind racing. He turned the Oculus ring slightly, just enough to reread without his eyes blurring. Sickness hit him like a wave. He swallowed bile. He read again. He chose. "Small one," Harry said, grabbing the bottle that would let him pass. He shoved the bottle into Daphne's hands too. "Drink." Daphne stared at the bottle like she wanted to argue. Then she drank, grimacing. Harry drank his too. Fire rolled back like a curtain. Heat licked his face. He stepped through. The final chamber was quiet. Too quiet. The mirror stood at the far end, tall and gold-framed, exactly where it should be. Harry's stomach dropped. And then he saw Quirrell. Quirrell stood between Harry and the mirror, hands clasped, turban straight, face pale. He smiled. It was not the stammering coward smile. It was a thin, sharp smile. "Well," Quirrell said softly, "you really are a problem." Daphne's breath hitched behind Harry. Harry lifted his wand. His hands were shaking from exhaustion and sickness, but he kept his voice calm. "You're not supposed to be here," Harry said. Quirrell's eyes glittered. "And yet, here we are." Harry's scar burned, sharp enough to make him blink hard. A second voice slid under Quirrell's words. "Too cold to be human." "Hello, Harry." Harry's stomach turned. Daphne whispered, "Potter." Harry did not look back. He kept his gaze on Quirrell. "You have him on your head," Harry said quietly. Quirrell's smile widened. "Clever boy." Harry's jaw clenched. "You won't get the stone." Quirrell laughed softly. "Do you think this is about a stone?" he murmured. "You have no idea what you are, do you?" Harry's hands tightened around his wand. The second voice laughed through Quirrell, low and hateful. "Show me your hands, boy. Show me your secrets." Harry felt the Oculus go icy against his skin, like it recognized the voice, like it wanted to answer. Harry's throat tightened. Quirrell stepped forward, wand up. "Give it to me," he said, voice sharp now, "and I might let your little friend live." Daphne's wand snapped up, and her voice came out fierce. "Touch him, and I'll curse you so badly you'll beg to die." Quirrell's eyes flicked to Daphne, amused. "Greengrass," he murmured. "Pure blood courage. How sweet." Harry's pulse spiked. He moved first. "Expelliarmus," Harry snapped. Red light cracked out. Quirrell's shield snapped up with a whoosh, deflecting it. Quirrell's curse came immediately, fast and dark. Purple light sizzled. Harry threw himself sideways. The curse hit stone and left a smoking mark. Harry's heart hammered. His lungs burned. He was too slow. He turned the oculus ring. The world twisted. Cold stabbed him. His vision blurred. He gagged. Snap. He was back a fraction earlier, before Quirrell's curse left the wand. Harry moved first this time, diving low. Quirrell's curse sizzled over his head, close enough that Harry felt heat on his hair. Harry rolled, came up on one knee, wand snapping toward the floor. Transfigure, Harry thought hard. Stone to chain. He forced the spell out. Verto, the stone near Quirrell's feet warped, thickening, twisting. A chain erupted out of the floor, rough and ugly, but real enough. It snapped around Quirrell's ankle. Quirrell hissed, surprised. Daphne shouted, "Incarcerus!" Ropes whooshed out and wrapped Quirrell's arms. Quirrell snarled, muscles flexing. He ripped against the bindings with unnatural strength. The ropes creaked. The second voice laughed. Pathetic. Quirrell's eyes went wild. He jerked his head and the turban shifted. Harry caught a glimpse of something pale, something wrong under it. Harry's scar flared. Pain punched through his skull. Harry stumbled, vision swimming. Quirrell took that moment and lunged. Rope tearing, wand out, curse ready. Harry's breath hitched. Too close. Harry turned the oculus ring again. The world twisted harder this time. Cold flooded him. His stomach revolted. He vomited mid-twist. But the world snapped anyway, resetting the moment and leaving the taste of bile in his mouth like a punishment. Harry was back a second earlier, throat burning, eyes watering. He swallowed hard and moved like his life depended on it. Because it did. He sprinted forward. Not a spell. A body. Quirrell's eyes widened as Harry closed the gap. Quirrell's wand started to lift. Harry slammed his hands onto Quirrell's face. Skin met skin. Quirrell screamed. It was immediate. A high, tearing sound. Smoke rose from where Harry's hands touched. Quirrell's flesh blistered like it was being pressed to a hot stove. Quirrell thrashed, rope snapping, chain ripping free, but Harry held on with a grip born from years of being held down. Quirrell's screams filled the chamber. The smell was horrible. Burning flesh, hair, something sour and wrong. Harry's stomach flipped again. He nearly gagged, but he held on. The second voice shrieked inside Quirrell. Not pain exactly, but fury. Let go. Harry's scar burned like fire. He leaned closer, voice rough in Quirrell's ear. No! Quirrell's hands clawed at Harry's arms, trying to yank him off. Harry's skin burned too, sharp, but he did not stop. Daphne was behind him, shouting something, but her voice sounded far away. Quirrell's legs buckled. His screams turned into choking gasps. Harry's hands shook. Sweat poured down his face. His vision swam. He let go only when Quirrell collapsed, smoke still rising. Harry staggered backward, panting hard, hands trembling, skin red and blistered at the fingertips. He stared at his hands like they belonged to someone else. Daphne grabbed his arm, voice tight. Harry, your hands. Harry blinked at her. Then he heard it. A whisper, not Quirrell's voice. A cold thing sliding out of the room like smoke through cracks. Voldemort. Harry's scar burned, then went suddenly cold, like a warning fading into distance. Harry swayed. His stomach revolted again. He bent over and vomited on the stone floor, bitter and shaking. Daphne held his shoulder, steadying him. Her voice shook for the first time since Harry met her. What was that? She whispered. What is he? Harry's breathing was ragged. His hands hurt. His head pounded like it would split. He looked up at the mirror. The mirror glass was still, waiting. Harry forced himself to stand. He stepped toward it, every muscle trembling, and stared into the glass. He did not see his parents this time. He saw himself holding a small red stone, face calm, eyes empty. He swallowed hard. I want to find it, Harry whispered. Not use it. The mirror shimmered. Something dropped into Harry's pocket, heavy and warm. Harry's breath caught. He reached in and felt the stone. Real. His hand shook around it. Behind him, Daphne's breath hitched. You have it, she whispered. Harry nodded once, too tired to speak. Footsteps pounded in the distance. Harry's head snapped up. Not students. Not Filch. Heavy, fast, controlled. Dumbledore. Harry's stomach dropped. He turned, clutching the stone in his pocket, the oculus cold against his chest, hands burned and shaking. Dumbledore stepped into the chamber, eyes sharp and bright. His gaze swept over Quirrell's crumpled body, the scorch marks, the broken bindings, the mirror. Then his eyes landed on Harry. They held. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, but it filled the room anyway. "Harry," he said softly, "what have you been doing with time?" Harry held his breath under the invisibility cloak and watched Ron Weasley shove toast into his mouth like the world was ending. Scabbers sat in Ron's lap, half asleep, paws tucked in like a tiny, harmless thing. Like he was just a rat. Like Harry hadn't seen that same rat as a man in a filthy robe, laughing through someone else's screams, the way people did when they knew they'd gotten away with it. Ron scratched behind Scabbers' ear without thinking. "You're lucky," Ron muttered around crumbs. "If Crookshanks comes near you today, I'm punting him clean into the lake." Hermione, sitting across from him with her book propped against a pumpkin juice glass, didn't look up. "You're not punting anything into the lake, Ronald. It's a joke. It's not funny." It was a bit funny. Harry's stomach did that tight thing it always did when Ron said his name like it tasted wrong. Ronald, not Ron. Hermione got sharper when she was nervous. She was nervous a lot lately. Harry didn't blame her. Hogwarts felt like a place that wanted to pretend it was safe. Harry had stopped believing in that when he was 7, maybe earlier. Safety was a thing people said when they wanted children to stop asking questions. He shifted his grip on the Oculus Temporis inside his pocket. The metal was cold even through fabric. Cold in a way that went straight into bone. It made his fingers ache like winter. Across the Great Hall, Draco Malfoy was talking too loudly to a cluster of Slytherins, all smug shoulders and fake laughter. Daphne Greengrass sat near the end of their table, not laughing, not joining in, eyes tracking the room the way Harry tracked exits. When she glanced up, it was like she could feel him looking. Her gaze snagged on the empty space where he would have been sitting. Harry stayed still. He didn't wave. He didn't give her a sign. Not yet. Ron lifted Scabbers and tucked him into his robes like a secret. "Come on," Ron said. "Charms first. Then we can get you somewhere Crookshanks can't find you." Hermione finally looked up. "You can't bring a rat into Professor Flitwick's classroom." Ron rolled his eyes. "Watch me." Harry followed them out, silent as smoke. The cloak brushed his ankles. The great hall doors groaned behind the students, letting out a rush of cold air that smelled like wet stone and breakfast grease. He could do this the simple way. Petrify Ron for 10 seconds, pull the rat free, leave. Quick, efficient, cruel. Or he could do it clean. Clean meant the rat ended up on Dumbledore's carpet, alive, with no excuses. Harry walked with them through the corridor, watching the flow of bodies. First years ran. Seventh years moved like they owned the floor. Teachers glided through the mess like they were used to chaos. He waited until a suit of armor clanked, a second year squealed, and everyone turned their heads. Harry slipped his hand into his pocket, fingers closing around the time device. The world tilted. The Oculus bit into him, not like pain, like pressure. Like the air had become thick and was pressing against his eyes from the inside. His heartbeat stumbled. His stomach lurched. He counted in his head, not as a ritual, just to keep himself steady. 1, 2, 3. He turned. It wasn't like walking backwards. It was like the corridor refused to admit what had happened and tried to rearrange itself around him. Voices blurred. Footsteps doubled. The torchlight flickered like it couldn't decide what time it belonged to. Harry released the device and swallowed hard. He was still under the cloak, still in the corridor. And now, ahead of him, he could see Ron and Hermione again, a few paces behind where they had been. He had made himself a narrow window. One version of him, the one everyone would see, would go to Charms. Sit. Take notes. Be the quiet Slytherin who always looked like he was listening to something no one else could hear. The other version would do what had to be done. Harry moved faster, slipping between students, ducking into an alcove where a tapestry hung. He pressed himself into the shadows and waited as Ron and Hermione passed. Ron complained the whole time. I'm telling you, he's obsessed. That cat is obsessed. Hermione's voice cut in. Crookshanks is not obsessed, he's a cat. And you can't blame him for behaving like a cat. He's not normal, neither are you, Ron spluttered. That's not the same. It's a little the same. Harry watched Ron's hand drift to his chest where Scabbers was hidden. Ron looked down for half a second, like he felt something move that shouldn't. Scabbers was awake. Harry's pulse sharpened. The rat knew. It always knew. Harry waited until Ron and Hermione had gone around the corner, then stepped out, still hidden, and followed at a distance. They reached the charms corridor. Students poured in. Ron hesitated at the door. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Ron, leave him in your dorm. Please. Ron yanked his arm away. No. I'm not leaving him. Hermione's mouth tightened. You're being ridiculous. Ron's face flushed red. Oh right. I'm ridiculous. Just like I'm ridiculous for thinking Harry Potter is being weird these days. Just like I'm ridiculous for thinking Slytherins aren't all saints. Hermione's eyes flicked around, checking who heard. Lower your voice. I'm fine. You're not fine. Ron snapped. Don't tell me what I am. Harry felt the words hit him anyway. Weird. Slytherin. Not fine. He let it sit. He didn't flinch. He didn't let it show. He wasn't here for Ron. Not right now. Ron shoved open the classroom door. Hermione followed, tense and angry. Harry slipped in with them. Professor Flitwick stood on a stack of books near his desk. Squeaky voice already mid-lecture. Now, today we will be practicing the wand lighting charm. Not Lumos, mind you, that's a basic spell. This is a subtle variation. It can be maintained without conscious focus if performed correctly. Harry slid into his usual seat near the back, the one people avoided. He pulled the cloak off quickly and stuffed it into his bag as students settled, so anyone glancing back would just see him there, like he had always been there. He lifted his wand, expression blank. Flitwick beamed. Excellent posture, Mr. Potter. Harry inclined his head. Thank you, Professor. His voice came out calm. It always did in class. It was easier when the rules were clear. From the corner of his eye, he saw Ron glare at him. Ron's hand stayed on his chest, pressed like he was guarding a treasure. Harry didn't look back. He raised his wand and moved with the class. Light flared at his wand tip, steady and controlled. Inside, though, he was counting time, because the other him was already moving. The other him was in the corridor again, cloak on, following Ron's schedule like a predator. He wasn't going to attack in the classroom. Too many eyes, too many chances for the rat to slip. He needed a choke point. He knew one. After charms, Ron always cut through the side passage near the third floor to avoid Filch. He thought it was clever. It wasn't. It was predictable. Harry's real body stayed in class, lifting his wand, answering Flitwick's questions, writing neat notes in the margins like he cared about homework. He gave the impression of attention. His mind stayed in the corridor with the other him. When Flitwick turned to help Neville, Harry let his quill pause for 1 second. His fingers twitched like they wanted to grab metal. Later, Harry. Wait, the bell rang. Chairs scraped. Students stood. Ron muttered, "Come on," and shoved past Hermione before she could keep arguing. Hermione sighed, breath sharp. Ron, honestly. Harry packed calmly. He stood. He moved with the flow out the door. And then, the moment the corridor swallowed the noise, he slipped behind a suit of armor, pulled the cloak out and vanished again. Ron and Hermione walked ahead. Ron kept his shoulders squared like he was ready for a fight. Hermione walked with stiff steps. You're going to get detention. Ron shrugged. Worth it. For what? For not losing him. Hermione's voice softened, which was worse. Ron, you're acting like he's your baby. Ron scoffed. He's my rat. That's not an argument. Ron stopped near a window, the light catching his freckles. He looked down at his chest again, then lowered his voice. He's all I've got that's mine. All right. Everything else is hand-me-down. Even my wand's half-chipped. But he's mine. Dad got him for Percy and Percy didn't want him and then I got him. That's something. Hermione blinked at him. She didn't have a quick answer for that. She wasn't used to not having one. Harry felt the strange twist in his chest he hated. That was the part of Ron Harry still understood. The part that wanted something that belonged to him. Something safe. It didn't change what Scabbers was. Hermione said quietly. You could have other things that are yours. Ron snorted. Like what? A book you lend me and then nag until I return it. Hermione's mouth pulled into a reluctant, annoyed smile. That is not what I do. You do. I do not. You do. Harry almost huffed a laugh. Almost. Then Ron turned away and kept walking, and the moment snapped. They reached the side passage. It was narrower here, stone walls close, torches fewer, air damp and cold. The floor sloped slightly. The sound of students faded. This corridor felt older than the rest, like it remembered darker things. Perfect. Harry moved ahead under the cloak, silent. He stepped into the center of the corridor and raised his wand. He didn't aim at Ron. He aimed at the torches. Lux fracta. The torch flames flared and guttered, throwing sparks. The corridor plunged into uneven shadow, flickering light that made everything look wrong for a second. Ron swore. What the? Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Ron, stop. Someone's here. No, it's just stupid torches. Harry used that half-second of confusion. He stepped close enough to smell Ron's soap and sweat, close enough to feel the warmth of his body through the cloak. Harry whispered, Somnus, not at Ron, at the rat. Magic snapped like a thin cord pulled tight. Scabbers squealed, a tiny sound, then went limp inside Ron's robes. Ron jolted. Ow! What the hell was that? Hermione hissed. Ron. Language. It bit me. Harry's hand slipped inside Ron's robe pocket like a thief. He closed his fingers around warm fur and yanked. Scabbers came free, limp, tail swinging. For a heartbeat it looked easy. Then the rat twitched. Too awake. Too fast. Harry's grip tightened. Scabbers' eyes opened, black and bright and intelligent. Not a rat's eyes. Harry felt the rat's body flex, magic gathering like it was pulling itself inside out. No, Harry said under his breath, voice flat. Scabbers twisted, teeth snapping at Harry's fingers. Pain flared, sharp, a bite that broke skin. Harry didn't let go. The rat's form started to distort. Fur rippled. Bones shifted. Harry slammed his wand tip against the stone wall beside them and snapped. Vinculum, a thin band of magic shot out like a whip and wrapped around the rat, pinning it to the wall. The magic wasn't pretty. It was practical. Tightened like rope. Scabbers thrashed, squealing. The band held. Ron backed up, eyes wide. What the actual? Hermione's voice came out thin. Ron, there is someone here. Harry pulled the cloak back just enough for his face to show, just enough for them to see his eyes. Ron stared like he'd been punched. You, Hermione's mouth dropped open. Harry held Scabbers' squirming body up by the tail with his injured hand. Blood ran down his finger, hot and sticky. Your rat, Harry said, is a man. Ron's face twisted, disbelief and anger fighting. Don't be stupid. Hermione looked between Harry and the rat and then, because Hermione was Hermione, she grabbed the closest thing to logic. Harry, what do you mean? Harry's jaw clenched. The rat kept thrashing, trying to force the spell to slip. It was getting stronger. It was burning through the binding. He needed to end this now. You've had him for years, Harry said to Ron. And somehow he survived a cat, a school, and every stupid thing you do. He ran from Sirius Black. He ran from danger like he understood it. He's not a pet. Ron's ears went red. He's scared, that's all. Lots of rats are scared. Hermione whispered, Harry, if you're wrong, this is insane. Harry didn't look at her. I'm not wrong. Scabbers shrieked again, and for a second, Harry heard a different sound under it. A human sound. A word caught in a throat. Harry tightened the binding with his wand. Stop! Ron stepped forward, fists clenched. Let him go. Harry's voice went colder. If I let him go, he kills us. Or he disappears. Or he runs back to his master. Hermione flinched. Master! Harry looked at her then. Voldemort. Ron made a choking noise. You're mental. Hermione's eyes flicked to Harry's bleeding hand. Harry, your hand. I'm fine. You're bleeding. I know. Hermione snapped. Then don't say you're fine. Harry's gaze held hers for a second, and then he looked away because Hermione's face did something he didn't like. She looked scared for him. The rat's form jerked again, trying to swell into something bigger. The binding flickered. Harry didn't argue anymore. He stepped forward, shoved the rat into Ron's hands before Ron could pull away, and barked, "Hold him." Ron recoiled. No, Harry's wand snapped up, and Ron's arms locked in place anyway, forced by magic he didn't even understand. The rat was trapped between Ron's palms, still thrashing. Ron yelped, "Harry, stop that." "Hold," Harry repeated, "or you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Ron's face went white at that, like Harry had said it like he knew it. Hermione stepped closer, voice urgent. "Harry, what are you doing?" Harry said, "Getting proof." He aimed at the rat and spoke clearly. Hominum revelio. The air shivered. Magic washed over the rat like cold water. Scabbers convulsed. Then the rat shape buckled, folding, stretching, bones cracking. Ron shouted and tried to fling it away, but his arms still wouldn't move. Hermione gasped. "Oh my God!" A man slammed onto the stone floor, naked, shaking, coughing like he'd just been dragged out of a grave. Thin limbs, pale skin, filthy hair stuck to his forehead. Eyes too small for his face. Peter Pettigrew looked up at them, mouth opening, and Harry saw the fear there. Real fear. Not Ron's fear, not Hermione's fear. A coward's fear. Pettigrew croaked, "Please." Harry stepped over him and grabbed him by the hair, yanking his head back. Pettigrew yelped. Ron stared at the man like his brain had stopped working. "That's not." Hermione's voice shook. "Ron, that was Scabbers." Ron swallowed hard. "I know. I'm not blind." Hermione snapped. "Then don't stand there like an idiot. Help me." Ron blinked, looking lost. "Help you do what?" Hermione's eyes darted up and down the corridor, panic rising. "We need a professor. We need someone official." Harry said, "We need Dumbledore." Ron's gaze snapped to him. "Why do you keep acting like you're in charge?" Harry didn't bother softening it. "Because I am." Ron's face crumpled with rage. "You can't just do that. You can't just stun me and drag people around and decide things." Hermione hissed. "Ron, not now." Ron snapped back. "No, it's always now. He's been doing it since first year." Harry grabbed Pettigrew's arm and hauled him up. Pettigrew's feet slid on the stone. He tried to pull back, whimpering. "Please," Pettigrew said. "Please, Harry. Please, you don't understand." Harry leaned in close. "I understand exactly what you are." Pettigrew's eyes flicked to the blood on Harry's hand. He licked his lips. Then he tried to run. It was pathetic. He stumbled, legs weak, desperation making him clumsy. Harry didn't chase like a child. He flicked his wand, and the stone under Pettigrew's feet softened like mud. Pettigrew fell hard, face smacking the floor. Teeth clicked. He screamed. Hermione flinched. Ron looked like he might throw up. Harry walked over, calm, and pressed his wand to Pettigrew's spine. "Move again," Harry said. "And I break your legs." Pettigrew sobbed. "Please," Ron whispered. "Harry." Harry didn't look at him. "Don't." Hermione stepped closer, voice shaky but determined. "Harry, we should not break his legs." Harry finally glanced at her. Noted. Hermione's jaw tightened. "That is not an apology," Harry said. "You want an apology. I want him not to vanish." Ron swallowed. "Harry, what is this? Why him? Why my rat?" Harry's voice turned flat again. "He betrayed my parents." He framed serious. "He hid with you because you were useful." Ron's eyes filled fast, like he hated himself for it. "I didn't know." "I know." Ron's voice cracked. "Then stop looking at me like I did it." Harry's throat tightened. He didn't answer because he didn't have one that wouldn't turn into something ugly. He yanked Pettigrew up again. "We're going." Hermione grabbed her bag, hands shaking. "Where?" Harry said. "Headmaster's office." Ron blurted. "Are you out of your mind? He'll expel us." Harry looked at him. "He can try." Ron stared, breathing hard, and then said, "Quieter. You're scary." Harry didn't blink. "Good." They moved fast. Hermione walked on Harry's left, keeping close like she was afraid he'd fall apart if she let go. Ron walked on the right, eyes wild, still processing that his rat had been a grown man sleeping under his chin. Pettigrew stumbled between them, bound by a simple rope Hermione conjured with trembling hands. "You did conjuration," Ron muttered. Hermione snapped, "It's not conjuration, it's transfiguration, and stop talking like that." Ron's mouth opened, then shut. "Sorry." Hermione looked surprised by the apology, like she didn't trust it. Harry kept moving. He could feel the oculus in his pocket pulsing like a second heartbeat. It did that when time got strained. When the timeline noticed, he ignored it. McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, tartan robes swishing, eyes sharp. "What in Merlin's name?" Harry stopped without hesitation. "Professor, I need the headmaster." McGonagall's gaze snapped to Pettigrew, then to the rope, then to Harry's bleeding hand. "Explain," Hermione blurted. "Professor, Ron's rat was an animagus, and it turned into a man, and we think it's Peter Pettigrew." Ron said weakly, "It was my rat." McGonagall's face went still. "Peter Pettigrew is dead," Harry said. "He isn't." McGonagall stared at Pettigrew. Pettigrew tried to shrink, as if he could become small enough to disappear. McGonagall's voice turned dangerously calm. "Bring him." She marched ahead, fast enough that the students had to jog to keep up. Her lips were pressed tight like she was holding in rage. Harry's hand throbbed. Blood kept slipping down his finger. He didn't care. They reached the gargoyle statue. McGonagall said the password without looking at them. The gargoyle leapt aside. The spiral staircase moved, lifting them into Dumbledore's office. Harry stepped off first. The office smelled like lemon and old paper. The portraits watched, eyes tracking. Fawkes sat on his perch, feathers glowing faintly in the dim. Dumbledore stood by his desk as if he had been waiting, which meant he had been. His blue eyes flicked to the bound man, then to Harry, then to Hermione and Ron behind him. He didn't look surprised. He looked tired. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly, "what have you brought me?" Harry dragged Pettigrew forward and shoved him down. Pettigrew hit the carpet on his knees. Harry let the rope go and said, "A rat." Ron made a strangled sound behind him, half laugh, half horror. Hermione whispered, "Harry." Dumbledore's gaze moved to Pettigrew's face. For the first time, something sharp flashed behind Dumbledore's calm. "Recognition." "Peter," Dumbledore said. Pettigrew burst into tears. "Professor, please, please, I can explain." Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle, which made it worse. "You have had 12 years to explain." McGonagall's hands shook with fury. "Albus, he was in the castle." Dumbledore nodded once, still looking at Pettigrew. "Yes." Harry felt his pulse in his bitten hand. He held his shoulders steady. This was the moment. Dumbledore's eyes lifted to Harry. "How did you find him?" Harry said. "I watched." Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. "That is not an answer." Harry kept his face blank. "It is the truth." Hermione shifted behind Harry, uneasy. Ron was breathing too loud. Dumbledore stepped closer. The air felt heavier with each step, like the room was filling with pressure. Dumbledore stopped in front of Harry. "Harry, my boy, you have been ahead of events since the day you arrived." Harry didn't respond. Dumbledore continued, "You knew about the troll. You knew how to reach the stone. You knew which choices would place you where you needed to be." Ron made a quiet, angry noise. "He did." Hermione shot Ron a look. "Not now." Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "Now you bring me Peter Pettigrew before the Ministry even suspects he is alive. It suggests foresight." Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted like metal. Dumbledore said, "It suggests prophecy, or dark magic, or something I have not seen before." Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. Dumbledore's voice dropped. "Tell me." Harry met his eyes. "No." McGonagall inhaled sharply. "Mr. Potter." Harry didn't look at her. He kept his eyes on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze held steady. "You do not trust me." Harry's voice came out flat. "Not enough." Silence settled. Even the portraits seemed to lean in. Dumbledore nodded slowly. like he was accepting something he didn't want. Then I will ask differently. Are you in danger? Harry almost laughed. Almost, he said. Everyone is. Dumbledore's eyes tightened. Harry felt the Oculus pulse again in his pocket. Colder, sharper, like a warning. He pushed his mind down into the walls he had built. He pictured a locked door. He pictured it in his head the way he pictured cupboard doors at Privet Drive. Shut, bolted, no cracks. Occlumency was not meant for a child. Harry was not a normal child. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, and Harry felt a soft brush against his mind. A test. A probe. Harry's stomach clenched. He held the door shut. Dumbledore's eyes widened a fraction. You are shielding. Harry didn't speak. Dumbledore's voice turned quieter. Who taught you? Harry lied smoothly. Books. Hermione sucked in a breath like she wanted to argue, then stopped herself. She knew better than to expose him here. Ron blurted. He can do that. He can do all that. He's not normal. Hermione snapped. Ron. Stop saying that. Ron's face twisted. It's true. Harry's voice cut in low. Stop talking about me like I'm not here. Ron flinched and shut up. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. Then he turned away, which was its own kind of concession. Minerva, Dumbledore said, voice controlled. We will take Mr. Pettigrew to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement immediately. Madam Bones must be informed. McGonagall nodded, still furious. Pettigrew babbled. Please, Professor. I can help. I can tell you where he is. I can tell you everything. Dumbledore's voice went colder without becoming loud. You will tell the truth, Peter. For once, Harry's chest loosened by a fraction. Then Dumbledore looked at him again. Harry will come. McGonagall blinked. Albus, he is a child, Dumbledore said. He is the one who brought us this. I want him there. Harry didn't like the way that sounded. Like a piece on a board. Harry said, I was going anyway. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Of course you were. The next hour moved like a blur. They didn't take Floo from the office. Dumbledore didn't like being seen moving too quickly when he wanted control of the narrative. Harry noticed things like that now. He hated that he noticed. They ended up in a ministry fireplace with soot in their hair and Pettigrew gagging on the floor as Aurors yanked him upright. The ministry was bright and ugly, white floors and gold trim. All polished surfaces pretending there wasn't rot under them. The air smelled like ink and sweat. A clerk stared, eyes wide. Headmaster, Dumbledore's voice stayed smooth. Please inform Madame Amelia Bones that I require her immediate presence. The clerk scrambled away. Ron and Hermione had been left at Hogwarts. McGonagall had insisted, and Dumbledore had allowed it. A rare mercy. Harry was alone with adults now, which meant no one softened words. Aurors shoved Pettigrew forward. Pettigrew's bare feet slid on the floor. He kept whimpering. Harry walked behind him. Hands steady. Bite wound wrapped in a quick bandage McGonagall had forced on him before they left. It was already soaked through with red. An Auror glanced down at it. You all right, kid? Harry looked up. I'm fine, the Auror grimaced. That's what kids say when they're not fine. Harry didn't answer. They were led into a room with a heavy door and a table bolted to the floor. 2 chairs. A third chair for authority. Amelia Bones entered a minute later. She was tall, solid, hair pulled back, eyes sharp enough to cut. She took one look at Pettigrew and didn't bother hiding her disgust. Albus, she said. Explain. Dumbledore gestured to Harry. Harry discovered him. Amelia's gaze snapped to Harry. You. Harry didn't flinch. Yes. Amelia's eyes narrowed. How? Harry said. I watched him. Amelia stared. You're being vague. Harry shrugged once. I'm being accurate. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry like a warning. Harry ignored it. Amelia turned back to Pettigrew. Put him in the chair. Aurors forced Pettigrew down. He sobbed, shoulders shaking. Please, Madam Bones. I didn't want to. He made me. I was scared. Amelia said. Shut up. Pettigrew choked off. Amelia leaned in. Peter Pettigrew. You are accused of betraying James and Lily Potter, of framing Sirius Black, and of aiding Voldemort. You will answer truthfully. Pettigrew's eyes darted to Dumbledore, desperate. Professor. Dumbledore's face was unreadable. Amelia said, Veritaserum. An Auror held Pettigrew's head back. Another tilted a vial to his lips. Pettigrew gagged, tried to spit. The Auror forced his jaw shut until he swallowed. Amelia sat across from him, posture calm. Harry stood by the wall, arms crossed, feeling like the room was too warm. Amelia's voice cut clean. State your name. Pettigrew's eyes went glassy. Peter Pettigrew. Amelia nodded once. Did you betray the Potters? Pettigrew whispered. Yes. Harry felt his lungs lock. It was one thing to know it, another to hear it said out loud like that. Amelia's voice sharpened. Did you give their location to Voldemort? Pettigrew's mouth trembled. Yes. Dumbledore's hand tightened on his sleeve. Not a flinch. Not grief. A controlled response. Amelia said, Did you frame Sirius Black? Pettigrew's eyes drifted. Yes. Amelia's jaw clenched. Why? Pettigrew's voice went small. I wanted to live. Harry's fingers curled until his nails bit his palm. Amelia stared at him like she hated him. Where is Sirius Black? Pettigrew's mouth opened. Then the room went quiet in a different way. Like the air was holding its breath. A door opened behind them, and the world shifted. Harry turned. Sirius Black stood in the doorway, wrists bound, hair wild, eyes sunken. He looked like a man who had been kept in a cage and forgotten. His gaze snagged on Harry like it was the only real thing in the room. For a second, Sirius didn't move. Then his breath hitched, and he said, Ruff, Harry. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice steady. Hello. Sirius blinked. It looked like the calm hit him harder than shouting would have. Amelia snapped. Bring him in. Aurors guided Sirius forward. Sirius didn't fight. He didn't look at anyone but Harry. Dumbledore stepped between them a fraction. Subtle. A barrier. Harry's gaze went cold. He didn't move. Sirius stopped when he was close enough to see Harry's face clearly. His eyes flicked over Harry's robes, the Slytherin crest, the bandage on his hand. Sirius's voice cracked. What did they do to you? Harry said. Nothing I couldn't handle. Sirius flinched. Like that sentence was wrong in a child's mouth. Amelia's voice cut in, impatient. Sirius Black, you are accused of murdering Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. Sirius barked a laugh that wasn't funny. Bit hard to murder a man who's sitting right there, isn't it? Amelia's gaze snapped to Pettigrew. It is. She leaned forward again. Peter Pettigrew. Did Sirius Black commit those murders? Pettigrew's eyes rolled. No. Amelia's voice was ice. Did you? Pettigrew whispered. Yes. Sirius made a sound that was half sob, half growl. Harry watched his hands clench, watched his shoulders shake with rage and something broken under it. Amelia sat back, expression grim. Then we have a problem, Dumbledore said quietly. A solvable one. Amelia's eyes narrowed. Not with Fudge breathing down my neck and half the Wisengamot calling this a stunt. Sirius's eyes snapped to Dumbledore. Oh, you'll handle it, will you? Like you handled everything else. Dumbledore didn't react. Sirius. Sirius laughed again, harsher. Don't say my name like you care. Harry's pulse spiked. He had seen this argument in glimpses before, in half-visions where words cut like knives. He didn't want it here. Harry stepped forward, voice sharp. Stop. Everyone turned. Harry looked at Sirius. I didn't do this for you to start fights with him in front of them. Sirius blinked. Then his mouth twisted. You sound like James. Harry's voice went flat. No, I don't. Sirius stared at him like he didn't know what to say. Amelia cleared her throat, voice blunt. This testimony clears Sirius Black. I will file immediate papers for release. Minister Fudge will protest. He will lose. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you, Amelia. Amelia's gaze slid back to Harry, measured. How did you know? Harry held her stare. Because he looked wrong. Because I pay attention. Amelia's eyes narrowed slightly, like she didn't believe him, but she respected something anyway. You should not have had to pay attention to this. Harry didn't answer. He didn't want sympathy from the ministry. Sirius's voice came out rough. Harry. Harry turned to him. Sirius swallowed. Can I? He stopped. He looked lost, like he'd forgotten how to ask for anything. Harry's chest tightened again. He hated that. He hated feeling anything when it made him slower. Sirius said, quieter. Can I talk to you? Alone. Dumbledore shifted, about to step in. Harry said, yes. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Harry. Harry didn't look away. You wanted me here. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, slow. Very well. An aura led Sirius and Harry into a smaller room down the hall. The door shut behind them. It smelled like old parchment and stale air. A single chair. A desk. No windows. Sirius stood in the center like he didn't know where to put himself. He looked at Harry like he was trying to match the boy in front of him to the baby he'd held once. Harry stood by the door, shoulders squared. Sirius's voice broke the silence. You're real. Harry's voice stayed calm. I'm here. Sirius let out a shaky breath. I thought I'd die in there. Harry didn't soften. You almost did. Sirius stared. You're angry. Harry shrugged. I don't have time to be angry. Sirius flinched again. You're 13, Harry said. I know. Sirius rubbed his face with both hands, dragging fingers through his hair. Merlin. Merlin, this is... He laughed once, then stopped when it turned into a cough. They told me you were with the Dursleys. They told me you were safe. Harry's voice went colder. I wasn't safe. Sirius's eyes went red. I should have. Harry cut in. You didn't. It's done. Sirius looked like he wanted to argue, but the words died in his throat. He swallowed and tried something else. You got me out, Harry said. Yes. Sirius's mouth trembled. Thank you. Harry nodded once. You're welcome. Sirius's eyes searched Harry's face. You're not like I imagined. Harry almost smiled. Almost. He said. You imagined my dad. Sirius winced. I did, yeah. I did. I thought I'd get James back for a second. Harry's voice went flat. You won't. Sirius stared at him, eyes bright with tears he didn't let fall. Right. That's fair. That's on me. Harry's fingers tightened on the doorknob. He hated being trapped in rooms. He hated the way this felt like a cupboard, like a locked space where adults said things and expected a child to make them feel better. Sirius stepped closer, careful. Harry. I'm sorry. Harry blinked. For what? For all of it? Sirius said, voice rough. For being stupid. For not going straight to you. For trusting Peter. For ending up in Azkaban and leaving you alone. Harry's throat tightened. He forced his voice steady. You didn't choose the Dursleys. Sirius's eyes flared. No. But I chose to chase Peter like an idiot instead of taking you. Harry said. You were grieving. Sirius stared. Listen to you. Harry didn't look away. I've had practice. Sirius's face crumpled. Grief and anger twisting together. They made you grow up. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't fix that with words. Sirius swallowed hard and said the thing Harry had been waiting for, even if he pretended he hadn't. You can come with me, Sirius said. If you want. I'm free now. I can take you. I can get you out of there. Out of Hogwarts too if you want. We can go anywhere. I can be your guardian. Harry's pulse jumped. Not because he didn't want it. Because he did. And wanting things was dangerous. Harry's voice came out quiet. Dumbledore won't like that. Sirius's eyes flashed. I don't care what he likes. Harry watched him for a second. The rage was real. The protectiveness was real. So was the instability under it. Sirius had been torn apart and stitched back wrong. Harry said, I don't want to be a tug-of-war rope. Sirius's mouth tightened. You're not. You're a kid. Harry's gaze hardened. Don't. Sirius stopped, then nodded, slow. All right. You're not a kid. Not in your head. But you should have been. Harry swallowed. He could feel the oculus again, cold in his pocket like it was listening. Harry said, I want out from under him. Sirius stared. Under who? Harry didn't bother pretending. Dumbledore. Sirius's face went sharp. What did he do? Harry's voice stayed controlled. He plans. He moves people. He thinks he knows best. Sirius's jaw clenched. And you don't trust him, Harry said. No. Sirius stepped closer, voice low. Then come with me. We'll do it legally. Bones will help. I'm not going to steal you. I'm going to fight for you. Harry's chest tightened hard enough it hurt. He nodded once. Okay. Sirius sucked in a breath like he hadn't expected that. Like he'd prepared himself for rejection. He reached out, hesitated, then gently put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry didn't pull away. Sirius's hand shook. His voice cracked. You're coming home. Harry's voice was quiet. I don't know what home is. Sirius swallowed. We'll figure it out. Harry's throat burned. He didn't let it show. A knock hit the door. Sirius stepped back fast, wiping his face with his sleeve like a teenager caught crying. The door opened and Dumbledore entered, calm as ever. His eyes flicked to Sirius, then to Harry. He saw everything anyway. Dumbledore said, I am glad you have spoken. Sirius's voice came out sharp. I'm taking him. Dumbledore didn't blink. That will require process. Sirius barked a laugh. Oh really? Process. You love that word. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. Yes, I do. It protects children from impulsive adults. Sirius stepped forward, fists clenched. Impulsive. I survived 12 years in Azkaban. Dumbledore's voice stayed soft. And it broke you. Sirius went still. Harry felt the tension spike like a wire pulled tight. He could almost hear it. Harry cut in, voice flat. I'm going. Dumbledore's gaze snapped to him. Harry. Harry didn't move. I'm going with him. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You are a student, Harry said. I am not your possession. Silence hit. Sirius looked at Harry like he wanted to cheer and cry at the same time. Dumbledore's face didn't change much. But Harry saw the flicker of something behind the calm. Then Dumbledore said, Very well. Sirius blinked. That's it. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. With conditions. Harry's jaw tightened. Of course. Dumbledore continued. You will remain enrolled at Hogwarts. You will return for terms. Sirius will be your guardian in name and in law, assuming Madame Bones approves. I will not fight that. But I will not allow you to vanish into the world without oversight. Sirius snarled. Oversight. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. You are not stable, Sirius. That is not an insult. That is fact. Sirius looked like he might lunge. Harry stepped closer to Sirius, not touching, just present. It's fine, Harry said quietly. I'm not disappearing. Sirius's eyes flicked to him. You shouldn't have to bargain for this. Harry's voice stayed calm. I bargain for everything. Dumbledore watched that exchange like it meant something he didn't want it to. Dumbledore said, Harry, there is still the matter of how you found Peter Pettigrew. Harry felt the cold in his pocket spike. He kept his face blank. I already answered. Dumbledore's gaze turned sharp. Not fully. Harry's voice went flatter. You don't get fully. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then Dumbledore said quietly, One day, your secrets will cost you. Harry didn't blink. They already have. Dumbledore's eyes softened, and that was almost worse. Then do not add more weight than you can carry. Harry said, I don't have a choice. Dumbledore's voice was soft. You always have a choice. Harry wanted to laugh. He wanted to scream. He didn't do either. He said, We're done here. Sirius's mouth twitched. A small, proud thing. Yeah, we're done. Dumbledore stepped aside, allowing them out first. Harry walked past him without looking up. He could feel Dumbledore's gaze on the back of his head. Like pressure. He hated that it still affected him. They returned to Hogwarts late that night through flu again. Soot in their hair, exhaustion sitting in Harry's bones like lead. Sirius had been given temporary quarters at the castle, guarded but not imprisoned, because Hogwarts still didn't know what to do with a free Sirius Black. Staff watched him like he might explode. Sirius kept close to Harry anyway. When they reached the corridor outside the Slytherin common room, Sirius stopped. He looked at the stone wall like it might bite. Harry said, You can't come in. Sirius nodded slowly. Right? Snake Den. Harry's eyes flicked up. Don't start. Sirius's mouth twitched. Sorry. Habit. Harry hesitated, then said, It's fine. Sirius leaned closer, voice low. You okay? Harry almost said yes. Instead he said, I'm tired. Sirius nodded like he understood that meant more. Get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow. Harry turned to leave. Sirius called softly. Harry. Harry paused. Sirius's voice cracked. I'm here now. All right. I'm here. Harry didn't turn around. He just nodded once. Then he stepped into the common room and walked straight toward the stairs. The green light of the lake filtered through the windows, casting shifting shadows on the floor. The room smelled like damp stone and old smoke. Daphne was waiting near the fireplace, not lounging, not posing, just standing, hands clasped, eyes fixed on the entrance. When Harry walked in, her gaze snapped to him, sharp and worried. She didn't speak until he was close. Then she said quietly, "You're covered in soot." Harry blinked. "So are you. You weren't in the flu." Daphne's mouth tightened. "I meant your hair. It looks like you lost a fight with a chimney." Harry almost smiled. "It was a fair fight." Daphne's eyes flicked to his bandaged hand. "What happened?" Harry said. "A rat bit me." Daphne stared. "That's the stupidest sentence I've heard all week." Harry's voice went flat. "It was also the most important rat in Britain." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Harry." Harry exhaled. "I caught Pettigrew." Daphne went still. Then, quietly, "You're serious?" Harry nodded once. Daphne's throat moved as she swallowed. "And you're alive?" Harry said. "Barely." Daphne stepped closer, voice lower. "Where did you go?" Harry hesitated. Daphne watched him with that steady look she had. The one that didn't push, didn't demand, but didn't let him lie easily either. Harry said, "Ministry, Dumbledore, Bones, Sirius." Daphne's eyes widened. "Sirius is free." Harry nodded. Daphne let out a breath that shook. "You just changed everything." Harry's pocket pulsed cold. He felt it then, like a knife sliding under ribs. The Oculus wasn't pleased. The timeline wasn't pleased. Harry's stomach lurched. The room tilted. He grabbed the back of a chair to steady himself. Daphne's hand shot out and caught his elbow. "Harry," he tried to pull away. "I'm fine." Daphne snapped. "Stop saying that." Harry opened his mouth to argue, and then the pain hit fully. It wasn't like a normal headache. It was like something inside him twisted the wrong way. Like time itself had grabbed him by the spine and yanked. Harry's knees buckled. Daphne held him, stronger than she looked. "Harry, sit down. Sit down." Harry stumbled into the chair. His vision flickered. The common room sounds went distant. The fire crackled too loud. The lake light bent wrong. He swallowed hard. "It's nothing." Daphne's voice was tight. "You're shaking." Harry looked down and saw his hands. They were shaking. Fine tremors, like he was freezing. His mouth tasted like copper. Then blood dripped from his nose onto the bandage. Daphne swore under her breath. Not loud, just shocked. "Oh, no, no, no." Harry wiped it with his sleeve. It smeared dark. Daphne crouched in front of him, eyes wide but focused. "What is that?" Harry tried to speak and gagged. A wave of nausea hit. Harry leaned forward and retched onto the floor, sharp and ugly. Daphne flinched, then immediately grabbed a napkin from the nearest table and shoved it toward him. "Here, here." Harry wiped his mouth, breathing hard. The room spun. He tried to stand. Daphne pushed him back down, firm. "No." Harry's voice came out rough. "I have to." Daphne's eyes flashed. "No, you don't. You have to breathe." Harry's chest heaved. Sweat broke out on his forehead. The Oculus pulsed in his pocket like it was alive. Daphne's gaze dropped to it, then back to him. Her voice went quiet. "That thing is doing this to you." Harry didn't answer. Daphne leaned closer, eyes steady. "Harry." Harry swallowed again. His throat hurt. His vision flickered. He said low, "It's not supposed to." Daphne's mouth tightened. "That's not an answer." Harry's voice went strained. "Time doesn't like being pushed." Daphne stared at him like she was seeing the edges of something she hadn't wanted to believe. "You've been doing something, haven't you?" Harry tried to hold the wall in his head, the locked door. But his body was failing, and when his body failed, his mind got sloppy. Daphne's voice softened, but not in a pity way. In a real way. "I'm not going to tell anyone." Harry looked at her, breathing hard. "You shouldn't be involved." Daphne's eyes flashed again. "Too late." Harry swallowed, throat burning. It's dangerous, Daphne said. So is leaving you like this. Harry's pocket pulsed cold, like a demand. He closed his eyes. Then he pulled the Oculus Tempest out and held it in his palm. The gold looked wrong in the green light. Too old. Too heavy. The sand inside moved in a way sand shouldn't. Daphne stared at it, breath caught. That's... Harry's voice was hoarse. Yes, Daphne's fingers hovered, not touching. Is that what I think it is? Harry nodded once. It's why I knew. Daphne's eyes flicked to his face. Since when? Harry didn't want to say it. Daphne waited. Harry said quietly, before Hogwarts. Daphne went still. You've been alone with this. Harry's throat tightened. He hated that sentence. Felt too close to comfort. He forced his voice flat. It was necessary. Daphne's eyes stayed locked on his. And it's killing you. Harry tried to laugh and it came out like a breath. Not yet. Daphne's jaw clenched. Harry, he looked away. Daphne's voice dropped. Show me. Harry's gaze snapped back. What? Daphne said. Show me how to help. Harry swallowed. His hands shook around the device. He said, You can't. Daphne's voice sharpened. Try me. Harry stared at her. And for a second he saw the future in her eyes. Not the visions the Oculus gave. Something simpler. Person choosing to stay. Harry hated how much he wanted that. He said quietly, When it hits, I need someone to keep me in the present. I need. His voice broke for half a second. He forced it steady. I need you to talk. Normal talk. Tell me something stupid. Anchor me. Daphne stared at him like he'd handed her a weapon. Then she nodded. Okay. Harry's vision flickered again. His stomach clenched. Daphne moved closer, careful, and put her hand over his warm skin against cold metal. Not grabbing, just holding. Harry's breath hitched. Daphne's voice went soft. You're freezing. Harry swallowed. It's the device, Daphne said. I hate it. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Me too. Daphne's hand tightened. Listen to me. You are here. You're in the common room. Your chair is hard. The fire is loud. The lake light is making you look ill, which I'm sure you'll pretend is fashionable. Harry let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh. Daphne leaned closer, voice lower. And you did it. You freed Sirius. You caught Pettigrew. Harry swallowed, eyes stinging. I changed it. Daphne nodded. Yes. Harry's voice went rough. And time is angry. Daphne's eyes stayed steady. Then let it be angry. It can stand in line. Harry looked at her, chest tight. Daphne's voice softened further. Harry, he blinked. What? Daphne hesitated, then said it anyway. You don't have to do it alone. Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. He hated it. He hated how easy it would be to fall into that. To trust. He whispered, You don't know what it's like. Daphne's eyes flicked to the blood on his sleeve, the tremor in his hands, the exhausted set of his shoulders. I know enough. Harry's breath shook. Daphne leaned in, slow, giving him time to move away. Harry didn't. Her lips brushed his. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a grand gesture. It was quick, warm, real. A soft press like a promise made quietly. Harry froze for half a second. Then his hand tightened on hers, just once. Daphne pulled back, cheeks flushed, eyes searching his face like she was checking if she'd made it worse. Harry's voice came out rough. That was, Daphne blurted. If you say strategic, I'm going to hex you. Harry stared at her. Then he let out a breath that sounded almost like relief. Not strategic. Daphne's mouth twitched. Good. Harry swallowed. His pulse was still racing, but the room had stopped spinning. The Oculus in his palm felt a little less like a blade. Daphne's hand stayed over his. See. Present. Harry nodded, slow. Then the Oculus pulsed again. Hard. Harry's stomach dropped. His vision flashed white. A sound filled his head, distant and sharp, like laughter through a wall. A woman's laugh. Not Daphne's. Not anyone here. Harry sucked in a breath, eyes wide. Daphne's voice snapped into focus. Alarmed. Harry. Harry, what is it? Harry's mouth opened, but no words came. The Oculus sand spun. He saw iron bars. Cold stone. A corridor full of screaming. Then a face, pale and wild, eyes bright with hunger. Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. Daphne gripped his hand harder. Harry, look at me. Harry forced his eyes to her, breathing hard. He whispered, "It's correcting." Daphne's face went pale. "What's correcting?" Harry swallowed, voice barely there. "Azkaban." The fire crackled. The lake light shifted. The oculus pulsed in his palm like a warning bell. Daphne's voice shook, but she didn't let go. "Tell me what you saw." Harry's throat tightened as the laugh echoed again in his skull. Sharper now, like it was closer than it should be. He whispered, "She's getting out." The goblet spat fire like it was annoyed at everyone for being alive. Harry watched the blue flame curl up, then snap back down, and he already knew what the parchment would feel like in Dumbledore's fingers. Dry, hot at the edge, like it had been waiting. The Great Hall was loud in that special way it got when people were trying to pretend they were being polite. Beauxbatons girls whispering behind gloved hands. Durmstrang boys laughing too hard. Hogwarts students craning their necks so far Harry thought someone might actually dislocate something. Dumbledore stood by the goblet, calm as ever. Hands folded like this was a nice little school tradition and not a ritual designed to get teenagers mauled. The fire flared. A strip of parchment shot out. Dumbledore caught it without looking surprised. His eyes flicked over the name, then he said it in that voice that carried without shouting. "Fleur Delacour." Beauxbatons erupted. Madame Maxime gave Fleur a proud nod, and Fleur walked up like she owned the room and everyone in it. Harry watched how she moved, how she kept her smile just on the safe side of smug. Smart. The fire flared again. "Victor Crumb." Durmstrang roared like a pub. Karkaroff clapped Victor on the back. Too hard. Too pleased. Victor looked like he wanted to sink into the floor and also like he could break the floor if he tried. Again. "Cedric Diggory." Hufflepuff went mad. Cedric looked startled. Then he stood, grinning, and his friends smacked his shoulders as he made his way up. He caught Harry's eye for half a second, and there was no jealousy there. Just curiosity. The goblet went quiet. That was the part that always set people off. Like it was thinking. Then it spat again, harder this time. Flame snapping out like a whip. Dumbledore caught the parchment. Harry saw the moment the room shifted. It was small, like a single breath being held by hundreds of people at once. Dumbledore's eyes lifted. They landed on Harry. "Harry Potter!" Someone screamed. It might have been a first year. It might have been a professor. Harry did not care enough to check. He stayed seated. He felt Daphne's fingers tighten around his wrist under the table. Subtle but firm. Her nails pressed through his sleeve like a reminder that he was still here, in this year, in this body. Across the hall, Ron Weasley half stood, face red, like he wanted to shout first and think later. Hermione's eyes went wide, then sharp, like she was already mentally rewriting every rule she had ever read. Draco Malfoy did not laugh. That was what gave it away to Harry, more than the screaming. Draco stared, jaw tight, like he had just realized the world did not care about his family name. Harry pushed his chair back and stood. He heard whispers break into full sentences as he walked down the aisle. "He cheated. Of course he did. Slytherin." Someone hissed like it explained everything. Harry kept his face blank. His scar did not burn, which was almost funny. Of course it would not. The trap was not in the hall. The trap was in the plan. He reached the staff table. Dumbledore leaned down slightly. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said softly, like they were about to discuss homework. "Come with me." Harry nodded once. He could feel the stare of every student on his back as he walked through the side door, and he did not look back. The champion's room smelled like old stone and nervous sweat. Bagman was practically vibrating with excitement. Barty Crouch looked like he would rather eat glass than be here. Madame Maxime took up half the space just by standing. Karkaroff's eyes kept sliding around like he was searching for an exit. Moody stood in the corner, one eye fixed on Harry, the other doing its own thing. The eye that moved on its own stopped on Harry's left hand, where the faintest tremor still lived from the last time he had pushed the oculus too far. Harry kept his fingers still. Dumbledore closed the door. The click sounded louder than it should have. "Harry!" Bagman burst out, too cheerful. This is thrilling, absolutely thrilling. The youngest champion in history and all that. We have not had a surprise like this in ages. I'm honored, Harry said flatly. Moody snorted. He's lying. Bagman blinked at him, then laughed like it was a joke. Ha, right. Teenagers. Crouch's voice cut through it, crisp and cold. The binding magical contract is clear. If the goblet selected Mr. Potter, he must compete. Even if someone put his name in. Hermione's voice snapped from Harry's memory, but she was not here. Harry stayed silent. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's. Did you enter your name, Harry? Harry looked back. He let nothing move on his face. No, Headmaster. Moody's wooden leg thumped once as he shifted. Didn't think so. Karkaroff's lip curled. Of course he would deny it. Funny, Moody said, voice rough. I don't see you volunteering to take his place. Madame Maxime's smile was thin. This is not a game. It is literally a game, Bagman said, then seemed to realize how bad that sounded. I mean, yes, it's dangerous, but that's the tradition, yes, you understand. Dumbledore's fingers tapped once against the back of his chair. Mr. Potter will compete. We will increase his protections. Harry almost laughed. Increase. As if a stronger net made it less disturbing to throw someone into a pit. Crouch turned to Harry. You will abide by the rules. Harry met his eyes. I always do. Moody's magical eye flicked again, slow and deliberate, like it was measuring the distance between Harry's words and whatever truth Moody thought lived underneath. Dumbledore spoke again, softer. I will contact your guardian. Already did, Moody said, like he had been waiting to say it. Dumbledore's head turned. Alastair, Moody shrugged. Boy's got a godfather now. Someone should remember that. The fireplace flared. Sirius Black stepped out like he had been dragged through the flu and then decided to make it everyone else's problem. His hair was tied back, messy, and his eyes were sharp in a way they had not been in the hearing. Not the wild Azkaban sharp, the protective kind. He looked at Harry first. You all right? Harry nodded. Fine. Sirius's mouth twitched like he knew Harry was being difficult on purpose. Then he turned to Dumbledore, and the temperature in the room changed. What the hell is this? Sirius said, voice low and dangerous. He's 14. Bagman lifted his hands. Now, it's not quite like that, Sirius. It's an honor, a chance for glory, and the prize money is substantial, and honestly it's a lovely spectacle. Sirius's stare could have peeled paint. Spectacle. Dumbledore's expression was calm, but Harry caught the tension in his shoulders. Sirius, the contract is binding. The goblet chose him. And why did it choose him? Sirius shot back. Because someone made it. No one answered. Even Bagman looked uncomfortable. Moody's eye whirred and stopped on Sirius. You know it's a trap. Yes, Sirius said. That's the point. It's a trap with my kid in it. Harry did not correct the phrase. He let it sit in the room heavy. Sirius meant it, even if he did not know how to act like it without turning everything into a fight. Dumbledore's voice softened. We will keep him safe. Sirius laughed once, bitter. You said that before. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Harry watched Dumbledore's eyes, the old man measuring words like he always did. Not lying, not exactly, just choosing which truth to hold back. Dumbledore looked back at Harry. You will need to prepare. Harry's stomach rolled, not from fear, but from the familiar sense of inevitability. He had seen this. Not this exact room, not these exact faces, but the shape of it. Right on schedule, Harry said. Bagman blinked. Sirius's gaze snapped back to him. Daphne was not here, and Harry felt the lack like a missing thread. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. What did you say? Harry kept his voice even. I said I understand. Moody's mouth twitched, like he almost smiled. Good. Then you'll live. Sirius leaned closer to Harry as the adults started talking over each other again. We're having a conversation later, he muttered. A real one. No dodging. Harry looked at him. You'll try. Sirius's grin flashed, quick and almost normal. Yeah, I will. Later that night, the Slytherin common room felt like a war council pretending to be a lounge. The lake pressed against the windows, dark and slow, and the green light from the ceiling made everyone look a bit sick. Students clustered in knots, whispering, pointing at Harry like he was a new kind of creature. Daphne stood beside him near the fireplace. Tracy Davis was nearby, arms crossed, watching everyone like she was filing their reactions away. Theodore Knott sat in an armchair, quiet, eyes half-lidded, listening. Draco Malfoy approached with Crabbe and Goyle behind him, but he did not have his usual swagger. His gaze kept flicking to the other students, like he was scared of choosing wrong. "You didn't put your name in," Draco said. It was not a question. Harry did not answer immediately. He watched Draco's face, the tightness at the corners of his mouth. "No," Harry said. Draco exhaled. "Then someone did." "Yes." Draco's jaw worked. "And you're going to win anyway." Daphne's fingers brushed Harry's sleeve, subtle warning, like she wanted him to watch what he said. She knew how quickly Slytherin could turn admiration into suspicion. Harry looked at Draco. "I'm going to survive." Draco swallowed. That was not the same thing, and Draco knew it. Tracy made a soft sound, half scoff, half laugh. "That's grim." Harry glanced at her. "It's accurate." Theodore's eyes lifted. "People will assume you cheated." "Let them," Harry said. Daphne's voice was quiet. "They will use it." Harry looked at her. She was calm, but her eyes were bright, focused. Anchor. That was what she had become without even trying. "I know," Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment, then nodded once. "My father will ask." Harry's throat tightened, not because of fear but because of what it meant. Parents. Politics. The part of her life he had not fully stepped into yet. "We'll manage," Harry said. Daphne's mouth curved. Small. "We always do, apparently." Theodore shifted, leaning forward slightly. "If you die," he said, like he was talking about a weather forecast, "Slytherin will be blamed." Tracy shot him a look. "Thanks for that." He shrugged. "It's true." Harry stared into the fireplace. The flames were green and unnatural, like someone had forced the world into a color it did not want. "I'm not dying," Harry said. Daphne's hand found his again. She squeezed. "Good." Later, when the common room thinned out and most people had gone to bed, Harry and Daphne stayed by the window. The lake pressed close, and the giant squid drifted past like it was eavesdropping. Harry's head ached. It was not a normal headache. It was the dull pressure that came when time had been bent too often, like his skull did not like being in one year for too long. Daphne watched him. "You're doing that thing." Harry's jaw clenched. "What thing?" "Where you pretend you're fine," she said. "And your left hand shakes anyway." Harry forced his fingers still. "It's nothing." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Don't lie to me." "Not about this." Harry looked away. He could feel the oculus in his pocket, heavy and cold, like a piece of winter that had decided to live with him forever. "You saw something," Daphne said softly. "When they called your name. Your face did that." "My face did nothing." "It did," she said, and her tone was annoyingly sure. "Harry, tell me." He hated how much he wanted to. He hated that it felt easier than lying. "I saw the end of this," he said quietly. "Not all of it. Pieces. A graveyard. A cup. Green light." Daphne did not flinch. She took that in like it was a puzzle she could solve if she stared long enough. "And you still walked up," she said. Harry shrugged. "Slow. Walking away doesn't change it." Daphne's voice sharpened. "That's not true." Harry looked at her. "It has been true so far." For a second, Daphne's composure cracked. Not into tears, not into drama. Just into anger. "Then we make it not true," she said. "We don't let it happen the way it happens. We train. We plan. You stop acting like you're alone." Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to say he was not alone. He wanted to say her name like a promise. Instead he said, "You know it costs me." Daphne nodded. "I know. Which is why you don't do it alone." Harry's laugh came out rough. "That doesn't make it cheaper." "No," she said. "But it makes it bearable." Harry stared at her for a long moment. The lake light moved across her face, and she looked older than 14 right then. Like she had decided she was not letting the world take things from her without a fight. "Fine," Harry said. Daphne's brows lifted. "Fine what?" "We train," Harry said. "Together." Daphne's mouth curved. Satisfied. "Good." Harry's hand twitched toward her, then stopped, like he did not know where to put it. Daphne solved that problem by stepping closer and resting her forehead against his for a brief second. It was not dramatic. It was warm and it made his chest ache. "Don't make me regret this," Harry murmured. Daphne's voice was low. "I won't. You might, but I won't." The first training session started the next day, and it started like a punch. Harry and Daphne stood in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, desks shoved to the walls. Dust floated in the air. The windows rattled when the wind hit them. Daphne stood by the door, wand raised, watching the corridor through the crack. Harry stood near the center of the room, cloak folded on a chair, oculus in his pocket, and his spine stiff like he was expecting the room itself to bite. "Go," Daphne said. Harry nodded. He turned the oculus once. The world lurched, not like falling, like stepping off a stair that should have been there and finding air instead. He blinked, and the classroom was the same, but the dust had shifted. The sunlight angle was different. His stomach rolled and then settled. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. "How bad?" "Fine," Harry said automatically. Daphne's stare sharpened. Harry exhaled. "Not fine. Manageable." She nodded once. "Good. Now show me the shield you used in the corridor last week." "The one you pretended was an accident." Harry's mouth twitched. "You noticed." "I notice everything," Daphne said, and it was not arrogance. It was just fact. Harry lifted his wand. Protego. The shield snapped up, clear and tight, and it hummed faintly, like a glass pane under strain. Daphne stepped closer, wand raised. "Hold it." Harry held it. Sweat already started at the back of his neck, not from exertion, but from the way the oculus made his body feel like it was running while standing still. Daphne fired a jinx, sharp and fast. Harry's shield flared, holding. She fired again, then again, each one different. Stinging, tripping, blinding. Harry kept the shield up. His arm burned. His hand trembled. Daphne paused. Her wand lowered slightly. "You're shaking." Harry's jaw clenched. "Keep going." Daphne's gaze flicked to his face. "Harry, keep going," he repeated, harsher. Daphne's expression tightened, but she lifted her wand again. She cast a cutting curse. Not lethal, just enough to test. Harry's shield flared, and the edge of it cracked like thin ice. The curse slipped through and nicked his shoulder. Pain snapped bright and clean. Harry swore under his breath. Daphne stepped forward immediately, hand out. "Hold still." Harry glared. "It's nothing." Daphne's fingers pressed his sleeve back. Blood welled, dark against pale skin. Daphne's voice went flat. "You bleed like a normal person, Potter." Harry stared at her. The phrase was almost funny, and it almost made him feel human. Daphne muttered a healing charm. Precise. The cut closed, leaving a thin line. "You can't brute force this," Daphne said. "You're not a machine." Harry's laugh was humorless. "I keep getting reminded." Daphne's eyes did not soften, not fully, but her tone did. "Then be smart about it. Short bursts. Breaks. You don't push until you pass out. You already did that once." Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered the seizure, the way his muscles had locked, the way time had felt like it was scraping him from the inside. He nodded once. "Fine." Daphne stepped back, retaking her position by the door. "Again. But this time you move. Shields while moving." Harry's mouth tightened. "You're enjoying this." Daphne's smile was quick. "A bit." Harry lifted his wand, and they started again. By the end of the week, Harry's reflexes were sharp enough that even the way the air shifted before a spell felt like a warning. Not because he was gifted, because he had practiced the same second over and over until it finally listened. The oculus made it possible. It also made it hurt. Sometimes Harry would sit in the library with Daphne beside him, both of them pretending to read, while his vision blurred at the edges and his stomach rolled like he was on a ship. Daphne would tap his foot under the table once, a signal. Stop. Harry would hate it, and then he would do it anyway. They did not talk about how close they were getting. They did not name it. They just kept ending up in the same place, shoulder to shoulder, hands brushing, breathing sinking without meaning to. The first task arrived with cold air and screaming. The arena was packed, and the stands shook with stomping feet. Teachers lined the edge, wands ready. Dragons roared from behind the curtain, the sound deep enough to rattle bones. Harry stood in the tent with the other champions, hands calm, face blank. Cedric paced, running a hand through his hair. Fleur stood still, eyes half closed like she was doing maths in her head. Victor stared at the floor like he was trying to hypnotize himself into not caring. Bagman bounced in place. Right, you're all doing splendid. Splendid, remember. Get the egg. That's it, just get the egg. Moody leaned against the tent pole. His magical eye stared at Harry like it could see the future too. Cedric finally looked at Harry. You all right? Harry nodded. You, Cedric swallowed. Not sure. Harry almost said something reassuring. Felt wrong in his mouth. He settled for honesty. Try not to be stupid, Harry said. Cedric blinked, then huffed a laugh. Thanks. Fleur's gaze flicked to Harry. They say you are too young. Harry shrugged. They say a lot. Victor finally lifted his head. You do not look scared. Harry met his eyes. I'm not. Victor's mouth twisted like he did not know whether to respect that or be annoyed by it. The whistle blew. Fleur went first. The tent flap fell back, and the roar of the crowd swallowed her. Cedric's fingers clenched around his wand. Good luck, he said to no one in particular. Harry watched him. Don't die. Cedric's laugh was thin. I'll do my best. Then Cedric was gone. Victor went next, shoulders set like a soldier. And then Bagman's voice chirped, too cheerful. Harry Potter. Harry stepped forward. The cold hit him first. Then the sound. The arena was brighter than he expected. The sun reflected off the stands, off the polished shields of the ministry officials, off the chain links that kept the dragon in place. Hungarian horntail. It was bigger up close. It was ugly in a way that made beauty irrelevant. The scales looked like armor plates. Its eyes were narrow slits of yellow, and they fixed on Harry like he was food. The golden egg sat behind it, nestled near a clutch of decoy eggs. Harry walked in slowly. He could hear the crowd, but it felt far away, muffled by the sound of blood rushing in his ears. The horntail pulled against its chain, muscles bunching. It snarled, and a line of flame leaked between its teeth. Harry stopped. He lifted his wand, but he did not point it like a weapon. He spoke low. Not English, not words meant for human throats. The hiss slipped out of him like it had been waiting. The horntail froze. The chain rattled once, then went still. Every sound in the arena seemed to hiccup. The crowd did not go silent, not fully, but the noise shifted into a different kind of screaming, confused and scared. Harry kept hissing, slow and deliberate. The horntail's eyes narrowed further, tilted its head, just slightly. Harry's scar prickled, not burning, but aware, like something in him was waking up and smiling. He hated that part. He kept speaking anyway. He did not ask the horntail to be kind. He did not beg. He negotiated. He promised it would not be harmed. He promised he would not take its real eggs. He promised he would leave once he had the gold one. The horntail snorted, a blast of hot air that made Harry's hair shift. It shifted its wing, just enough to reveal the egg. Harry moved, fast, not panicked, precise. The horntail snapped, jaws closing where Harry had been a second earlier. Harry twisted, rolled, came up on one knee, wand flicking. The chain anchors in the ground jerked as he transfigured the dirt around them into heavy stone. It would not hold forever, but it bought seconds. The horntail roared, furious, flame bursting out and washing over the stone. Harry's shield snapped up, heat slamming into it like a wave. His arm shook, his teeth clenched, sweat poured down his spine. He dropped the shield the moment the fire stopped, because holding it another second would have cost him. He lunged, grabbed the egg, and ran. The horntail screamed behind him, chains snapping tight, claws tearing the ground. Harry did not look back. He did not need to. He vaulted the barrier and hit the grass on the other side hard, rolling with it. The egg stayed in his arms. The crowd exploded. Harry lay on his back for half a second, staring at the sky, chest heaving. His hand trembled. He forced it still. When he stood, Daphne was in the front row of the Slytherin section, face composed, eyes bright. She did not clap wildly. She just held his gaze, and her mouth curved, small and proud. Harry's chest tightened. He lifted the egg slightly in her direction, a quiet acknowledgement. Daphne nodded once, like it was a promise. The second task came with cold water and quieter fear. The lake was black that morning, the kind of black that made it look like it could swallow light. Harry stood at the edge with the other champions, the crowd bundled in scarves behind them. Dumbledore sat high in his chair, watching everything like he was weighing outcomes. Harry's stomach rolled. The oculus sat in his pocket like a stone. Daphne stood with the Slytherins, close enough that Harry could pick her out even without trying. Bagman shouted the rules. Harry ignored most of it. He already knew. He knew because he had opened the egg and listened, and he had heard the song that turned into a warning. 1 hour. 1 chance. Something taken. In this version of his life it was not Ron down there. It was Daphne. The thought made his throat go tight, in a way he did not like acknowledging. The whistle blew. Harry shoved the gillyweed into his mouth, chewing fast. The taste was disgusting, like weeds and pond scum and something bitter. His lungs seized for a second. His ribs ached. Then gills ripped open along his neck, and he could breathe the cold air and the colder water that came after it. He dove. The lake swallowed him, and the noise above vanished like someone had closed a door. Underwater, the world was green and dim. Plants waved like hands. Fish darted away. Harry's body moved easier than it should have. His feet kicked, his hands cut through the water. The gills fluttered, and air became irrelevant. He pushed deeper, following the faint pull of magic. He saw them hanging there like dolls, tied to the stone statues, hair floating. Gabrielle Delacour, small and pale. Cho Chang, eyes closed. Hermione Granger, face tight even asleep. And Daphne Greengrass. Daphne looked wrong underwater. Not weak, just too still. Harry's chest tightened. A pulse of anger hit him, sharp and hot. Even here, he swam straight to her. The Grindylows came. They were uglier than he remembered, long fingers, sharp teeth. They grabbed at his robes, at his arms, trying to pull him away. Harry drew his wand and cast a cutting charm. Underwater magic was slower, thicker, but it still worked. The charm sliced through weed and through a Grindylow's arm. She shrieked, sound bubbling. Harry grabbed Daphne's rope and slashed it. Her body drifted toward him. He wrapped an arm around her and kicked upward. More Grindylows surged, snapping. One caught his ankle. Pain shot up his leg. Harry twisted and jabbed his wand down, blasting a pulse of magic that knocked it back. He did not waste time finishing it. He did not have time. He reached Hermione next. She was the one Crumb was meant to take. But Crumb was slower than Harry, and Harry's mind was already doing the maths. If Hermione drowned, it changed too much. If Daphne drowned, it broke him in ways he could not afford. Harry swam to Hermione and cut her rope too. He hooked her with his free hand, pulling her along. He surged upward with both girls, his muscles burning. At the surface, he broke through and dragged them into air. Teachers rushed forward. Madame Pomfrey was already there, wand out, face fierce. Daphne coughed hard, water spraying, and her eyes snapped open. For a second, she looked disoriented, and then her gaze locked on Harry. He was kneeling on the wet sand, hands on her shoulders, breathing hard. Daphne's voice came out rough. You're insane. Harry's laugh was breathless. You're welcome. Daphne's fingers grabbed his sleeve tight. You took her too. Harry glanced at Hermione, who was coughing and spluttering nearby, trying to sit up and failing because Pomfrey shoved her back down. Yeah, Harry said. Couldn't leave her. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That was not what I meant. Harry's jaw tightened. Daphne's voice dropped. Quiet. Don't do the martyr thing. Harry stared at her. Water dripped off his hair. His gills itched as they started closing. I didn't, Harry said. Daphne's grip loosened slightly, but she did not let go. Hermione finally managed to sit up. Her hair was plastered to her face, and she looked furious and terrified at the same time. She stared at Harry. You saved me. Harry looked at her. Yes, Hermione's voice snapped. Why? Harry blinked. Because you were drowning. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That's not an answer. Harry's mouth twitched. It is a perfectly good answer. Hermione's expression did something complicated. Not quite gratitude, not quite suspicion. Something in between. Ron's voice carried from the stands, loud and angry. He's showing off. Hermione flinched, then glared up toward where Ron stood. Harry did not look. He already knew what Ron's face would be like. He could picture it. Daphne's hand squeezed his sleeve again. Ignore him, Harry nodded. I am. He was lying a bit. But Daphne did not call him on it this time. The Yule Ball was a different kind of battlefield. Harry hated it more than the dragon. He stood at the top of the marble staircase in dress robes that felt like a costume, watching couples swirl below like a moving painting. Daphne stood beside him. Her dress was green, not the showy kind, just sharp and clean. Her hair was pinned back, and she looked like she had walked out of a pure-blood portrait and decided she was bored of it. Harry's tie was crooked. Daphne fixed it with quick fingers. You look like you're going to hex the orchestra, Daphne murmured. Harry stared at the musicians. They started it. Daphne's mouth curved. Try smiling. People will think you're less likely to kill them. Harry's eyes flicked to her. Will they be wrong? Daphne's laugh was soft, and it cut through the tension in his chest in a way he did not expect. Come on, Daphne said, and she offered her hand. Harry took it. They walked down together. Heads turned. Whispers followed. Harry felt them like cold rain. He did not care. Not much. He cared about the way Daphne's hand fit his, warm and steady, like it had always been meant to be there. They reached the dance floor. Daphne's voice was low. We do one dance, then we disappear. Agreed. Harry nodded. Agreed. The music started. Harry moved with her, not graceful but competent. He had learned enough from watching, enough from repeating seconds until his feet remembered what to do. Daphne's grip was firm. Her eyes stayed on him, not on the crowd. You're thinking again, Daphne said. Harry exhaled. Always. Daphne's mouth tightened. Try thinking about me for 30 seconds. Harry blinked. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Not like that. Just, I don't know. Be present. Harry's throat tightened. That was the hardest thing she could ask. He forced himself to look at her properly. Her eyes were gray and sharp, and there was something softer underneath that she never let people see. Harry's chest ached. You're here, Harry said quietly. Daphne's expression shifted, surprised. Yes, I am. Harry's voice was rough. Thank you. Daphne's fingers tightened on his hand. Don't make it weird. Harry huffed a laugh. Too late. They finished the dance and slipped away before anyone could corner them. They ended up near the refreshment table, Daphne pouring pumpkin juice like it was an act of rebellion. Hermione appeared, arm linked with Victor Crumb. Hermione looked stunning, and Harry hated that Ron was about to ruin it because he always did. Hermione's eyes landed on Harry, then Daphne. Her gaze sharpened. You too, Hermione said. Daphne's voice was polite. Granger. Hermione's eyes narrowed at that. Then she looked at Harry again. So you're competing in a deadly tournament and now you're dating. Harry stared at her. I'm not dating. Daphne choked on her drink. Hermione's brows lifted. You're not. Harry's face stayed blank. No. Daphne recovered quickly, setting her glass down. He means we are not announcing anything. Harry looked at Daphne, mildly annoyed. That is not what I meant. Daphne's smile was sharp. It's what you should mean. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Victor shifted, uncomfortable. Hermione glanced at Victor, then back at Harry, and her tone softened slightly. You saved me in the lake. Harry nodded. Yes. Hermione's voice went quiet. Thank you. Harry blinked. The gratitude in her voice was real. It hit him in a way he did not expect. He nodded once. You're welcome. Hermione's eyes flicked to Daphne. And you're okay with all this? Daphne's expression did not change. With him surviving? Yes. Hermione's lips pressed together. That's not what I asked. Daphne's gaze was steady. I know. Hermione looked like she wanted to push, like she wanted to dig into whatever secret lived between them. But then Ron's voice cut in, loud and bitter. Course he saved you, Ron said, stomping toward them. Had to make himself look good. didn't he? Hero Potter. Again. Hermione's face went white with rage. Ron, stop. Ron ignored her. His eyes locked on Harry. How did you even get picked? You cheated. Everyone knows you did. Harry stared at him. Ron's face was red. His hands were clenched like he was holding himself back from doing something stupid. Hermione's voice snapped. He did not cheat. If you bothered to listen for once, you would understand the goblet is a binding contract. Ron scoffed. Oh, shut up, Hermione. Always with the rules. Hermione's eyes flashed. It is not about rules. It is about logic. Ron turned to Daphne. And you're just loving this, aren't you? Slytherins sticking together. Daphne's smile was polite and cold. We are not the ones screaming at people at a ball. Ron's face twisted. He's going to get someone killed. Harry finally spoke. His voice was quiet, and it made Ron flinch because Ron was used to Harry snapping, not going calm. You want to yell, Harry said. Fine, but don't pretend it's about Cedric or Fleur or anyone else. You're angry because you're not the center of it. Ron's eyes went wide. That's not true. It is, Harry said. And it's boring. Ron's breath hitched. His face went darker. You think you're better than me. Harry's voice stayed flat. Right now, yes. Hermione sucked in a breath like she wanted to scream at both of them. Victor stepped slightly in front of Hermione. Protective. Daphne's hand slid to Harry's wrist. A warning. Harry looked at Ron one last time. Go enjoy the ball. Or don't. Either way, stop making it my problem. Ron stared at him like he wanted to curse him and hug him at the same time. And he did neither. He turned and stormed off. Hermione's eyes were bright, furious. Harry, that was cruel. Harry looked at her. It was accurate. Hermione's jaw tightened. Accuracy is not an excuse. Harry's chest tightened. For a second, he almost argued. Then he exhaled. Noted, Harry said. Hermione's brows lifted, surprised by the lack of fight. Daphne's fingers squeezed Harry's wrist again, grounding him. Hermione looked between them, then shook her head, frustrated. You're impossible. Harry's mouth twitched. You already knew that. Hermione's lips pressed together. Then she sighed, sharp. Fine. Just try not to die. It would be inconvenient. Harry blinked. That was Hermione's version of affection, and it made something in him loosen. I'll try, Harry said. Hermione nodded once, then turned and walked away, Victor following, still looking confused. Daphne watched her go. That went better than expected. Harry snorted. Low bar. Daphne's eyes flicked to him. Come on. We're leaving before someone else decides to bleed emotionally on your shoes. Harry followed her out to a quieter corridor. The castle was dim, the music muffled behind stone. Their footsteps echoed, and for a moment it felt like the world had narrowed to just them. Daphne stopped near a window. Snow fell outside, slow. Harry paused beside her. His breath fogged the glass. Daphne looked at him. You're spiraling. Harry blinked. I'm fine. Daphne's stare sharpened. Harry exhaled. I'm thinking about the maze. Daphne's voice went quiet. And the cup. Harry nodded. Daphne stepped closer, close enough that Harry could feel the heat of her. You promised, Daphne murmured. No martyr thing. Harry's throat tightened. I'm trying. Daphne's hand lifted, fingers brushing his cheek, quick and hesitant, like she was testing whether she was allowed. Harry froze for half a second, then leaned into it without meaning to. Daphne's eyes flicked to his, and something softened. I hate this, Daphne said quietly. I hate that someone can just pick you up and throw you into a war game because they feel like it. Harry's voice was rough. Welcome to my life. Daphne's fingers slid into his hair, tugging lightly. Don't joke. Harry stared at her. His chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with time. I'm not joking, Harry said. Daphne's mouth tightened. Then she kissed him. It was not dramatic. It was not perfect. It was warm and firm, like she was reminding him he existed. Harry's hands found her waist automatically. He held on like he was afraid she would vanish. Daphne pulled back first, breathing hard. Her eyes were bright, and her voice was sharp like she was trying to cover it. Good, Daphne said. Now you have a reason to come back. Harry stared at her, throat tight. I already did. Daphne's smile was small and real. Now you have another. The third task arrived, and it arrived with silence that felt wrong. The maze loomed in the stadium like a wall of green teeth. Students cheered, but the cheers were strained. Like everyone knew this was the part where things went bad. Harry stood with the other champions at the entrance. Cedric looked pale. Fleur looked furious, like she had decided fear was insulting. Victor looked like he was about to punch the hedge out of spite. Moody stood near the entrance, giving last-minute instructions. His magical eye fixed on Harry. "Stay alert," Moody growled. "No heroics." Harry met his gaze. "No promises." Moody's mouth twitched. "That's what I thought." Daphne stood in the stands, near the front, hands clenched around the railing. Harry caught her eye, and she nodded once. Fierce. Harry's chest tightened. The whistle blew. Harry stepped into the maze. The hedge swallowed him immediately. The air inside was damp and cold. The noise from the crowd faded into a muffled hum. Harry's wand was up. His breathing was steady. His stomach rolled, not from fear, but from the oculus pressing against him like a warning. He moved forward, quick and controlled. The first obstacle came fast. A blast of sparks shot from the hedge, aimed at his face. Harry ducked, cast a shield, and the sparks splattered against it like hot rain. He pushed forward, turning left, then right, following the path he remembered from the vision. But the vision was never exact. That was the cruelty of it. Enough to haunt him, not enough to save him cleanly. A shape moved ahead, low and fast. A blast ended it. Harry's spell hit, and the creature yelped, collapsing. A boggart, maybe, something like it. It vanished into smoke. Harry's pulse stayed steady. He heard footsteps. He froze, listening. Cedric appeared around a corner, wand up, eyes wide. Cedric stopped when he saw Harry. "You," Harry nodded once. "Me." Cedric's breath was shaky. "This place is mental." Harry's mouth twitched. "Yes." Cedric swallowed, then hesitated. "Look, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who put your name in. But I don't think you did it." Harry stared at him. Cedric's voice was honest. That was rare. "Thanks," Harry said. Cedric looked like he wanted to say more. Instead, he just nodded. "We should maybe stick together." Harry's mind ran the numbers. Alone meant control. Together meant variables. But Cedric dying was a line Harry wanted to erase. "Fine," Harry said. "But you do what I say." Cedric blinked. "What?" Harry's voice was flat. "If I tell you to run, you run. If I tell you to duck, you duck. No arguing." Cedric stared at him for half a second, then nodded slowly. "All right." They moved together. The hedge shifted. A wall of thorns rose in front of them, sharp and fast. Cedric swore. Harry did not. He lifted his wand, transfigured the ground beneath the wall into mud for half a second, and the hedge sagged. The thorns dipped, giving them space. They slipped under and kept moving. Cedric stared at Harry, breathless. "How did you even think of that?" Harry's voice was dry. "Practice," Cedric huffed. "Right, of course." They turned another corner, and a blast of cold hit them. A Dementor. Not real, maybe. Conjured one. But the fear it dragged up felt real enough. Harry's chest tightened. Not from cold. From memory. Cedric's wand shook. "Patronus," Cedric choked, and a silver shape flickered weak. Harry's vision narrowed. He could taste the graveyard on the back of his tongue. He could hear screams that were not happening yet. He felt Daphne's hand on his wrist. Not here, but in his head, the memory of it. Harry lifted his wand. "Expecto Patronum," he said, and the words were steady. Silver burst out, bright and clean, and it slammed into the Dementor like a hammer. It shattered into smoke. Cedric stood there, panting, staring at Harry like he was seeing him properly for the first time. Harry's chest heaved once. He forced his breathing back under control. They moved again. Then they saw it. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal in a small clearing, glowing faintly. Cedric's breath hitched. "We found it." Harry's stomach rolled. The oculus pressed harder against his ribs, like it wanted to crawl out and run. Cedric looked at Harry, eyes wide. We can grab it together. Tie. Harry's throat tightened. The vision had Cedric dead. But the vision had Harry alone too. Harry stared at the cup. It's a port key, Harry said quietly. Cedric blinked. What? Harry's gaze stayed on the cup. It's a trap. Cedric's face went pale. How do you know? Harry's jaw clenched. He could not say because I watched you die. He could not say because time is a cruel teacher. He chose the truth that would work. Because no one leaves a prize sitting here without protection, Harry said. And because this tournament has been trying to kill us all year, Cedric swallowed. So what do we do? Harry's mind clicked. He had planned this, but planning never felt like doing until it was real. We take it anyway, Harry said. Cedric stared. That's insane. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes, but we do it prepared. Cedric's hands tightened on his wand. Prepared how? Harry pulled a small pouch from his robes. He had filled it over weeks that were not weeks. Powdered glass. Peruvian darkness powder. A vial of thick potion that burned the skin if you touched it. Not a killing poison. Something worse. Something that took hands out of fights. Cedric's eyes widened. Merlin. Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. Don't touch anything. Cedric nodded quickly. Harry's fingers brushed the oculus in his pocket. He did not use it. Not yet. He saved it for seconds, for dodges, for survival. He looked at Cedric. When we land, you stick close. You do not wander. You do not go for the spare wand or anything heroic. You stay with me. Cedric swallowed. Okay. Harry's throat tightened. If I say run, you run. Cedric nodded again. Eyes locked on Harry. Yes. Harry looked at the cup. His heart hammered once, hard. He grabbed Cedric's wrist. Cedric flinched, then held on. Harry reached out with his free hand and touched the cup. The world yanked. It was not like apparition. It was rough, dirty, like being dragged through a drain. They hit the ground hard. Grass, dirt, cold air that smelled like rot. Harry's vision snapped into focus. Gravestones, a large statue of an angel, broken, and a cauldron. Cedric's breath came out in a choked sound. Where are we? Harry's voice was low. Graveyard. Footsteps. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Peter Pettigrew. He looked smaller than Harry remembered, hunched and twitchy, but his eyes were bright with fear and devotion. In his arms was a bundle. A warped baby shape wrapped in cloth. Harry's stomach rolled. Cedric made a noise, half gasp, half swear. What is that? Harry's scar prickled. Pettigrew's eyes locked on Harry. His lips stretched into a trembling smile. Harry Potter, he whispered. The Dark Lord's enemy. Harry's voice was flat. Hi, Peter. Cedric's head snapped toward Harry. You know him. Harry did not answer. He was watching Pettigrew's wand hand. Pettigrew's wand flicked. A rope shot out of the ground like a snake, wrapping around Cedric's torso and yanking him back. Cedric hit a gravestone hard and groaned. Harry moved instantly. He cast a blasting curse, shattering the rope. Cedric dropped, coughing. Pettigrew's eyes went wide. He had not expected that. Harry did not give him time to recover. Harry's wand snapped again, and a bolt of red hit Pettigrew's shoulder, spinning him. Pettigrew screamed. Bundle clutched tight. The bundle writhed. Harry's stomach turned. Cedric scrambled up, wand raised. Harry, what's happening? Harry's voice was low. The thing in his arms is Voldemort. Cedric froze like his brain refused to process it. Pettigrew hissed, backing toward the cauldron. You will not stop it. He spat, voice high. You will not stop him. Harry's chest tightened. This was the moment that always happened. The speech. The ritual. Harry did not let it happen cleanly. He shoved his pouch toward Cedric. Throw that at the cauldron. Hard. Cedric blinked. What? Now? Harry snapped. Cedric moved, still half confused, but he trusted the urgency. He threw the pouch. It hit the cauldron and burst. Darkness powder exploded, black smoke swallowing the cauldron area. Pettigrew screamed, coughing, blind. Harry lunged, wand flicking. He cast a transfiguration at the ground beneath Pettigrew, turning it to slick ice for a heartbeat. Pettigrew's feet went out. He hit the ground hard, bundle rolling. The cloth opened. The thing inside was small and pale and wrong. Harry's scar burned then, sudden and sharp, like the world itself had noticed. Cedric made a choking sound. Merlin, Harry's voice was tight. Don't stare. Pettigrew scrambled, panic wild. He reached for the bundle, shaking. Harry's wand snapped. A cutting curse slashed across Pettigrew's forearm. Blood sprayed. Pettigrew screamed, dropping his wand. Harry's stomach turned, not from guilt, but from the sheer physical reality of it. Flesh, pain, the cost. He kept moving. He kicked Pettigrew's wand away and slammed Pettigrew into the ground with a body bind. Pettigrew's breath came in squeals. The darkness powder started thinning. A voice rose from the cauldron area, cold and high, like something pulled from the bottom of a well. You are early. Harry's blood ran cold. The smoke cleared enough to show the cauldron. The potion inside churned. Something was rising, not fully formed yet, not complete. Harry's chest tightened. He had disrupted it, but not enough. The ritual was still clawing its way through. Harry's mind snapped into action. He yanked the vial of burning potion from his pocket and threw it into the cauldron. The potion hit the surface. The cauldron erupted. Flame burst up, green and sickly. The metal screamed, warped. The shape rising from inside let out a sound that was not human. Cedric stumbled back, eyes wide. Harry! Harry's voice was sharp. Stay behind me. The fire died down. The cauldron was cracked, blackened, and Voldemort stood beside it anyway. Not perfect, not clean. His skin looked raw in places. His eyes were red and furious. His robe hung wrong, like it had been yanked onto him mid-birth. But he was here. Voldemort's gaze locked on Harry. He did not smile. He looked confused, then angry, then something colder. You... Voldemort hissed, voice like a blade. You knew. Harry's scar burned. His hand trembled. He forced it still. I've seen this night, Harry said, voice rough. More times than you'd like. Cedric made a strangled noise. Harry, what are you saying? Voldemort's head tilted. His eyes narrowed, sharp and calculating. A seer, he whispered. No, not seer. Something older. Harry's stomach rolled as the oculus pressed against him. Cold as winter. Voldemort's gaze dropped to Harry's pocket. Harry's heart slammed once. Voldemort's mouth twisted. Time, he said softly. You reek of it. Harry's chest tightened. Voldemort raised his wand. It looked new, not the broken thing from before. Dark wood. Familiar shape. Harry moved. He did not wait for the words. He snapped his wand up and cast. Spells collided in the air, sparks exploding. Cedric stumbled back, shielding his face. Voldemort's spell hit Harry's shield like a hammer. The shield cracked instantly. Harry's arm jolted with pain. Harry twisted, rolled, and flung a blasting curse at the ground. The graveyard dirt erupted, stone shards flying. Voldemort moved with inhuman speed, dodging clean, wand flicking again. A green curse shot out. Harry's stomach dropped. He turned the oculus once. Time jerked. For a heartbeat the world smeared. His stomach flipped. His vision blurred. The green curse passed through the space where he had been a second earlier. Harry hit the ground hard, breathing fast. Cedric stared, eyes wide. What did you do? Harry did not answer. His head pounded. His nose bled, warm down his lip. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. Yes, he whispered. Yes, that is it. Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Blood smeared. He cast again, faster. Transfiguration. The gravestones behind Voldemort twisted, turning into jagged spikes that lunged. Voldemort slashed his wand, and the spikes shattered into gravel. Harry's wand snapped toward Pettigrew, still bound on the ground. Incendio. Fire burst, not at Pettigrew's face, but at his hand. Pettigrew screamed, flailing. Voldemort's head snapped toward him, rage flashing. Harry used that second. He threw the second vial, the skin-burning potion, straight at Voldemort. Voldemort flicked his wand and vanished it mid-air, but the motion cost him a fraction of focus. Harry slammed a stunning spell into Voldemort's chest. Voldemort staggered half a step, not stunned, Not even close, but hit. Cedric made a shocked sound. Harry's breath came hard. His arms shook. Voldemort's face twisted. Fury and something like fear mixing in a way Harry had never seen in any vision. You should not be able to do that, Voldemort hissed. Harry's voice was harsh. And you should be dead. Voldemort's eyes flared. Arrogant child. Harry laughed once. Sharp. I'm not the one giving speeches in a graveyard. Voldemort's wand snapped again. Green. Harry turned the oculus again. Pain ripped through his skull. His stomach flipped. He dodged, barely. The curse grazing his sleeve and ripping cloth and skin. Harry hissed in pain. Blood ran down his arm. Cedric shouted, Harry, stop doing that. You're going to kill yourself. Harry's voice was tight. I know. Voldemort's eyes were fixed on the oculus now like it was a holy object. You will give it to me, Voldemort said, voice low. You will kneel, and you will give it to me, and I will unmake every moment you thought you stole. Harry's scar burned. His teeth clenched. No. Voldemort's smile finally appeared, thin and cruel. Then I will take it from your corpse. Harry's vision blurred. His hand trembled. He could feel the oculus vibrating slightly, like it was cracking. He could not keep turning it. Not like this. He looked at Cedric. Cedric was pale, shaking, wand up, eyes locked on Voldemort like he was staring at the end of the world. Harry's voice was low. Cedric. Cup. Cedric blinked. What? Harry's jaw clenched. The cup. Get to the cup. When I say, touch it. Pull me with you. Cedric stared at him, then nodded. Sharp. Okay. Okay. Harry moved closer to Cedric, positioning himself between Cedric and Voldemort. Voldemort laughed, cold. You think you can run? Harry's voice was flat. I know I can. He cast a wall of smoke, thick and choking, using the last of his darkness powder. The smoke swallowed the graveyard. Voldemort's laughter cut through it. I can still hear you, Potter. Harry's breath came fast. He grabbed Cedric's wrist again. He shoved Cedric toward where the cup had landed, half hidden near a gravestone. Cedric stumbled, then reached. Voldemort's wand snapped, and a green curse cut through the smoke like a knife. Harry turned the oculus one last time. The world lurched. The curse missed. Harry's vision blacked at the edges. Cedric's hand hit the cup. The portkey yanked. The graveyard vanished. They slammed back onto the Hogwarts grass in front of the maze entrance, hitting hard. The crowd screamed. Harry's ears rang. His head pounded. Blood dripped from his nose and mouth now, thick and warm. Cedric coughed, scrambling up. He's back, Cedric rasped, voice shaking. He's back. Harry tried to stand. His legs buckled. Hands grabbed him. Dumbledore was there, face gone cold and sharp. McGonagall was there, pale. Snape's eyes were dark and furious. Daphne was not there yet. She was still in the stands, too far. Harry's chest tightened in panic that felt stupid and immediate. Dumbledore's voice was low. Harry, what happened? Harry's throat burned. He swallowed blood. Voldemort, Harry said, voice rough. He's back. The words hit the air like a curse. Cedric's voice cracked. I saw him. He was there. He tried to kill us. The crowd noise turned into chaos. People shouting. Professors moving. Dumbledore's grip on Harry's shoulder tightened. Did you see who did this? Harry's vision blurred. He forced it to focus on Dumbledore's face. He could not say Moody. Not yet. Not without proof. Not without a plan. He swallowed again. No, Harry said, and it tasted like ash. Snape's eyes narrowed like he knew Harry was lying. Harry's fingers twitched toward his pocket. The oculus was hot now. Too hot. Like it was angry. Harry's stomach rolled. Dumbledore's eyes flicked down, following Harry's movement. For a second, something sharpened in his gaze, suspicion turning into certainty. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, dangerously. What are you carrying? Harry's breath hitched. From the edge of the chaos, Daphne finally broke through, pushing past students, face pale, eyes wild. She reached Harry, grabbed his sleeve, hard. Are you hurt? Harry's throat tightened at the sound of her voice. I'm fine, he lied automatically. Daphne's eyes flicked to the blood on his chin. You're bleeding. Harry's vision swayed. Dumbledore stepped closer, voice still quiet. Give it to me, Harry. Harry's hand closed over the oculus through his pocket. Daphne's fingers tightened on his sleeve. Harry looked at Dumbledore, and for a second he saw the future in the man's eyes too. A battle for control, for information, for Harry himself. Harry's voice came out hoarse. No. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but the air around them felt colder. Harry, from somewhere far away, a scream rose. Not from the crowd, from the sky. Harry's scar burned, sudden and vicious, and he knew without looking that something had just shifted again. Daphne's voice went sharp. Harry, what is happening? Harry's mouth tasted like blood and metal. He looked past Dumbledore, past the professors, to the darkening edge of the grounds. And for a heartbeat, he swore he saw a figure standing there, still as a gravestone, hair wild, eyes bright with madness. Bellatrix Lestrange. She smiled like she had been waiting. Harry barely had his feet under him when the night snapped in half. Someone in the stands screamed again. Not the messy shock scream from the maze, but the kind that made everyone around them go quiet first because their bodies knew something was wrong before their brains caught up. Dumbledore's hand was still on Harry's shoulder. McGonagall was close enough that Harry could smell her perfume mixed with cold air. Snape stood to Harry's right, robes shifting like he was already moving, even when he looked still. Cedric was a few steps away, hunched over, coughing like the graveyard had followed him home in his lungs. And Daphne was right there now, right in front of Harry, gripping his sleeve hard enough to hurt. Are you hurt? She said, voice sharp. Her eyes were wide, and she was trying to make them not look wide. Harry opened his mouth to lie. The air above the pitch cracked, like glass giving up. A pulse of magic rolled over the stadium, cold and greasy. The wards held, but they shuddered. Harry felt it in his teeth. Dumbledore's gaze lifted, and his face changed. Not fear, not panic, something colder than both. Recognition. Everyone back, McGonagall shouted. She pointed her wand at the maze entrance, and her voice hit the crowd like a slap. Back now. Do you hear me? Move. Students started to surge, confused, tripping over each other. Teachers snapped into motion, forming a line between the pitch and the stands. Harry's scar burned. Not the dull ache it had in the maze. This was clean, hot warning. He saw her again. At the far edge of the grounds, beyond the hedges, a figure stood like she had been poured out of darkness and decided she liked the view. Wild hair, pale face, smile too bright. Bellatrix Lestrange raised her wand and laughed. The sound carried even through the wards. It should not have. Oh, Hogwarts, Bellatrix called, voice sweet as poison. I've missed you. Look at you all, so brave, so tidy, so sure the world can't touch you in here. Daphne's fingers tightened on Harry's sleeve. Is that? She started. Yeah, Harry said, voice flat. That's her. Snape's head snapped toward Harry so fast it was almost funny. His eyes narrowed, then flicked back to Bellatrix, and whatever was on his face was not surprise. It was dread. Sirius came running from the tunnel near the stands, shoving past startled staff. His hair was loose, eyes frantic, wand already out. Harry? Sirius barked. And then he saw Daphne's hand on Harry, and did not comment because he had bigger problems than his own jealousy. His gaze flicked over Harry's blood, the torn sleeve, Cedric's shaking. Tell me this isn't real. Cedric's voice cracked. It's real. Sirius went still for a second, like his body had forgotten how to move. Bellatrix tilted her head, looking right at Sirius, and her grin widened. There you are, she purred. My favorite traitor. Sirius's jaw clenched so hard Harry heard his teeth grind. Dumbledore took one step forward. His voice rolled out across the pitch, calm, carrying. Bellatrix, Dumbledore said. You are not welcome here. Bellatrix pouted. Oh, Albus, I didn't come for tea. I came for him. Her wand tipped, pointing straight at Harry. Daphne moved without thinking. She stepped in front of Harry, body squared like she was going to fight a war with stubbornness and a school wand. Harry grabbed her wrist and yanked her back. Don't, he hissed. Daphne glared at him. You are bleeding. She is pointing a wand at you. What do you want me to do? Take notes. Harry's mouth twitched, despite everything. Later, Bellatrix lifted her free hand and pressed 2 fingers to her throat. Dramatic. Oh, look! He's got himself a little protector. Cute. He always did have a type. Sirius's wand jerked up. Shut up. Bellatrix laughed harder. I missed you too. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on Bellatrix. He did not look away when he spoke. Alastair, Dumbledore said, voice quiet. Moody stepped up behind Dumbledore, wooden leg thumping. His magical eye spun, locked on Bellatrix. Wards are holding, Moody growled. For now. Bellatrix's smile turned sharp. For now, she echoed, mocking. That's adorable. You think I came alone? She flicked her wand up. The sky above the stadium flared green. Not the killing curse. Something bigger. A burning symbol that tried to form through the ward line like a fist pressing into glass. The dark mark. The ward screamed. Harry felt it as a pressure in his ribs. The symbol warped, shuddered, then broke apart into sparks. But the message landed anyway. People in the stands started crying. Some started praying. Some just froze. Snape's left arm twitched. His face went a shade paler. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Snape's sleeve for a fraction of a second, then back to Bellatrix. You cannot breach Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. Bellatrix sighed like he was boring her. Not from outside. No, but that's not the fun part, is it? Her eyes slid toward the staff, and she smiled like she had a secret. Harry's stomach dropped. Moody's magical I-word. It fixed on Harry again for half a second. Too deliberate. Too hungry. Harry's fingers closed around the oculus through the fabric of his robes. It was hot. It should not have been hot. Dumbledore's hand reached, slow, controlled, toward Harry's pocket. Give it to me, Harry, Dumbledore said, voice low enough that only the people right there could hear. Now. Harry shook his head once. Daphne's eyes flicked between Harry's hand and Dumbledore's. She made a small sound, like she was swallowing panic. Sirius snarled, Albus, what are you doing? Dumbledore did not look at Sirius. Preventing the next catastrophe. Harry's throat went tight. You don't get to decide that. Dumbledore's gaze finally shifted to Harry. It was not soft. And you do? Dumbledore asked. Harry held his stare. Bellatrix clapped slowly, delighted. Oh, this is brilliant. Family drama. Betrayal. Little Potter refusing his wise old savior. I knew tonight would be fun. Then she threw a curse. It slammed into the ward line with a crack that sounded like thunder. The ward shuddered again. Held. But the impact sent a shockwave through the pitch. People stumbled. A few students fell. Dumbledore's hand snapped up. He cast, wordless, and the air in front of him hardened for a moment, catching the worst of it. McGonagall shouted, Inside, now move! Teachers started herding the champions, staff, and nearby students toward the castle. Harry's legs wobbled. The world tilted for a second. The last oculus turn in the graveyard still sat in his bones like a bruise. Daphne pressed closer, shoulder against Harry's arm. You're going to fall. Harry clenched his jaw. Not here. Sirius grabbed Harry's other side. Lean on me. Do not argue. Harry wanted to. He did not. Cedric stumbled along behind them, looking like he was walking through a nightmare he could not wake up from. As they moved, Harry looked back once. Bellatrix was still outside the ward line, smiling like she had all the time in the world. She mouthed something slow, careful. Soon, Harry's scar flared again, and his stomach turned. They made it to the castle doors, and the moment they crossed the threshold, the noise changed. The stone walls swallowed the screams from outside. Everything became footsteps, panting, shouted orders echoing. Madame Pomfrey appeared like a vengeful ghost in a tartan cardigan. Potter, she snapped. You are bleeding on my floor. Harry opened his mouth. She pointed her wand. Not a word. Sit. Harry sat on a bench in the entrance hall. Daphne stayed standing, arms crossed, watching Pomfrey like she might bite. Pomfrey took one look at Harry's sleeve, then at the dried blood on his chin, then at the way his pupils kept going slightly unfocused. "You have been doing something foolish," Pomfrey said, voice tight. Harry tried to keep his face blank. "No," Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. "That was not a question." Up, she grabbed his arm, hauled his sleeve up, and muttered a healing charm. The cut sealed, leaving a thin line. Dumbledore stepped closer. "Poppy, I will need to speak with him." Pomfrey turned on him. "After I make sure he does not collapse. He is gray. Look at him." Dumbledore's eyes flicked over Harry like he was taking inventory. 5 minutes, Pomfrey huffed. 3. Sirius's hand stayed on Harry's shoulder, heavy, grounding. "What happened?" Sirius said low. "Tell me the truth." Cedric sat on the other side of the bench, hands shaking. He stared at his own palms like he expected blood to appear. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. "He's back." Sirius went still again. His jaw clenched. "Say it." Harry looked at him. "Voldemort. He came back in the graveyard. Pettigrew did it. Cedric saw him." Cedric's voice came out thin. "He was there. He looked—" Cedric swallowed hard, eyes shiny. "He looked like a monster that learned to walk." Daphne's hand found Harry's wrist again. Her fingers were cold. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but there was an edge under it. "Did you duel him?" Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "And you survived." Harry's mouth twitched without humor. "Yeah." Dumbledore's eyes dropped, again to Harry's pocket. "Harry," Dumbledore said, quiet, "what is in your robes?" Harry did not answer. Pomfrey stepped in, wand tapping Harry's chest lightly. "Heart rate is too fast. Breathing is shallow. You will faint if you keep tensing like that." Harry exhaled. It did not help. Dumbledore crouched slightly, bringing himself closer to Harry's eye level. It was a trick. It made him look kinder. Harry hated that it worked on most people. "I am not your enemy," Dumbledore said. Harry's laugh came out rough. "That's not the same as being on my side." Sirius's grip tightened. "Harry," Daphne's voice cut in, controlled but sharp. "Headmaster, if you try to take something from him right now, you will start a fight in the middle of an emergency." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Daphne. His expression did not change, but something in the air shifted. He was taking her seriously. That was new. "I do not wish to start a fight," Dumbledore said. Harry's voice was hoarse. "Then stop reaching." Dumbledore held Harry's gaze for a moment longer. Then he stood. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Poppy." 3 minutes. Pomfrey nodded, satisfied, then jabbed Harry's shoulder with her finger. "Drink this." She shoved a small cup into Harry's hand. It smelled like mint and metal. Harry stared at it. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. "Do not make me threaten you. I will, and I will enjoy it." Harry drank. The potion hit his throat like cold water. His stomach lurched, then settled a little. Pomfrey's expression softened a fraction. "Good. Now, hospital wing." Harry tried to stand on his own. His legs protested. Daphne and Sirius both reached at the same time, and it would have been funny if everything else was not on fire. "I've got him," Sirius said. Daphne stared at Sirius. "You are also shaking." Sirius blinked, then huffed. "Yeah, thanks for pointing that out." Harry managed a rough breath that might have been a laugh. They moved as a group. Dumbledore walked ahead, McGonagall flanking him. Snape slipped into the shadows behind them, silent, but present. As they climbed the stairs, Harry caught Snape's gaze once. Snape looked away immediately, like being seen hurt. In the hospital wing, Pomfrey shoved Harry onto a bed like she was placing a piece on a board. "Lie down," she snapped. Harry did. The ceiling swam a little. His head pounded. He tasted blood again and realized his nose was bleeding, slow. Pomfrey sighed, wiped it, then muttered another charm. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed. McGonagall stood to his right. Sirius and Daphne stood to Harry's left, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. Cedric was on another bed, staring at the sheets like they might answer him. Dumbledore spoke softly. "Tell me everything." Harry swallowed. He could feel the oculus pressing against his ribs, like it was listening. He told them the version of the truth that mattered most. Pettigrew, the cauldron, Voldemort, the curses, the escape. He left out the Oculus turns. He left out how many times he had watched that graveyard in pieces. He watched Dumbledore's face as he spoke. Dumbledore did not interrupt, but his eyes sharpened at specific moments, like he was comparing Harry's story to a map only he could see. When Harry finished, there was a heavy silence. Cedric's voice cracked. "We need to tell the Ministry." Dumbledore's expression did not shift. "We will." Sirius let out a harsh breath. "They'll deny it." Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Sirius. "They will try." Daphne's voice was quiet. "Bellatrix is outside." McGonagall's face tightened. "She cannot breach the wards." Harry stared at the ceiling. "She doesn't need to. Not if someone inside helps." The room went still. Sirius's head snapped toward Harry. "What?" McGonagall's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. "Harry." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened again. "Why do you say that?" Harry kept his voice flat, but his stomach twisted. He did not want to say it. Saying it made it real. "Because she looked like she was waiting," Harry said. "Like she knew she could get close enough." Dumbledore's eyes flicked, just for a second, toward the door, and the door swung open. Moody limped in like he owned the hospital wing, wooden leg thumping. His magical I word across the room, landing on Harry immediately. "Albus," Moody growled. "We need the boy." Sirius surged forward, wand snapping up. "No." Moody did not blink. "We need him to tell his story again. Somewhere private. Before it gets twisted." Pomfrey stepped forward, furious. "He is not leaving my ward. He is not even sitting up without permission." Moody's normal eye narrowed. "This is bigger than your rules, Poppy." Pomfrey's wand lifted. "Try me." McGonagall moved between them, voice sharp. "Alastair, he is exhausted." Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry's pocket again. Harry's skin went cold. Dumbledore's voice was calm. "Alastair, wait outside." Moody's jaw tightened. "Albus." Dumbledore did not raise his voice. He did not need to. "Outside." Moody stared at Dumbledore for a moment. Then he nodded, stiff, and turned. As he moved, his magical eye slid over Daphne. Paused there too long. Daphne noticed. Her face did not change, but her hand tightened on Harry's wrist like a silent promise. Moody left. The door clicked shut. Harry's breath came out shaky. He hated how much tension left the room the second Moody was gone. Sirius's voice was low. "That felt wrong." Harry swallowed. "It is wrong." Dumbledore's eyes stayed on the door for a long moment. Then he said, "Minerva, secure the corridors. Quietly. Do not alarm the students more than necessary." McGonagall nodded once and left. Pomfrey turned to Dumbledore. "If he leaves my ward, I will hex you, Albus. I mean it." Dumbledore gave her a faint smile that did not reach his eyes. "I will try to avoid that." Daphne's gaze stayed on Dumbledore. "He is not going anywhere with Moody." Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Daphne, then to Harry. "Agreed." Harry stared at Dumbledore. "You believe me?" Dumbledore's voice was soft. "I believe Cedric. I believe your fear. I believe the magic outside my walls." Harry's jaw clenched. "That's not what I asked." Dumbledore held his gaze. "I believe Voldemort has returned." Harry exhaled. Slow. Dumbledore's eyes dropped again to Harry's pocket. "And I believe you are hiding something that may decide whether we win or lose." Sirius took a step forward. "Albus." Dumbledore lifted a hand. "Not now." Harry's head throbbed. He wanted to scream. He wanted to sleep for a week. He wanted Daphne's hand to stay on his wrist forever so he could stop feeling like the world was tilting. Pomfrey clucked her tongue. "You need rest." Harry's voice was quiet. "Not yet." He pushed himself up a little. His stomach rolled. Daphne leaned closer automatically, steadying him with her shoulder. Dumbledore watched that. Something unreadable flickered in his eyes. Harry swallowed. "We need proof." "About Moody." Sirius's breath hitched. "You think it's him?" Harry did not look away. "Yes." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "What makes you think that?" Harry's throat tightened. He could not say, because I have seen him take me to his office and kill me in 10 other versions. He could not say, because the Oculus showed me his face under the mask. So he gave Dumbledore something else. A piece of logic sharp enough to cut. He got me into the tournament, Harry said. He kept trying to get me alone. He just walked into this ward like he could take me out of it. He stared at my pocket like he knew what was in it. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry's pocket again. And what is in it, Harry? Harry's jaw clenched. Daphne's voice cut in flat. Not yours. Sirius looked at Daphne like he was surprised by the bluntness. Then he nodded like he liked it anyway. Dumbledore's expression did not change. It may become mine if it risks the lives of everyone in this castle. Harry's voice went rough. It is the only reason I'm alive. The silence that followed was thick. Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's, and for a second, Harry saw something human there. Not manipulation, not chess, just a tired man realizing the weapon he thought he held was holding itself. Dumbledore exhaled. Very well. We will deal with Alastair. Sirius's voice was sharp. How? Dumbledore's gaze slid to Snape, who had stayed quiet in the corner like a shadow with a pulse. Severus, Dumbledore said. Snape's head lifted, eyes dark. What? Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Your mark. Snape's face tightened. His hand twitched toward his left arm. It has burned, Snape said quiet, like he hated admitting it. Cedric made a small choking sound from his bed. Mark. Sirius's face went pale with rage. He's calling you. Snape's eyes flashed. Obviously. Dumbledore's voice was steady. You will go. Snape's gaze snapped to Dumbledore. You want me to walk into a room full of Death Eaters and announce I failed to deliver the boy? Dumbledore did not flinch. You will tell him what you must. You will return with what you can. Snape's jaw clenched. Harry's head pounded. His stomach rolled again, sudden. He looked at Snape, and his chest tightened with something like disgust and something like understanding. Wait, Harry said. Every head turned toward him. Snape's eyes narrowed. What? Harry swallowed. If you go, he will ask where I got the knowledge. He will suspect time. He already did. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. He said that. Harry nodded once. He did. Snape's mouth twisted. Then you have doomed us. Harry's voice went flat. No. I warned you. That's not the same thing. Snape's eyes flashed. You arrogant little. Enough, Dumbledore said, sharp. Harry forced his breathing steady. If you want Snape to survive that meeting, he needs something he can say that makes Voldemort think he still has value. Snape's lip curled. And you have suggestions? Harry stared at him. Yes. Snape's eyes narrowed further. Why? Harry's throat tightened. The answer tasted like old pain. Because if you die, Harry said, voice hoarse. A lot of people die later. Sirius's gaze snapped to Harry, suspicious and uneasy. Dumbledore watched Harry like he was watching a door open onto a room he had not known existed. Snape's voice went quiet. Dangerous. What do you know, Potter? Harry held his gaze. Enough. Snape took a step forward. Say it. Daphne's hand tightened on Harry's wrist. Warning. Harry swallowed. His head pounded so hard it made him want to gag. He looked at Snape and said the thing that would hit him like a curse. Your Patronus is a doe, Harry said. Snape froze. It was immediate, like someone had cut the strings holding him upright. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. Sirius's jaw dropped a fraction. Even Pomfrey stared. Snape's voice came out thin. What did you say? Harry's throat was tight. You heard me. Snape's face changed. Fury and shock and something raw. How? Harry's voice was rough. I know about her. Snape's breath hitched. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Harry. Harry did not look away from Snape. If you want Voldemort to believe you're still his, you tell him you were testing me. You tell him you've been close enough to see what I'm carrying. You tell him you're going to bring it to him. Snape's eyes were bright with something that looked almost like panic. You want me to lie to him? Harry's mouth twitched, humorless. Yes, that's literally your job. Snape's jaw clenched. His hands shook, just slightly, and he hid it by curling them into fists. Dumbledore spoke quietly. Severus, you will go. You will survive. You will return. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a long moment, then looked back at Harry. His voice was low, shaking with contained rage. If you are playing some sick game. Harry's voice was flat. I'm not. Snape's eyes flicked to Daphne, then back to Harry. You have told another. Daphne's voice was cold. Of course he did. Snape's lip curled. How cozy. Sirius's wand twitched in his hand. Say one more thing about her and I will. Stop, Daphne snapped, eyes flashing at Sirius. Not now. Sirius blinked at her, surprised, then shut his mouth because she was right and he hated it. Snape's gaze stayed on Harry, sharp. I will go, Snape said, voice tight. But if I do not return, it will be because you dragged me into whatever nightmare you brought with you. Harry's throat tightened. Then come back. Snape's eyes narrowed, like he hated that those words landed. He turned, robes snapping, and walked out. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. Sirius's voice was low. Albus, we need to lock the castle down. We need to get Harry out of here. Bellatrix is outside. Dumbledore's gaze lifted to the window. The night beyond was dark, but the air still vibrated with magic. We will not run, Dumbledore said. Sirius's laugh was sharp. Tell that to the kids in the stands. Pomfrey snapped. Out. All of you. He needs rest. Harry's voice was rough. Not until Moody is dealt with. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Harry. Stay. Harry stared back. No. For a second, Dumbledore looked like he might argue. Then he nodded once, sharp. Very well. But you will do exactly as I say. Harry's mouth twitched. That's ambitious. Dumbledore's eyes did not soften. Do it anyway. Pomfrey looked like she was about to murder someone. If he collapses, I will blame you all. Sirius leaned closer to Harry. You sure? He muttered. Harry's throat tightened. No. Daphne's fingers squeezed his wrist. We do it fast. Harry nodded once. They moved as a group exactly as Dumbledore wanted. No splitting. No wandering. McGonagall returned, face tight, and joined them at the corridor. Students are being escorted to their houses, McGonagall said. Aurors are arriving. Slowly, Sirius spat. Too late. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Not too late. They turned a corner and headed toward Moody's office. The corridor was empty, torchlight flickering. Portraits watched them with wide eyes, whispering to each other. Harry's head pounded. His stomach rolled again. He swallowed hard, tasted bile. Daphne noticed. You're going to be sick. Harry clenched his jaw. After, Daphne's voice dropped. Harry, if you use that thing again. Harry did not answer. He could feel the oculus against his ribs like a second heart, angry and hot. They reached Moody's door. Dumbledore raised his wand. Stay behind me. Sirius's wand was already up. McGonagall's expression was hard. Daphne moved close to Harry, shoulder brushing his arm, eyes on the door. Dumbledore tapped the door once. No answer. Dumbledore pushed. The office was dim. The room smelled like smoke and leather and something sour. Moody's back was to them. He stood at his desk, hunched over something. He did not turn when the door opened. Dumbledore's voice was mild. Alastair. Moody's voice came out rough. Albus, I was just about to come find you. Moody turned. His normal eye looked tired. His magical eye word locked on Harry, and his mouth smiled. It was small, too smooth. Harry's stomach dropped. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. What is on your desk? Moody's grin widened. Insurance. The thing on the desk was a small silver object. A portkey. Harry's chest tightened. He could feel the trap like a wire across his throat. Sirius surged forward. You bastard. Moody's wand snapped up. Imperio, Moody said. It hit Sirius like a punch. Sirius jerked, body locking for a second. His eyes went unfocused. Harry moved without thinking. He shoved his shoulder into Sirius, knocking him sideways enough to break the direct line. Sirius stumbled, shaking his head like he was coming out of water. McGonagall's voice was sharp. Alastair, what are you doing? Moody's laugh was wrong. Oh, Minerva. Still pretending rules matter. Dumbledore's gaze went cold. Barty. The grin on Moody's face widened. You're clever, Barty said. And the voice was not Moody's anymore. It was smoother, younger, mocking. Too late, though. He flicked his wand. The door slammed shut behind them with a bang. The room sealed. Daphne swore under her breath. Harry heard her inhale, fast. Barty's magical word. Give me the boy, Barty said, voice eager. Just the boy. I don't need the rest of you. Sirius's wand shook. Over my dead body. Barty's grin sharpened. That can be arranged. He cast. A jet of green shot toward Sirius. Harry's blood turned to ice. His fingers closed around the oculus. He turned it once. The world lurched. His stomach flipped. Pain spiked behind his eyes, bright and vicious. The green curse tore through the space Sirius had been in a heartbeat earlier. Sirius stumbled, confused, then realized what just happened and stared at Harry like Harry had slapped him. Harry's nose started bleeding again. Warm, steady. Daphne hissed, "Harry, stop." Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand, smearing blood. Not stopping. Dumbledore moved. He did not shout. He did not waste words. He attacked. Spells hit Barty like waves. Barty dodged with unnatural speed, his body moving with a confidence that did not belong to a man wearing another man's skin. McGonagall cast a binding curse. Barty snapped a counter and turned the bindings into snakes. The snakes hit the floor, hissing. Harry heard the hiss like a language. The sound tugged at something old in him. He did not answer them. He did not have time. Daphne blasted the snakes apart, quick and precise. Her hands were steady. Her face was pale. Sirius lunged, sending a stunning spell that cracked the desk in half. Barty laughed, dodging, and flung a curse at the floor. The floor rippled. The boards turned slick like oil. Sirius's feet slid. He swore, caught himself on a chair. Dumbledore's spellwork changed. Subtle. The air thickened. The room itself started to resist Barty's movement, like the magic in the stone was waking up. Barty's grin faltered. "Oh, you're angry now." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "You took a child." Barty's eyes gleamed. "I raised him for you, all year. I taught him. I protected him. I shaped him." Harry's stomach turned. Rage flared, hot, making his hands shake. "You tried to kill me," Harry said, voice rough. Barty's grin came back. "It's not personal. It's devotion." He flicked his wand again. A chain shot from the wall, aiming for Harry's throat. Harry dodged, barely, shoulder slamming into Daphne. Daphne grabbed him, kept him from falling. "Watch it," Daphne snapped. Then her voice broke slightly. "Harry, please." Harry swallowed. His head pounded. The oculus was hot now, burning his skin through the fabric. He looked at Barty and felt something cold settle in his gut. He was done reacting. Harry lifted his wand. He did not throw a simple curse. He transfigured. The broken desk pieces on the floor twisted, wood groaning, turning into a cage of thick ribs that snapped toward Barty's legs. Barty jumped, but Harry was already moving, wand flicking again. The oil slick under Barty's feet became glue, thick and grabbing. Barty's boots stuck for a fraction of a second. That was enough. McGonagall's binding spell hit him clean. Ropes wrapped around his torso, yanking his arms tight. Barty snarled, fighting it. "No!" Sirius slammed a stunner into Barty's chest. Barty's head snapped back. He sagged in the ropes, breath leaving him in a choking sound. For a second, the room went quiet except for everyone's ragged breathing. Harry's hands shook. His nose bled onto his knuckles. Dumbledore stepped forward, wand steady, eyes cold. "Finite," Dumbledore murmured. The enchantment on the door loosened. The room breathed again. Dumbledore looked at the bound figure. "Reveal yourself." He flicked his wand. Barty's body convulsed. The false skin rippled like a mask melting. The scarred face of Alastair Moody folded away, replaced by a younger man with sharp cheekbones and wild eyes. Barty Crouch Jr. smiled through blood at the corner of his mouth. Sirius stared, horrified. "You." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "Where is the real Alastair?" Barty coughed, then laughed, breathless. "In a trunk, under the invisibility cloak. Right here, listening. He's been so angry." McGonagall's face went gray. "Merlin." Dumbledore moved, fast, and yanked open the large trunk by the wall. He muttered spells, layered, precise. The trunk opened. Inside, the real Moody lay bound, thin, eyes furious, face gaunt. He looked like he had been starved and beaten and kept alive out of spite. Moody's magical eye was gone. His normal eye blazed. "You," real Moody rasped, voice rough. "You little." Sirius moved toward him, wand already cutting ropes. McGonagall cast a quick healing charm, hands shaking. Dumbledore's gaze snapped back to Barty. "You will tell us everything." Barty's grin widened. "Gladly." Harry's stomach lurched hard. He turned his head and vomited over the side of the bed that had been turned into a chair earlier. It was sudden and humiliating and real. Daphne grabbed his shoulders immediately, holding him steady. Her voice was low, not judgmental. "Breathe. Just breathe." Harry's throat burned. His hands shook. He tasted acid and blood. Sirius glanced at Harry, panic flickering, then forced himself back to the situation. Pomfrey burst into the office like a storm. "What did I say?" she snapped, then saw the trunk, saw Moody, saw Barty, and her mouth tightened. "Oh, fine. I will allow this once." She flicked her wand and cleaned Harry up with brisk efficiency, then shoved a vial into Harry's hand. "Drink," Pomfrey said. "And if you argue, I will sit on you." Harry drank. It burned, then cooled his stomach a little. Daphne kept a hand on Harry's shoulder. Steady. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Barty. "Veritaserum." Barty laughed. "You don't need it. I'm proud." Dumbledore's expression did not change. "You will still take it." Pomfrey made a disgusted noise but handed Dumbledore a small bottle because she was practical and had probably poisoned more idiots than anyone wanted to admit. Dumbledore forced the drops into Barty's mouth. Barty swallowed, eyes gleaming. Dumbledore's voice was calm. "Who placed Harry Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire?" Barty's smile twitched. "I did." "Under what school?" "Durmstrang." "How?" "Confundus charm." "Easy." "Why?" Barty's eyes went bright, feverish. "Because the Dark Lord wanted him. Because he needed blood. Because he wanted to break him. Because it's poetry." Harry's fingers curled around the edge of the chair. His head pounded. Dumbledore's voice stayed level. "What happened in the graveyard?" Barty's grin widened. "He came back." He rose. "He's alive." Cedric made a small sound from behind them, like he was about to cry or laugh or both. Sirius's face went pale with fury. "Where is he?" Barty's voice was soft, dreamy. "Not telling." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The mark called. Severus will go." Barty laughed. "Severus," he repeated like a joke. "Severus is already his. He always was." Harry's stomach tightened. Dumbledore's gaze did not flick to Harry this time, but Harry felt the tension shift. Sirius snarled. "He's not." Barty's grin was lazy. "You think you know him?" Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "What did Voldemort want in addition to Harry's blood?" Barty's eyes gleamed. "Time." The room went still. Daphne's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Hard. Her nails pressed through fabric. Dumbledore's gaze snapped to Harry's pocket. Harry's throat tightened. Barty licked his lips, voice soft and pleased. "He felt it on the boy in the graveyard, didn't he? He tasted it. He wants it. He wants the thing that lets the boy cheat death. He wants to rewind the world until it kneels." Sirius's voice went low. "Harry." Harry's jaw clenched. He did not look away from Dumbledore. Dumbledore's voice was careful. "Harry." Harry swallowed. "Not here." Dumbledore's eyes held his for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Sharp. "Later." Barty's grin widened. "He'll take it," Barty said, voice bright. "Your headmaster. He'll say it's for the greater good. He always does." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but the air went colder. Sirius's wand trembled. "I'll kill you." Barty laughed, delighted. "You can try." Dumbledore's voice was calm again. "Take him to the dungeons. Secure him. Minerva, alert the order." McGonagall nodded, face tight. She turned and left. Real Moody was being helped up, swearing viciously, leaning on Sirius and a hurriedly summoned staff member. Moody's gaze slid to Harry, sharp, assessing. "You okay, kid?" Harry's voice was hoarse. "I'm fine." Moody's normal eye narrowed. "You look like hell." Harry's mouth twitched. Thanks, Moody grunted. Then his gaze slid to Daphne, and he gave a small nod like he approved of her standing where she stood. Good. Don't let him do anything stupid. Daphne's voice was flat. Too late. Moody huffed a laugh that turned into a cough. Pomfrey pointed her wand at Harry's chest again. Hospital wing. Now, no arguments. Harry started to protest. Daphne leaned in, voice low. If you collapse in front of Dumbledore, he will take it from your pocket while you're unconscious. Harry's mouth shut. Fine, Harry muttered. Pomfrey looked smug. Good choice. They moved back through the corridors with less chaos now. But the castle still felt like a living thing on edge. You could hear it in the portraits whispering, in the way ghosts drifted faster than usual, in the way the torch flames flickered like nervous eyes. In the hospital wing, Harry sat on the bed while Pomfrey fussed and muttered and pretended she was not scared. Dumbledore stood near the foot of the bed again. Sirius paced near the door, restless. Daphne sat on the chair beside Harry's bed, posture straight, hands clasped tight in her lap like she was holding herself together by force. Cedric was across the room, speaking quietly with McGonagall, face still pale. Hermione burst in 10 minutes later, hair messy, face streaked with tears she pretended were from running. Harry, Hermione said, voice cracking. Harry looked at her. Hi. Hermione stared at him like she wanted to punch him and hug him at the same time. Then she did the Hermione thing and chose anger because it was easier. You could have died, Hermione snapped. Again. You could have died again. Harry's mouth twitched. You're saying that like it's new. Hermione's eyes flashed. It is new when you say it like that. Daphne's voice cut in, controlled. Granger. He's been vomiting blood. Hermione's gaze snapped to Daphne, then to Harry, and her face went white. You are... Hermione started. Then she swallowed hard, voice smaller. You're bleeding. Harry wiped his nose again out of habit. It was mostly stopped. Mostly. Hermione stepped closer. Her hands trembled. Voldemort is back. Harry nodded once. Yes. Hermione's breath hitched. You knew. Harry did not answer. His silence was answer enough. Hermione's voice went sharp again. Why didn't you tell us? Sirius made a sound near the door, like he was about to join the fight. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, steady. Daphne's voice was quiet. Because people talk. Hermione's eyes narrowed. I do not talk. Daphne's expression did not change. You argue. Loudly. In public. Hermione bristled. That is not the same thing. Daphne's tone was flat. It is when you are trying to hide a secret that gets you killed. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. She looked at Harry, eyes bright. Harry's throat tightened. Hermione. Hermione's voice cracked. I could have helped. Harry swallowed. You did. You survived. Hermione's eyes flashed. That is not helping. Harry's voice was rough. It is when the alternative is you drowning. Hermione went still. Her jaw clenched. Then she looked away and wiped at her cheek like she was furious at herself for being emotional. I'm telling you now, Harry said quietly, because it's not a school problem anymore. Hermione's gaze snapped back. What do you mean? Dumbledore's voice was calm. I mean war. Hermione went pale. At the door, Ron appeared. He stopped in the doorway like he had walked into the wrong room and could not decide whether to leave or fight. His eyes were red. His ears were red. His face was twisted in a way that looked like anger and fear had gotten stuck together. Hermione's head snapped toward him. Ron. Ron's gaze went to Harry, then to Daphne, and something ugly flickered. Not hatred. Pain. The kind that made people mean. So it's true, Ron said, voice rough. He's back. Harry watched him. He did not flinch. Hermione's voice was tight. Yes, it's true. Ron swallowed hard. And he knew. Hermione's jaw clenched. Yes. Ron's gaze snapped back to Harry. You knew, Ron said, voice rising. You knew and you still didn't tell me. You didn't tell Hermione. You didn't tell anyone. You just... His hands clenched. You just kept doing your creepy secret stuff, didn't you? Harry's throat tightened. Daphne's hand moved, not quite touching him, but close. Sirius's voice went sharp. Watch your mouth. Ron flinched, then glared at Sirius. Who are you to tell me anything? You weren't there. You didn't see what he's like. Sirius's face went dangerous. I've seen enough. Dumbledore's voice cut in, calm but firm. Ronald, lower your voice. Ron's gaze snapped to Dumbledore, then back to Harry. His voice dropped, but it shook. You think you're saving everyone. You think you're the only one who can handle it. And you're... Ron swallowed, eyes bright. You're not. You're 14. You're not supposed to be doing this. The room went still. Harry stared at Ron. The anger in Ron's voice was real. The fear was real. The betrayal was real. And underneath it, there was something that hurt worse. Care. Ron cared. He just did not know how to hold it without turning it into a weapon. Harry's voice came out quiet. I didn't tell you because you would have tried to help. Ron blinked. What? Harry swallowed. You would have tried to help. You would have gotten yourself killed. And I would have had to watch it. Ron stared at him like he had been slapped. Hermione's eyes widened slightly, then tightened, like she was putting pieces together she did not want to see. Ron's voice went small. You think I'm that useless? Harry's jaw clenched. No. Ron's eyes flashed. Then why? Harry's throat tightened. Because I've seen you die. The words landed like a curse. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Sirius went still. Hermione made a small sound, like her breath caught. Daphne's hand grabbed Harry's wrist. Hard. Warning. Harry's stomach rolled. He had said too much. He knew it the second it left his mouth. Ron's face went white. You're lying. Harry stared at him. He did not answer. Ron's voice cracked. You're lying. Hermione's voice was sharp. Ron, shut up. Just shut up and listen for once. Ron's gaze snapped to Hermione, then back to Harry. His hands shook. How would you even see that? Harry's head pounded. The oculus burned against his ribs like it was punishing him for talking. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Harry. Harry shut his eyes for a second. He breathed. Slow. When he opened them, he looked at Ron. I don't want to fight you, Harry said, voice rough. Not now. Ron's jaw clenched. Tears gathered in his eyes, furious and humiliating. I don't want to fight you either, Ron whispered. Then he swallowed hard and his voice hardened again because he could not stand being soft. But you make it impossible. Harry did not know what to say to that. He just nodded once. Ron stared at him for a second longer, then turned and walked out, shoulders stiff. Hermione stared after him, breathing fast. Harry's chest ached. It was stupid. He had watched Ron die in a dozen possible futures, and the thing that hurt most right now was Ron walking out of a hospital wing angry and scared. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Thank you for your honesty. Harry let out a humorless laugh. That was honesty. That was me slipping. Dumbledore's gaze held his. Perhaps both. Sirius stopped pacing. He looked at Dumbledore, voice low. You're going to ask him? Dumbledore nodded once. Daphne's posture tightened. Her hand stayed on Harry's wrist like she was ready to drag him out a window if she had to. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Harry, show me what you carry. Harry's head pounded. His stomach rolled. His fingers trembled. He looked at Daphne. Daphne's eyes were steady. Your choice, she said quietly. But not alone. Sirius's voice was rough. Kid. Hermione stood near the foot of the bed, watching like she was trying to read a book in the dark. Harry swallowed. He reached into his pocket and pulled the oculus out. It caught the torchlight and looked almost innocent, silver and old, like a fancy heirloom that belonged in a museum. The moment it cleared his pocket, the air shifted. Hermione inhaled sharply. Dumbledore's gaze locked on it like he had been waiting his whole life to see it. Sirius stared. That's a time turner, Hermione whispered, voice shaky. But it's not like ours. It's wrong. Harry's fingers tightened around it. It was still hot. Dumbledore took a careful step closer. May I? Harry did not hand it over. Dumbledore stopped. His eyes flicked to Harry's hand, then back to his face. How long have you had it? Harry's throat tightened. Since before Hogwarts. Hermione made a choked sound. Since before. Dumbledore's expression did not change, but something in his eyes did. Grief maybe, or regret, or both. And you have been using it, Dumbledore said. Harry's voice was flat. Yes, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. How often? Harry's mouth tightened. Enough, Pomfrey cut in, voice sharp. Enough to make him bleed and vomit. That's how often. Hermione's eyes went wide. That can happen. Harry's voice was rough. It can when it's not ministry safe. Dumbledore's eyes stayed on the oculus. Where did it come from? Harry's throat tightened. Family. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Peveril. Harry's jaw clenched. He hated how easily Dumbledore guessed things. He hated that Dumbledore was often right. Hermione's gaze flicked between them. This is insane. Sirius's voice was low. This is why you've been acting like you're 40. Harry huffed a laugh that turned into a cough. Yeah, Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Harry, Voldemort has sensed it. Barty confirmed it. Bellatrix is outside. He will come for this. He will tear the world apart to get it. Harry's fingers tightened. He will try. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. And you will die stopping him if you keep using it the way you have been. Harry's mouth twitched. Maybe. Daphne's hand squeezed his wrist. Not maybe. Harry looked at her. Her eyes were bright. Fear, anger, stubborn care. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. We need a plan. Together. Sirius's laugh was harsh. Together. That's new. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Sirius. Do not mistake necessity for sentiment. Sirius's eyes flashed. Right back at you. Hermione stepped forward, voice tight. You said you've seen people die. Harry's stomach twisted again. Hermione's gaze held his. How? Harry stared at her. He could not give her everything. Not yet. But he could not keep pretending she was a child either. Not anymore. He swallowed. It doesn't just go back, Harry said quietly. It shows. It branches. It punishes you for trying to force it. Hermione's face went pale. That is not how time works. Harry's mouth twitched. It is for this. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Chronos sickness. Harry's eyes snapped to Dumbledore. You know about that. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. I know enough to fear it. Sirius's voice went low. So what now? Dumbledore's eyes stayed on the oculus, then lifted to Harry. Now we move before Voldemort does. We strike first. Harry's stomach rolled. His scar burned again, faint this time, like an echo. Hermione's voice was shaky. Strike first against what? Dumbledore's voice was calm. Horcruxes. Hermione froze. Horcruxes. Sirius stared. What the hell is a Horcrux? Harry closed his eyes for a second. His head pounded. The room felt too small. Daphne's voice was quiet, steady. Something that keeps him alive. Harry opened his eyes again. He looked at Sirius. He split his soul. Sirius went pale. That's. Hermione's voice was sharp, horrified. Dark. That's illegal. That's. Harry's voice was flat. That's why he won't die until we destroy them. Dumbledore nodded once. Harry, you know where they are. Harry's throat tightened. He did. He had known in pieces. He had confirmed some. He had guessed others. He had been waiting for the moment when waiting was no longer an option. Yes, Harry said. Pomfrey made a furious noise. He is not going anywhere tonight. Dumbledore's voice was calm. Not tonight. We gather. We prepare. Then we move. Hermione looked like she was about to argue, then realized she was terrified and that arguing would not stop war. Sirius's voice was low. Bellatrix. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the window again. She is a message. A distraction. Voldemort wants us to focus on fear. Harry's voice was rough. Or he wants me to try to use this again. He lifted the oculus slightly. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Yes. Daphne's eyes narrowed. So you don't. Harry swallowed. I might have to. Daphne's voice snapped. Harry. Harry looked at her. If he breaches the wards and starts throwing killing curses at students, I'm not going to stand there and let it happen because I promised you I'd be careful. Daphne's jaw clenched. Her eyes shone with angry tears she refused to let fall. You promised, Daphne said, voice lower. And I'm holding you to it. Use it if you have to, but not like you did in that office. Not until you're bleeding on the floor. Harry stared at her. He wanted to argue. He did not. He nodded once. Daphne exhaled, shaky. Hermione watched them, eyes wide. and then she looked at Dumbledore, voice tight. I want to help. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Hermione. Miss Granger. Hermione's chin lifted. If you do not let me help, I will help anyway. I will be worse at it alone. Harry's mouth twitched. It was the most Hermione thing he had ever heard. Dumbledore studied her for a moment, then nodded slightly. Very well. But you will do as you are told. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That depends on if you are wrong. Sirius huffed a laugh. Dumbledore's mouth twitched faintly. Of course. Harry's stomach rolled again. He swallowed hard. Pomfrey pointed a finger at him. Sleep. If you try to sneak out, I will petrify you and leave you like that. Harry stared at her. You can't do that. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. Try me. Harry's mouth shut. Dumbledore's gaze held Harry's for a moment longer. Harry, keep it close. Do not use it unless you must. We will speak again in the morning. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore turned and left. Sirius followed, pausing at the door to look back at Harry. His face was tight, eyes bright. We're not done talking, Sirius said, voice rough. Harry's mouth twitched. I know. Sirius hesitated, then nodded once and left. Hermione lingered, eyes fixed on the oculus. You're going to destroy yourself with that, Hermione said quietly. Harry's voice was rough. Probably. Hermione's eyes flashed. Stop saying that like it's fine. Harry stared at her. It's not fine. Hermione's mouth tightened. Then stop. Harry exhaled slowly. I'm trying. Hermione looked like she wanted to say more. Then she swallowed hard and nodded once. Stiff. I'll be back in the morning. I'm going to the library. Daphne's voice was flat. It's midnight. Hermione's eyes narrowed. War does not care what time it is. Harry's mouth twitched. Fair. Hermione left, fast, already planning 10 steps ahead. Daphne stayed. Pomfrey finally moved away, muttering to herself as she checked Cedric again. The ward quieted. The torchlight softened. The castle still felt tense, but the immediate chaos had faded into a dull hum. Daphne sat in the chair beside Harry's bed and stared at her hands for a long moment. Harry's head pounded. His eyes burned. He should have slept. He could not. Daphne's voice was quiet. You told Weasley. Harry swallowed. Yeah. Daphne's gaze snapped to him. Why? Harry's mouth tightened. Because he was right. He's 14. He's scared. And Harry exhaled. I'm tired of him thinking I hate him. Daphne's expression softened slightly, then hardened again. You don't get to be noble and reckless at the same time. Harry's mouth twitched. Watch me. Daphne's glare was immediate. Harry sighed. Sorry. Daphne stared at him for a second, then leaned forward and pressed her forehead to his, gentle but firm. Do not die, Daphne whispered. Harry's throat tightened. His hands found her waist, careful, like he was afraid touching her too hard would make her vanish. I'm trying, Harry whispered back. Daphne pulled back slightly, eyes bright. Trying is not enough. Harry's voice was rough. It's what I've got. Daphne stared at him for a long moment, then kissed him. It was not sweet. It was not shy. It was grounding, like she was reminding him he was still a person and not a weapon or a plan. Harry kissed her back, hands tightening at her waist. His chest ached. When she pulled away, her voice was sharper, like she hated that she was scared. If you ever use that thing again and don't tell me, I will hex you. Harry's mouth twitched. You already hex me. Emotionally. Daphne snorted, and it sounded too close to a laugh. Shut up. Harry's chest loosened slightly. Okay. Daphne sat back in her chair, but she did not move far. Her knee bumped the bed frame, anchoring herself there. Harry's eyes drifted to the window. Outside, somewhere beyond the walls, Bellatrix was still out there, waiting. Harry's scar burned faintly again, like a distant alarm. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe slow. By morning, the castle was a fortress. Aurors patrolled the corridors. Teachers moved in tight groups. Students whispered in corners like they were afraid the walls would hear them. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stood behind his desk. Fawkes watched from his perch, quiet and sharp-eyed. Harry stood near the center of the room. Sirius leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Daphne stood beside Harry, posture straight. Hermione stood on Harry's other side, eyes bright and tense. Snape was not there. McGonagall stood near the desk, face tight. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood near the door, calm and dangerous. Real Moody sat in a chair, looking like someone had tried to grind him down and failed. Dumbledore did not waste time. We will move on the first known anchor today. Sirius's voice was sharp. Explain. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry. Harry. Harry's stomach rolled. His head still ached. He could feel the oculus against his ribs, colder now. He swallowed. There are objects. They hold pieces of his soul. If we destroy them, he can die. Hermione's voice was tight. You keep saying that like it is a math problem. It's not. Harry looked at her. It is. Just with blood. Hermione's mouth tightened, but she did not argue. Moody's voice was rough. Where? Harry exhaled slowly. The ring. Marvolo Gaunt's ring. It's in a shack. Little Hangleton. Sirius's jaw clenched. You're sure? Harry nodded once. Yes. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. How do you know? Harry held his stare. Does it matter? Dumbledore's expression did not change. Yes. Harry's throat tightened. Daphne's hand brushed his sleeve, subtle warning. Like she was saying, not now. Harry exhaled. I've seen it, Harry said. Enough. Dumbledore held his gaze for a moment longer, then nodded slightly. Very well. McGonagall's voice was sharp. You are not taking students into combat. Harry's mouth twitched. You already did. You just called it a tournament. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Do not be insolent. Sirius's laugh was harsh. He's not wrong. McGonagall glared at Sirius. Sirius grinned back, unapologetic. Kingsley's voice was calm. We can escort. Moody grunted. And I can shoot anyone who tries to get cute. Hermione's eyes widened. Shoot. Moody's normal eye narrowed. Figure of speech, girl. Hermione looked unconvinced. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Severus has gone to Voldemort. We have little time before Voldemort moves openly. Sirius's voice went low. Bellatrix. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes. Harry's scar prickled. Dumbledore stepped around the desk. We will apparate in pairs. Harry will come with me. Sirius straightened immediately. No. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Sirius. Yes. Sirius's voice was sharp. If something happens, he dies. If you die, he dies. No. Harry's head pounded. He did not have energy for this. Daphne's voice cut in, controlled. We go with him. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Daphne. Miss Greengrass. Daphne's expression did not change. You want him alive. So do we. You do not take him alone. Hermione nodded quickly. I agree. McGonagall looked like she might faint from the sheer audacity. Moody huffed. Smart. Kingsley's mouth twitched slightly. Dumbledore stared at them for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Very well, Dumbledore said. Sirius and Miss Greengrass with me. Kingsley and Moody will follow as backup. Miss Granger will remain at Hogwarts. Hermione's jaw clenched. What? Dumbledore's voice was calm. You are valuable here. Hermione's eyes flashed. That is a polite way of saying you do not trust me. Dumbledore's gaze held hers. It is a way of saying I will not risk you. Hermione's voice went sharp. You are risking him. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Yes. Harry swallowed hard. Hermione's anger was protective. It made his chest ache. Harry looked at Hermione. Stay here, Harry said quietly. If something goes wrong, you're the one who keeps the school from collapsing. Hermione's mouth tightened. Her eyes shone. She hated it, but she understood it. Fine, Hermione snapped. But if you die, I will haunt you. Harry's mouth twitched. Fair. Hermione grabbed his sleeve. Quick. Then released like she had shocked herself. Come back. Harry nodded once. I will. Dumbledore raised his wand. Now, they apparat. The world snapped. Harry's stomach lurched, then settled into cold air that smelled like damp earth and rot. They were standing near a broken fence line. A small, half-collapsed shack sat ahead, sagging like it was tired of existing. Sirius grimaced. This place looks like it bites. Daphne's gaze scanned the area, sharp. Wards. Harry's scar prickled faintly. His head pounded. The oculus was cold against his ribs. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Stay close. They moved toward the shack. Harry's breath fogged in the cold. The grass under his shoes was wet. The silence here felt heavy, like the land itself remembered too much. At the door, Dumbledore paused. He muttered a spell under his breath. The air shimmered. Trap, Dumbledore murmured. Sirius's wand lifted. Let me. Dumbledore shook his head once. No, Harry's jaw clenched. It's not just a trap. It's a curse that wants to latch on. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. You know that. Harry swallowed. Yes. Daphne's hand brushed his sleeve again. Warning. Dumbledore's expression stayed calm. We will be careful. Harry wanted to laugh. Careful did not stop a curse that wanted blood. They entered. Inside, the shack smelled like mold and old smoke. The floorboards creaked under their weight. Dust floated in the thin light. Harry kept his wand up. A whisper slid through the air. Not a voice. A feeling. Like something in the room had noticed them and disliked it. Dumbledore moved toward a small table in the corner where a cracked box sat. Harry's scar burned faintly. His stomach tightened. That's it, Harry said, voice rough. Sirius's jaw clenched. That little thing. Daphne's eyes were sharp. It looks normal. Harry's mouth twitched. It's not. Dumbledore reached for the box, then paused, looking at Harry. How did you destroy it before? Harry's stomach rolled. His head pounded. He could taste blood. I didn't, Harry said quietly. I watched someone else do it, and it nearly killed them. Dumbledore's gaze held his, understanding landing like a weight. Dumbledore nodded once. Then we do not repeat their mistake. Dumbledore cast a delicate spell. The box lid lifted without being touched. Inside sat the ring. Gold. Black stone. It looked like a cheap family heirloom someone had worn too long. Harry's stomach turned. Sirius leaned forward slightly. That's the thing holding him. Harry nodded once. Dumbledore's hand hovered. Stay back. Harry's muscles tensed. He wanted to grab Dumbledore's wrist and stop him. He wanted to shout. He did not. Dumbledore wrapped the ring in cloth without touching it. Careful. Then pulled it free. The moment it left the box, the air in the shack went cold. Not winter cold. Grave cold. Daphne inhaled sharply. Sirius's shoulders tightened. A whisper slid into Harry's ears. Soft. Familiar. Come on. Harry's stomach dropped. His heart slammed. The ring was calling. It knew him. Or it knew the part of him that was broken. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. He turned slightly away, like he was shielding it from direct line of sight. Out, Dumbledore said, voice tight. Now. They moved. Fast. The moment they stepped outside, the cold eased slightly, but the ring's presence stayed like a weight in the air around them. Kingsley apparat in a second later, wand already up. Moody followed, limping into place with a snarl. Moody's normal eye narrowed at the ring. That it? Dumbledore nodded. Yes. Moody spat. Destroy it. Harry's voice was rough. Not here. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Agreed. We will return to Hogwarts. We will destroy it with controlled conditions. Sirius's jaw clenched. And while we do that, Voldemort moves. Harry's scar burned faintly again, like a warning echoing through bone. Daphne's voice was quiet. He's already moving. Harry looked at her. What? Daphne's eyes narrowed, listening. The air. Harry listened too. At first he heard nothing but wind. Then he heard it. A distant crack. Not apparition. Something else. Like a ward line snapping. Moody's head jerked up. His magical eye was gone now, but his instincts were still sharp. Hogwarts, Moody growled. Dumbledore's face went cold. We go, Dumbledore said. They apparat. They landed at the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, and the moment Harry's feet hit grass, the world exploded. A wall of green fire surged near the front gate. Not real fire. Cursed flame. It hit the ward line and screamed, and the ward screamed back. Spells flashed from behind the barrier. Teachers. Ors. Defense spells snapping like whips. And outside the wards, Death Eaters stood in a loose arc, wands raised. Bellatrix was at the front. She was laughing. She saw them appear and threw her arms wide like they were late to a party. "There you are," Bellatrix called, voice bright. "I was starting to think you'd gotten shy." Dumbledore lifted his wand. His voice cut through the chaos, calm and sharp. "Hold the line," Dumbledore commanded. Harry's scar burned. His chest tightened. He could smell smoke and ozone, sharp and bitter. Students were being herded back toward the castle. Screams echoed. Someone cried for their mother. Harry's stomach rolled. Daphne's hand grabbed his sleeve hard. "Do not run toward it alone." Harry swallowed. "I'm not." Sirius's voice was rough. "Bellatrix." Bellatrix's grin widened. "Hello, cousin." Sirius stepped forward, fury vibrating through him. Harry grabbed Sirius's sleeve. "Not yet." Sirius glared at him. "Not yet." Harry's head pounded. "She wants you. She wants you to lose your mind. She wants you out of position." Sirius's chest heaved. He forced himself to stop. Dumbledore's wand snapped. The ward line flared, strengthening. The air thickened. The Death Eaters outside hissed, frustrated. Bellatrix tilted her head. Her smile turned sharp. "Fine," Bellatrix said, voice sweet. "We'll do it the fun way." She lifted her wand and cast. A curse like a black hook shot toward the ward line, not trying to break it but trying to slide under it. Harry's stomach dropped. It was aimed at the students being moved back. Harry moved. He did not think. He turned the oculus once. The world lurched. Pain spiked behind his eyes. His stomach flipped. The curse passed through the space he had been in. Harry shoved Daphne sideways and threw himself forward, wand snapping up. His shield hit the black hook curse and shattered it into sparks that hissed and died on the grass. Harry's breath came out in a ragged sound. His nose started bleeding again. Fast. Daphne grabbed his sleeve hard. "Harry." Harry's voice was rough. "I had to." Daphne's jaw clenched. "One." Harry swallowed hard. His head pounded. "One." Sirius's gaze snapped to Harry's bleeding nose. "Kid." Harry wiped blood off his lip with his sleeve. "Later." Moody's voice barked behind them. "Stop standing there like statues and move." Kingsley grabbed Harry's shoulder. "Inside. Now." Harry's jaw clenched. "No." Kingsley's voice was sharp. "Potter." Harry looked at the chaos. He saw a second-year stumble. He saw an oar get knocked back, hitting the barrier hard. He saw a teacher grab a student and drag them away. He could not leave it. He lifted his wand. "Transfigure the ground," Harry said to Daphne, voice rough. "Make it uneven. Break their footing if they breach." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "They can't breach." Harry's voice was flat. "They can if someone inside opens it. Or if they find a weak seam. Just do it." Daphne swallowed, then nodded, face hardening into focus. She moved a few steps away, wand snapping up, and started casting in quick, precise motions. The grass near the inner ward line twisted, rising into uneven ridges and shallow pits. Not enough to hurt students, enough to ruin a Death Eater's balance if they got in. Sirius stared at Harry. "You're giving orders." Harry's mouth twitched. "We're in a war. Someone has to." Sirius's eyes flickered with something like pride and fear mixed. "Fine." Sirius raised his wand and joined the defense line near the gate, sending counter curses through the ward seam where they could stick. Dumbledore moved like a storm, spells snapping out, reinforcing the barrier, targeting the dark hooks and probing curses Bellatrix was throwing like she was painting. Bellatrix laughed, delighted, as if every block was applause. Harry's head pounded. His stomach rolled. The oculus burned against his ribs, hot now, like it wanted to be used again. He forced his fingers away from it. He could not do that again. Not yet. A scream rose from farther down the line. Harry's gaze snapped toward it. A section of ward flared, then dimmed, like someone had punched it. A Death Eater outside noticed and surged toward it. McGonagall appeared, face fierce, and threw a spell that tightened that section, but it wobbled again. Harry's blood went cold. Someone inside was messing with the wards. He looked at Kingsley. "Someone is inside." Kingsley's face tightened. "We're aware." Harry's voice went sharp. "No. Inside the castle. Someone is opening a seam." Moody snarled. "Not a student." Harry's gaze snapped to Moody. Real Moody looked furious and grim. Not guilty. Harry's stomach tightened. If not a student, then who? Harry's scar burned again, and his mind flashed to Snape leaving. Snape was not inside right now. So who? Harry's chest tightened. He turned toward the castle doors. Daphne grabbed his sleeve. Where are you going? Harry's voice was rough. To shut it. Daphne's jaw clenched. Not alone. Harry looked at her. Daphne, this is... Daphne cut him off, voice sharp. This is us. Remember. Together. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once. Sirius saw them moving and started to follow, then hesitated, torn between the gate and Harry. Stay! Harry snapped at Sirius, voice rough. Hold the line. Sirius's eyes flashed. Don't tell me. Harry's voice was flat. If you leave, Bellatrix gets what she wants. Sirius froze, then snarled and turned back to the line, wand still raised. Harry and Daphne ran. Inside the castle, the noise was different. Less open-air chaos, more echoing panic. Students were being rushed into common rooms. Professors shouted directions. Portraits screamed warnings down corridors. Harry followed the pulse of the ward disturbance like it was a scent. It led him upward, toward the 7th floor. Harry's stomach dropped. The room of requirement corridor was empty. Torchlight flickered. The air felt wrong, like magic was being bent. Daphne's breath was fast. Why here? Harry's voice was rough. Because it's a weak point. Hidden. Flexible. Someone can hook into it. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Who? Harry swallowed. Not sure. They reached the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry stopped. The air here was cold. Not normal cold. The same kind of grave cold the ring had carried. Harry's scar prickled. Daphne whispered. Harry. Harry's hand twitched toward the oculus. He forced it away. He stepped closer to the wall and listened. A faint murmur came from the stone. A voice. Not a portrait. Not a ghost. A real voice. Someone was inside the room. Harry's stomach tightened. He raised his wand and whispered, Alohomora. Nothing happened. The door was not locked. It was not a normal door. The room was choosing not to open. Daphne's voice was tight. It won't let us in. Harry swallowed. Then it's already open for someone else. He looked at the wall and paced 3 steps, breathing hard. He forced his mind to focus on what he needed. A room that showed him who was opening the wards. The wall shimmered. A door appeared. Harry shoved it open. They stepped into a space that looked like a cramped stone chamber filled with silver threads, like strings stretched between posts. The threads hummed faintly. They were tied to a small model of Hogwarts on a table, each thread glowing where it connected to sections of the castle. Wards. Someone had built a ward interface inside the room. At the table stood a man in dark robes, hood up, wand in hand, fingers moving like he was plucking a harp. Harry's blood went cold. Not a Death Eater mask. Not a student. A grown man. The hood shifted slightly as the man turned. Professor Quirrell. Harry's stomach dropped so hard it felt like falling. Daphne sucked in a breath. What? Quirrell smiled, small and nervous-looking, the way he always did, except his eyes were bright with something that was not nervous at all. Mr. Potter, Quirrell said softly. How predictable. Harry's head pounded. You. Quirrell's smile widened. Me. Still alive. Still underestimated. Daphne's voice was sharp. You were supposed to be dead. Quirrell shrugged slightly. Supposed to. But you see, destiny is rather flexible when you stop following the script. Harry's stomach rolled. His scar burned faintly. Quirrell's gaze flicked to Harry's pocket. His smile sharpened. And you have something I want. Harry's jaw clenched. Not happening. Quirrell's wand lifted. Then you will watch your friends die. Again. Harry moved. He cast. Quirrell flicked a counter. Smooth. Harry's spell shattered against an invisible wall. Daphne attacked too, quick and precise, but Quirrell's wards held, humming like tightened strings. Quirrell laughed softly. Miss Greengrass, how sweet. You cling to him like an anchor, but anchors drown with ships. Daphne's eyes flashed. Shut up. She cast again, changing angle, targeting the threads on the table. Quirrell snapped his wand and the threads flared, burning her spell away. Harry's scar burned hotter. He could feel it now like a pressure behind Coral's eyes. Something else was there. Harry's throat tightened. He's with you. Coral's smile widened. Pleased. He is always with me. You know that, don't you? Harry's stomach twisted. He had not expected Coral now, not after everything else. It was a ripple, a twist. Another consequence of the oculus changing the years. Coral's wand flicked. A curse shot toward Daphne. Harry turned the oculus without thinking. The world lurched. Pain ripped behind his eyes. His stomach flipped. He heard his own breath snap. He shoved Daphne down. Spell passing over her head, scorching the air. Harry's knees hit the floor hard. His vision blurred. Blood ran from his nose faster now. Daphne grabbed his shoulder, voice shaking with fury. Harry! Stop doing that. Harry forced himself up, shaking. I had to. Coral watched, fascinated. There it is, Coral whispered. Time obeys you, or tries to. Harry's voice was rough. Not for free. Coral smiled. No. It bleeds you. Good. That means it can be taken. Coral flicked his wand toward the ward table. A thread snapped loose. Somewhere far below, the ward line at the gate dimmed. Harry's stomach dropped. He lunged for the table. Coral cast again. The air in front of Harry hardened like a wall. Harry slammed into it, shoulder jarring. Daphne screamed, angry, and blasted the side of the wall. Cracked. Harry shoved through the crack, ignoring the pain. He hit the table hard, hands gripping the model of Hogwarts. The threads burned cold under his fingers. He did not have time to be delicate. Harry slammed his wand down and transfigured the table itself. The wood bucked, groaning, twisting into a clamp around the silver threads, locking them in place. Coral's eyes widened. No! Harry shoved more magic into it, sweat pouring down his spine, hands shaking. The threads stopped moving. Down at the gate, the ward line flared brighter again. Recovering. Coral snarled, face twisting. His nervous act dropped completely. You little. A voice slid into the room. Not Coral's, not human. A cold, high whisper that felt like nails in Harry's skull. Give it to me. Harry's scar burned hot. His vision blurred. Coral's eyes went distant for a second, like he was listening to instructions. Then Coral attacked with everything. Spells hit the room in fast bursts. Cutting, binding, cracking. Harry threw shields up, but each impact jolted his arm. His hand trembled. His head pounded. His stomach rolled hard. Daphne moved like a blade, dodging, casting from angles trying to flank. Coral tracked her anyway. Too fast. Harry's breath came in ragged gasps. He tasted blood again. He could turn the oculus again. He could. He could win this clean if he did. But his hands were shaking so hard he could barely hold his wand. He could feel the sickness crawling up his spine. If he turned again, he might not stand back up. Coral's curse hit Daphne's shoulder. She cried out, stumbling, hitting the wall hard. Harry's vision narrowed. Something cold snapped inside him. He moved, not with magic first, with his body. He surged forward, grabbed a metal post holding one of the ward lines, and ripped it free with a grunt. It should have been too heavy. It was not. Harry swung it like a bat. Coral's eyes widened. Harry slammed the post into Coral's wand hand. Bones cracked. Coral screamed. His wand flew. Harry did not let up. He shoved Coral back into the wall, forearm across Coral's throat, pinning him. Coral gagged, eyes wide, furious and shocked. Harry's voice was low, shaking. If you touch the wards again, I will break every finger you have left. Coral coughed, laughing through pain. You think you're frightening, Coral rasped. You think you're different. You're just, he swallowed, eyes bright. You're just another boy being used. Harry's scar burned, and the cold whisper in his head turned into a hiss of rage. Kill him. Harry's stomach turned. He tightened his grip for a second, then forced himself to loosen. He was shaking. Sweat dripped down his temple. His arms burned. Daphne pushed herself up, clutching her shoulder. Her face was pale, eyes furious. Harry, Daphne said, voice tight. Move. Harry blinked, then realized what she meant. Daphne's wand snapped toward Coral. Stupefy, Daphne spat. The spell hit Coral clean. Coral's eyes rolled back. His body went slack. Harry let him drop to the floor. Harry stumbled back, chest heaving, and nearly fell. Daphne grabbed his arm, steadying him. "You're bleeding," Daphne hissed. Harry wiped his nose. His hand came away red. "Yeah," Daphne's jaw clenched. "No more," Harry swallowed. "No more." The door burst open. Dumbledore entered like a storm, Sirius right behind him, wand raised, eyes wild. Sirius took one look at Coral on the floor and made a sound like an animal. "You," Sirius snarled. Dumbledore's gaze snapped over the room, taking in the ward setup, the model of Hogwarts, the locked threads, Harry's blood, Daphne's injury. Dumbledore's face went cold. "Bring him," Dumbledore said, voice like ice. Sirius lunged, yanking Coral up by the collar with shaking hands. Harry's head pounded so hard he could barely see straight. Daphne's voice was tight. "The gate." Dumbledore's gaze flicked toward the door. "The wards are stable again. For now." Harry's breath hitched. He pressed his hand to his ribs, feeling the oculus burn cold now. Sirius looked at Harry, eyes bright and furious. "You took him down," Sirius said, voice rough. "You and Daphne." Harry tried to shrug. It made his head spike with pain. "Yeah." Sirius's gaze flicked to Harry's bleeding nose. His voice cracked slightly. "You're not okay." Harry's mouth twitched. "I'm fine," Daphne snorted, angry. "He is not fine." Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "Harry, give it to me." Harry's stomach dropped. "What?" Dumbledore's gaze held his. "The artifact. Voldemort wants it. Coral wanted it. Barty wanted it. Bellatrix is outside. This castle is under siege because of it." Harry's fingers curled around the oculus through his robes. Instinctive. Daphne's hand grabbed Harry's wrist. "No." Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Daphne. "Miss Greengrass." Daphne's voice was cold. "He uses it to survive. You take it, he dies." Dumbledore's voice was calm. "If he keeps it, he may die anyway. Or worse, he may give Voldemort a weapon that makes every death meaningless." Harry's throat tightened. Dumbledore stepped closer, slow, careful. "Harry, trust me." Harry stared at him, breathing hard, blood dripping off his chin. Trust. He thought of graveyards. He thought of promises. He thought of how many times Dumbledore had said trust and then made choices for him. He thought of Daphne's hand on his wrist. He thought of Ron's face when Harry said, "I have seen you die." Harry swallowed. His head pounded. His stomach rolled. He pulled the oculus out. Dumbledore's eyes fixed on it. Intense. Harry did not hand it over. He held it between them. "My terms," Harry said, voice rough. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your terms." Harry's throat tightened. "It stays with me, but you get the truth. The whole truth. No half games. No trying to trap me. No trying to take it when I'm unconscious." Sirius made a soft sound, surprised. Daphne's grip on Harry's wrist tightened, like she was proud and terrified at the same time. Dumbledore stared at Harry for a long moment. Then Dumbledore nodded once. "Agreed." Harry's breath hitched. He had expected a fight. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry, steady. "But you will listen when I tell you to stop using it." Harry swallowed. "I'll try." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "You will do more than try." Harry's jaw clenched. "Okay." Outside, a distant scream echoed through the corridors, followed by a dull boom like a curse hitting stone. Dumbledore's head snapped up. Sirius's voice went low. "They got in." Harry's stomach dropped. Dumbledore's expression went cold. "Move." They ran. Down the corridor, the castle shook with spell impacts. The air smelled like smoke and burning stone. They reached a staircase and saw it. A section of corridor below was filled with green fire. Not ward fire. Real cursed flame, crawling along the floor, licking up walls. And in the middle of it, laughing like she belonged there, was Bellatrix Lestrange. She had breached. How, Harry did not know. Maybe a seam. Maybe Coral had managed one last snap. Maybe someone else had helped. The how did not matter. She was here. Bellatrix looked up and saw them. Her grin widened. "There you are, Bellatrix sang. I was getting bored. Sirius's wand snapped up. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed. Say it again. Sirius moved. Harry grabbed Sirius's sleeve, but Sirius ripped free like a man tearing out of chains. Sirius sprinted down the stairs, wand raised, rage shaking him. Bellatrix laughed, delighted, and lifted her wand. Harry's scar burned hot. Harry's fingers closed around the oculus. Daphne grabbed his wrist hard. Harry! Harry looked at her, eyes burning. Daphne's voice shook. If you use it, you do it once, and then you stop. You hear me? Harry swallowed hard. He nodded. Sirius reached the corridor. Bellatrix cast. Green. Harry turned the oculus. The world lurched. Pain ripped behind his eyes. His stomach flipped so hard he nearly fell. He shoved forward, body moving before his mind caught up, and screamed, Sirius! Duck! Sirius dropped without thinking. The green curse ripped through the space above Sirius's head and slammed into the stone behind him, blasting it apart. Sirius rolled, came up on one knee, staring at Harry like he had just been yanked out of death by a string. Bellatrix's grin faltered for the first time. What? Bellatrix whispered. Harry's breath came ragged. Blood poured from his nose. His vision blurred at the edges. Dumbledore moved like a storm, wand snapping up. Bellatrix's laughter stopped. Her eyes went wide, and then she smiled again, sharper, almost reverent. Dumbledore, Bellatrix breathed. Oh, this is better. The castle shook with spells, and Harry stood on the staircase, shaking, bleeding, oculus burning in his hand, realizing with cold certainty that this fight was not just about surviving anymore. It was about keeping time itself out of Voldemort's hands. The first crack came from the sky. Not thunder, not weather, a sound like glass giving up, right above the astronomy tower, and then the wards rippled in a pale wave that made Harry's teeth ache. Green light splashed against the invisible barrier and slid off like rain. McGonagall's voice cut through the chaos. Hold your lines. Do not chase them outside the gates. Harry didn't look at her. He didn't look up either. He kept his eyes on the open stretch of courtyard where the first wave always tried to rush in, because everyone panicked the first time the barrier flickered. People saw movement and ran at it like they could punch a war. He tasted smoke and wet stone. Someone's spell had burned the grass into black patches that steamed in the cold night air. The castle shook again, softer this time, like it was bracing. Daphne's hand pressed his wrist once, quick and hard. A check in the middle of everything. You're doing that thing, she said. Harry swallowed. The time turner sat against his ribs under his shirt, cold even through fabric. He could feel its weight like a second heartbeat. I'm breathing, he said. That wasn't my point. A curse screamed past his shoulder, bright red, and smashed into the statue behind them. Stone chips sprayed out. Harry flinched anyway. His body always flinched now. His mind never got used to it. Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared on the battlement stairs, cloak flaring behind him, wand already up. The western treeline is moving, Kingsley said, voice steady in that maddening calm way of his. Giants. And someone is pushing a shield through the barrier. It's not going to hold if they keep drilling. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Which someone? Kingsley's eyes flicked to Harry, then away. He didn't want to say the name. Like naming him made him more real. Harry said it anyway. Voldemort. The word landed heavy. A few students nearby froze like they'd been slapped. Ron Weasley, red hair visible even in the darkness, looked over from where he was helping Seamus stack broken stone into a makeshift cover. Ron's face was smeared with soot. His hands shook as he pushed another chunk into place. Ron stared at Harry for half a second, then forced himself back to work. Hermione's voice came from behind, sharp and too loud. You do realize we can hear you, right? Everyone can hear you. Harry glanced back. Hermione was crouched near a spread of chalk lines and runes carved into the flagstones. Her hair pulled into a messy knot that kept unraveling. She looked furious and terrified at the same time. She always looked like that in a fight. I wanted them to, Harry said. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Why? Because it's happening whether we whisper or not. She made a sound like she wanted to argue. Then another impact hit the wards and she flinched, fingers smearing chalk. "Don't smear that," she snapped at herself. Then at the air. Then at Harry like it was his fault. "If those lines break, the barrier around the courtyard collapses and we all die. So please, for once, do not make my job harder." Harry almost smiled. Almost. Daphne leaned closer, her voice low. "She's going to hex you later. She'll have to get in line." Daphne's mouth twitched, but her eyes stayed on the darkness beyond the gates. The Death Eaters weren't rushing yet. They were testing, poking, trying to find weak points. Because Voldemort had time. Harry hated that. Hated the patience. Hated the way Voldemort treated the battle like a slow dissection. A scream rose from the far side of the grounds, sharp and cut off too fast. Then another. Someone had been too close to the edge of the wards, where something had slipped through. McGonagall lifted her wand. "Neville." To me. Neville Longbottom sprinted up the steps, breath ragged. There was blood on his left sleeve. Not a lot, but enough to make Harry's stomach twist. Neville skidded to a stop. "Professor, report." Neville's eyes flicked over Harry and Daphne, then back to McGonagall. Neville's voice wasn't shaking. He looked like he'd decided shaking was a waste of time. "They tried the side passage behind the greenhouses," Neville said. "We held it. They've got werewolves down there. Greyback is with them." A ripple of fear went through the nearby students. Neville went on. "They're not pushing hard, though. It feels like a distraction." Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Kingsley said, "He's hurting us." McGonagall's jaw flexed. "To where?" Harry answered before anyone else could. "To me." Nobody argued. Nobody called him dramatic. They all knew it. They could pretend it was a battle for Hogwarts, for the school, for the future, but Voldemort's war always narrowed down to one person. Harry. A burst of green light hammered the ward again, harder than before. The barrier flared white and Harry felt heat flash across his skin, like standing too close to a bonfire. Hermione shouted, "Stop hitting it with killing curses. That is not how wards work." Someone, probably Dean, said, "Tell them that." Hermione glared. "I would if they weren't trying to kill us." Harry took one step forward, toward the battlement edge, and then stopped because Daphne's hand caught his sleeve. "You're not going out there," she said. "I'm not," he said. She didn't let go. That sounded like a lie. Harry exhaled slowly. His chest hurt. It always hurt now. Chronos sickness, the healers had called it, like slapping a name on it made it less terrifying. Like it wasn't his body rejecting the fact that he'd shoved it through time too many times. He could still feel the last failed turn, the desperate twist that had done nothing but make the metal scream and lock. He'd watched Remus die. He'd tried to take it back. The time turner had refused. He'd thrown up behind a ministry desk and Daphne had held his hair like it was normal. Harry didn't have the luxury of lying to her. "Not now," he said. "Not yet." Daphne's stare was flat. "Harry," he met her eyes. "I said not yet." For a second, she looked like she might punch him. Then she swallowed it down and nodded once, sharp. "Fine," she said. "But you tell me when." "I will." Her fingers finally loosened, but she stayed close. Always close, like she was anchoring him with her body. Like if she stepped away, he'd drift into whatever future had been trying to swallow him since he was 9. A howl tore across the grounds, deep and feral, and the air filled with movement. Shapes in black robes surged forward with raised wands. A wave of dark. They weren't testing anymore. They were coming. McGonagall's voice went cold. Positions. Students scrambled. Professors moved like they'd done this before. The order formed a line at the front steps, wands up, shoulders squared. Harry stepped into the front line without thinking. Sirius was already there, eyes wild, grin too sharp. Like this was the only place he felt alive. "Thought you'd be hiding in the library," Sirius said. Harry snorted. "Thought you'd be dead." Sirius's grin flickered. Cheerful. Daphne moved to Harry's left, wand ready, posture perfect. Snape's black shape drifted to their right, silent as smoke. Harry still wasn't used to Snape standing with them openly. The man looked like he hated all of them equally. Snape's voice, low and clipped, reached Harry's ear. Do not be a hero. Harry didn't look at him. I'm not. Snape's lip curled like he didn't believe him or like he did, and that was worse. The first curses hit. Red, purple, sickly yellow. Harry threw up a shield without thinking. The impact shook his arm. A second curse smashed into it and his feet slid back on the stone. He heard Daphne mutter, "Protego," like she was spitting. Sirius laughed once, loud and sharp, and flung a curse that turned the air into a whip of fire. Death Eaters shouted and dodged. Harry moved. Not fast, not like time had slowed yet, just efficient. He stepped sideways, aimed, and sent a burst of transfigured stone shards screaming across the courtyard like birds. They sliced robes. They forced people to duck and stumble. He used the chaos to target wands, hands, legs, disarm, trip, break the rhythm. A Death Eater lunged forward, mask gleaming, wand raised for something green. Harry's body reacted before his mind did. The time turner burned cold against his ribs. He twisted it. One turn. The world snapped. Sound warped. Light smeared. The killing curse that had been inches from his chest was suddenly behind him, cutting through where he had been. Harry gasped because the air felt wrong when he did it now. Like breathing through water. His stomach lurched. He shoved it down and moved again, using the second he'd stolen to slam his wand into the Death Eater's wrist with a sharp, brutal spell. Bone cracked. The wand flew. Harry didn't give himself a moment to feel sick. He couldn't afford it. He twisted the time turner again, smaller, tighter, like pinching a thread instead of yanking it. Another second rewound. Another dodge. Another curse avoided. His vision blurred at the edges. He tasted blood. Daphne's voice snapped. Harry, stop. He didn't answer. He couldn't. If he opened his mouth, he'd lose focus and die. A giant's roar rolled over the grounds like a wave. The western side of the barrier shuddered. Kingsley shouted something to the Aurors near the gate. McGonagall fired a spell that turned the stone steps into a bucking wall, throwing Death Eaters back. Hermione's voice cut through, frantic. The ward is thinning. I need someone to hold that line for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Harry's mind did the math automatically, the same way it always did now. 10 seconds meant 10 small turns. 10 seconds meant pain. He did it anyway. He shoved forward, ignoring Daphne's hand grabbing for him, and stepped into the spot where the barrier flickered weakest. He raised his wand and cast a shield that wasn't just a shield. It was layered, tight, runed into existence with a snap of will. A curse slammed into it. Another. Another. Harry twisted the time turner in tiny half-turns, yanking seconds back like pulling thread through a needle. Each turn made his head pound harder. Each one made his hands shake. His nose started bleeding. Warm and steady. He blinked hard. The world kept trying to double, like his eyes wanted to see two timelines at once. You're going to kill yourself, Daphne hissed, suddenly right beside him, her own shield up, her shoulder pressed to his. Harry's voice came out rough. Not now, not ever, she snapped. He almost laughed. Came out like a cough. A Death Eater got through the flicker. Just one, fast and desperate. Their wand was already up. Harry saw the green. Time stuttered. Harry's body tried to turn the time turner again, but the metal under his shirt screamed. A sensation more than a sound, and the cold went jagged. The turn didn't catch. For the first time in this fight, Harry was just a boy with a wand. Sirius slammed into the Death Eater from the side, knocking their aim off. The killing curse flashed past Harry's shoulder and slammed into the stone behind him, leaving a smoking black mark. Sirius's breath was in Harry's ear. Oi! Stay alive, yeah. Harry's throat tightened. You too. Sirius snorted like it was a joke, then shoved away, back into the chaos. Hermione screamed. Now, the ward. Harry didn't know if she meant it was fixed or if she meant it was collapsing. Either way, he felt the flicker steady. He staggered back a step, dizzy. Daphne caught him by the elbow so hard it hurt. You're bleeding, she said. I know. She dragged him back behind a broken statue. It gave them 2 seconds of cover. 2 seconds in a war was a gift. Daphne pressed her wand to his face and muttered a quick healing charm. The bleeding slowed, but the pressure in his skull didn't. You can't keep turning it, Daphne said, voice low and furious. Harry swallowed. I wasn't planning to. She stared at him like she didn't believe him, like she wanted to believe him but couldn't afford it. Harry leaned his forehead against the cold stone for half a second. The statue smelled like dust and old magic. He heard the battle outside, the crack and sizzle of spells, the roar of something massive, the sharp shouts of people trying not to die. He thought about Remus. He thought about the way the time-turner had locked like a door slammed in his face. Limits. He'd learned them the hard way. He lifted his head and met Daphne's eyes. I'm not using it to fix this, he said. Daphne's breath hitched. Then what? Harry's mouth went dry. He didn't say it. Not yet. If he said it, it became real in a way he couldn't take back. The ground shook again, heavier. A scream rose, then another. Someone shouted a name, broken with panic. Harry pushed himself up. Daphne's hand caught his sleeve again. Harry, he finally told her the truth, because she deserved it and because he couldn't carry it alone anymore. I'm going to let him hit me, Harry said. Daphne went still. What? She said, voice flat. Harry kept his eyes on hers. The scar, her face drained. No, she whispered. Harry's throat burned. It's the last piece. I can't get it out any other way. You don't know that, Daphne snapped, anger flaring because fear was choking her. We can find another way. We always do. Harry's laugh came out sharp and bitter. No, we don't. We just pretend we do until the world forces our hand. Her eyes went glossy. She blinked hard like she hated herself for it. You promised, she said. You promised you'd tell me when. I am telling you now. Daphne's jaw clenched. And what am I supposed to do with that? Harry didn't have a good answer. He never did. He reached out and grabbed her hand, grounding himself in the warmth of it. I need you alive, he said. I need you here when I come back. Daphne's voice shook. When? Harry swallowed. I'm going to come back. You don't get to decide that, she said, and it broke on the last word. Harry leaned forward before he could overthink it, before he could talk himself out of it, and pressed his mouth to hers. It wasn't soft. It wasn't gentle. It was desperate and real and shaky, because everything was loud outside and this was the only quiet he could steal. Daphne's fingers curled into his shirt like she was holding him down to the earth. When they broke apart, both of them breathing hard, Daphne rested her forehead against his. You're such an idiot, she whispered. Harry let out a rough breath. Yeah, Daphne's eyes burned. If you die, I'll bring you back just so I can kill you properly. Harry almost smiled. That's fair. A shout cut through the moment. Potter, Harry turned. Snape stood 3 meters away, cloak flicking with the wind, wand lowered but ready. His expression was carved stone. You've been summoned, Snape said. Harry's stomach dropped. By who? Snape's eyes flicked toward the front gates where the battle was thinning. Not because the Death Eaters were losing, but because they were parting, like a corridor was being made. Snape's voice was flat. By him. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Daphne stepped closer, shoulder brushing Harry's. We go together. Harry shook his head once. No, Daphne's eyes flashed. Don't you dare. Harry's voice went sharp. Daphne. She flinched just a fraction because he never used that tone with her. He hated that he had to now. He softened it immediately. I need you to hold the castle. If I don't come back fast, you make sure he doesn't get inside the Great Hall. You keep Hermione alive. You keep Sirius alive. Daphne's laugh was harsh. Oh sure. Just that. Harry's mouth twisted. You're the only one I trust to do it. That landed. Daphne's shoulders squared like she was putting on armor. I hate you, she said quietly. Harry's chest squeezed. I know. He pulled away before he could change his mind. Before he could stay in the small safety of her arms and let someone else die for him. He stepped out from behind the statue. The air outside felt colder, sharper. The courtyard was chaos and fire, but the front gates had cleared in a straight line. Death Eaters stood on either side like guards at a funeral. Voldemort stood beyond the broken wards, pale face bright under the moon, wand loose in his fingers like it was nothing. His voice carried without amplification. It didn't need it. It slid into the bones. Harry Potter, Voldemort called, almost amused. Come out. Harry walked. Not fast. Not dramatic. He walked because if he ran, he'd look like prey. If he hesitated, people would try to stop him. If he did that, someone else would make the choice for him. He stepped onto the worn stone near the gates. Behind him, Hogwarts roared with spells and screams. In front of him, the night felt too open. Voldemort smiled, thin and wrong. You have been inconvenient, Voldemort said. Do you know what it is like to be denied destiny? Harry's voice came out dry. You've had a rough year. A few Death Eaters laughed nervously, like they didn't know if they were allowed. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Your mouth remains as arrogant as your father's. Harry felt something twist, old and sharp. You never met my father. Voldemort's smile widened. No, but I have met you. In pieces. In echoes. You have been stepping where you should not step. Harry's fingers brushed the time-turner under his shirt. Instinctive. Voldemort's gaze flicked down like he could see straight through him. There it is, Voldemort said softly. The little clock that thinks it can bully time. Harry's stomach turned. Voldemort lifted his wand. Show me. Harry didn't move. Voldemort's voice turned colder. Show me, or I take the castle apart brick by brick until I find it. Behind Harry, a scream tore through the air, and the castle shook. Voldemort didn't even glance back. Like people dying was background noise. Harry's hand slid under his shirt. His fingers closed around the time-turner. The metal felt wrong. It used to feel like a promise, like a tool. Now it felt like a cracked tooth. Harry pulled it out and held it up. The chain glittered. The hourglass inside looked cloudy, like the sand was refusing to settle. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Oh, Voldemort breathed. Beautiful. Harry's mouth went dry. You can't use it. Voldemort's laugh was soft. You think I need permission? Harry didn't answer. He didn't need to. Voldemort never asked. Voldemort took a step forward, wand raised, and the air shifted, like a pressure wave. Harry felt everyone behind him tense. Felt Daphne's presence like a hot line against his back even though she was meters away. Felt Sirius's fury, Hermione's panic, Ron's quiet terror. Harry lifted his wand. Voldemort's smile sharpened. Do it. Harry's fingers tightened on the time-turner. This was the last turn. Not backwards. Not to fix anything. Harry twisted it. The world broke into slow motion. Sound stretched thin. The crackle of spells behind him became a distant, warped hum. Snow that wasn't snow, ash and dust, hung in the air like it had forgotten how to fall. Voldemort moved, but even he moved slower now, like wading through thick water. Harry's breath came in hard, loud bursts in his own ears. His heart hammered, too fast for the slowed world. He'd never used it like this. Not fully. He'd only ever stolen seconds back. Tiny rewinds, desperate dodges. This was different. This was a pocket. A bubble cut out of time and held in his palm like a fragile thing. Voldemort's eyes widened, just a fraction. For the first time, the Dark Lord looked surprised. Harry's mouth twisted. Yeah, he said, voice strange in the slowed air. Turns out it does more than homework. Voldemort hissed and threw a curse that glowed sick green even slowed. Harry moved. In normal time, the killing curse was instant death. In this pocket, it was a crawling snake of light. Harry stepped aside, watched it pass, and then slammed a spell into the stone at Voldemort's feet. The ground bucked, cracks racing outward. Voldemort leapt back, robe flaring in slow motion. Harry's body felt heavy, like gravity had doubled. Every movement cost. Every breath burned. Chronos' sickness clawed at his spine. He ignored it. Harry flicked his wand and transfigured the iron from the broken gate into thin blades that spun through the air. Not aimed to kill, aimed to distract. Voldemort snapped a shield up, the blades embedding in it like thrown knives. Harry took the moment and fired a spell that wasn't taught at Hogwarts. A tight, brutal piece of magic ripped from old books and older fear. The air around Voldemort's wand hand locked, like invisible chains clamping down. Voldemort snarled, muscles straining, and Harry felt the pressure fight back. Voldemort's power was a tide. Harry's was a blade. Voldemort's eyes burned. You think you can cage me? Harry's voice came out low. I've done worse. Voldemort's smile turned sharp. Show me. Harry's vision flickered. For a second, he saw a different night, a different courtyard, a different future where the castle was already burning and Daphne was on the ground. He blinked it away. He couldn't afford to see other possibilities now. Not in the middle of a duel. Voldemort surged forward, ripping his hand free with raw force. He moved faster than he should have been able to in slowed time, like he was adapting. Harry's stomach dropped. Voldemort was learning. Harry fired a cutting curse. Voldemort twisted aside, robe tearing at the shoulder, and Harry saw the pale skin beneath split, thin red line opening. Voldemort looked almost delighted. There you are, Voldemort whispered. The thing you were hiding. The true you. Harry didn't answer. He stepped in, close enough to smell him, cold and sharp like old parchment and something rotten underneath. Harry slammed his wand into Voldemort's shield and pushed. The pocket of time shuddered. The time-turner in Harry's hand screamed again, the metal vibrating, the chain biting into his fingers. Harry felt something crack, not in the metal, in him. His lungs burned. His head pounded. His hands shook. Voldemort saw it. His smile widened. It costs you, he said softly. Every time you pull at it, it takes a piece. Harry bared his teeth. Then I'll spend it. Voldemort's wand snapped up. The killing curse formed again, slow and bright. But Voldemort wasn't aiming at Harry's chest this time. He aimed at Harry's hand, at the time-turner. Harry's eyes widened. If Voldemort destroyed it, the pocket collapsed. Normal time returned. Harry would be fighting a Dark Lord at full speed with a shaking body and a half-broken mind. Harry didn't dodge. He moved the time-turner. He moved it closer. He put it in the line of fire on purpose. Daphne's voice screamed somewhere behind him, distant and warped. Harry! Harry's throat tightened. The green light hit the time-turner. For a half-second, nothing happened. Then the world shattered. The pocket of time collapsed like a bubble popping. Sounds slammed back into place. Screams, spells, stone cracking, everything rushing in at once. Harry staggered, dizzy. The air suddenly too loud. The time-turner in his hands split with a sharp, brutal crack. The hourglass inside exploding into glittering dust that burned cold as it hit his skin. Harry gasped and dropped it. The broken pieces hit the stone and turned to ash. Voldemort laughed, high and thin. Now, Voldemort said, voice carrying over the battle. We do this properly. Harry's chest heaved. His hands were shaking so hard his wand wobbled. He looked at the ash on the ground and felt something inside him loosen. No more turns. No more rewinds. No more hiding behind stolen seconds. He was anchored. He was terrified. He was alive. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. You have been playing with my life, Voldemort hissed. With my immortality. With my soul. Harry's voice came out rough. You shouldn't have split it. Voldemort's mouth twisted. You think you are clever. You think you are prepared. But you are only a boy. Harry's laugh was bitter. Yeah. And you're only a man who's scared of dying. Voldemort's face went still. Then his eyes went flat and cold. He raised his wand. Harry felt the scar on his forehead burn like it was being pressed to a stove. The scar-crux inside him stirred, like it recognized its master. Harry's stomach rolled. This was it. He glanced back once. Hogwarts behind him was chaos and fire. But he saw them. Daphne, pale and furious, wand up, eyes locked on him. Sirius, eyes wide, mouth open like he was about to shout something stupid and brave. Hermione, face streaked with tears and soot, lips moving like she was trying to cast something from too far away. Ron, frozen, staring at Harry like he'd finally understood something he'd been too stubborn to see for years. Harry's throat tightened. He turned back to Voldemort. I'm the master of death, Harry said. Voldemort's smile flickered, just a fraction. A fairy tale. Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. Cloak, he said. Stone. Wand. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. You do not have the wand. Harry's voice was calm, even as his heart tried to pound out of his chest. Its allegiance isn't yours. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. Lies. Harry inhaled. He didn't point his wand at Voldemort. He lowered it. Voldemort's eyes widened. What are you doing? Harry's voice came out quiet. Finishing it, Daphne screamed again. Harry, no. Harry didn't look back. If he looked back, he'd break. Voldemort's lips curled. You will die like your mother. Begging. Harry swallowed hard. His voice stayed steady anyway. She didn't beg. She chose. Voldemort's wand snapped up. Green light exploded into the air. Avada Kedavra. It hit Harry square in the chest. For a second there was only heat, then cold, then nothing. Harry fell. The ground rushed up. Stones slammed against his back. Sound vanished. The battle vanished. The world faded to white. Harry opened his eyes and saw a ceiling that didn't belong to Hogwarts. It was bright and clean and wrong. He sat up fast and then froze because his body didn't hurt. He was wearing the same torn clothes, same soot, but his chest wasn't burning. His head wasn't pounding. His hands weren't shaking. He looked down. No blood, no ash, no time-turner chain cutting his fingers. He swallowed. Of course, a familiar voice said gently. That is always the first thing you do. You check your body. As if death is a ledger. Harry turned. Dumbledore sat on a bench a few meters away, hands folded, looking tired in a way Harry had never seen in life. Harry's throat tightened. So this is it. Dumbledore's blue eyes held him. It can be. Harry's mouth went dry. Am I dead? Dumbledore tilted his head. You are in between. Harry looked around. The space felt like a station, but not one Harry had been to in real life. Bright floor, endless white, a sense of waiting. Harry's jaw clenched. I destroyed the time-turner. Dumbledore nodded. You did. Harry's hands curled. Good. A shadow shifted. Someone else stepped out of the bright haze like they'd been there the whole time. A man, tall, dark hair, eyes sharp, wearing robes that looked older than Hogwarts itself. Not a ghost, not quite. Something else. The man's gaze landed on Harry like a weight. Hardwin Potter, Harry whispered, because he'd seen the name, read it, lived with it in his head for years. Hardwin's mouth twitched. You used my gift like a weapon. Harry's throat tightened. It was a weapon. Hardwin stepped closer. The air around him smelled like old parchment and cold iron. You were a child, Hardwin said, voice flat. That device was not meant for a child. Harry's laugh was sharp and bitter. Tell my uncle that. Dumbledore's eyes flicked down for a moment, like guilt still had teeth. Hardwin looked at Dumbledore with something like contempt, then back at Harry. You learned the cost. Harry's jaw clenched. Yeah. Hardwin's gaze softened. Barely. And you still chose. Harry swallowed. I couldn't fix everything. Hardwin nodded once. Good. Harry blinked. Good. Hardwin's eyes held his. Because that is what separates you from him. You learned what cannot be forced. You learned what death means. Harry's chest tightened. Tell that to Daphne. Dumbledore's voice went softer. She loves you. Harry's throat burned. That's why I can't stay here. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. You have a choice. Harry stared at him. Do I? Dumbledore's mouth tightened. You can board a train, Harry, and go on. Or you can return. Harry's hands clenched. If I return, does the Scarcrux die? Dumbledore nodded. Yes. Voldemort's piece inside you will be gone. Harry's breath hitched. Hardwin stepped closer. But you will return without your clock. Harry's mouth twisted. Good. Hardwin's eyes narrowed. You say that like you mean it. Harry swallowed. I do. Dumbledore's gaze softened. You have lived with too much knowledge for too long. Harry's laugh came out rough. I didn't exactly ask for it. Dumbledore flinched. No. Silence stretched. Harry looked down at his hands. Clean. Steady. For the first time in years. Felt wrong. He looked up. If I go back, can I still kill him? Dumbledore's eyes held his. You can end him, but you cannot control every piece of what comes after. Harry exhaled. That's fine. Hardwin's mouth twitched again. Almost approval. You are learning. Harry's throat tightened. I don't want to learn. I want it to stop. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Sometimes stopping is the lesson. Harry closed his eyes for a second. He saw Daphne's face in his mind, pale and furious, eyes bright with tears she refused to let fall. He saw Sirius, eyes wide, mouth open, ready to run into death for him again. He saw Hermione, stubborn and brilliant, trying to fix a collapsing world with chalk lines. He saw Ron, finally looking at him like a friend again. Harry opened his eyes. "I'm going back," he said. Dumbledore nodded like he'd known. "Then go." Hardwin's gaze locked on Harry, sharp and heavy. "When you return," Hardwin said, "remember what you have lost." Harry's throat burned. "I will." Hardwin's voice dropped, quiet and almost human. "And remember what you have kept." Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. He stepped forward. The white space blurred. Sound rushed back like a wave. Pain slammed into his chest like someone had kicked him from the inside. Harry gasped and sat up hard, sucking air like he'd been drowning. The courtyard was still chaos, but something had shifted. People were screaming his name. Daphne was running toward him, face twisted with panic. She dropped to her knees beside him so fast she almost fell. Her hands grabbed his shoulders. "Harry!" Harry coughed. His throat burned. "Hi!" Daphne's breath hitched like a sob. She slapped him, hard. Harry's head snapped to the side. He blinked, stunned. Daphne's voice shook. "Don't you ever do that again." Harry's mouth twitched. "I'll try." Her eyes burned. "That's not good enough." Harry swallowed and looked past her. Voldemort stood a short distance away, wand still raised, eyes wide with something that looked like confusion. Because he'd seen Harry fall. He'd seen Harry die. And now Harry was breathing. Voldemort's voice came out sharp. "What are you?" Harry pushed himself to his feet, legs shaking, chest aching. He felt different, lighter, like a weight had been ripped out of him and taken with it something ugly and cold. The scar on his forehead was still there, but it didn't burn. He looked at Voldemort and felt nothing answer back. No echo, no whisper, just silence. Harry lifted his wand. Voldemort's face twisted with rage. "You cannot." Harry's voice was rough but steady. "I already did." Voldemort moved first. A burst of green. Harry didn't flinch. He threw up a shield and the killing curse splashed against it like acid, the barrier shaking but holding. Harry's hands were still shaking. His body was still damaged. He wasn't suddenly invincible, but Voldemort had lost something. His anchor, his insurance. Harry felt it like a crack in the Dark Lord's magic. A hollow where a piece should have been. Voldemort threw another curse, rapid, furious. Red, white, green again. Harry moved, dodging with raw instinct now, not time. Daphne sprang up beside him, wand snapping, her spells sharp and clean, aimed to distract and break Voldemort's rhythm. Sirius appeared on Harry's other side like a storm, laughter gone, eyes furious, and flung a curse that shattered the stone near Voldemort's feet. Voldemort's gaze flicked to Sirius, disdainful, and he flicked his wand, sending a slicing curse that would have cut Sirius down. Harry stepped in front of it without thinking and took it across his shoulder. Pain exploded. Harry hissed and stumbled, blood warm and sudden. Daphne swore, sharp and vicious. Harry's vision blurred, but he stayed standing. He lifted his wand again and aimed at Voldemort's. "Expelliarmus," Harry said. The spell wasn't flashy. It wasn't poetic. It was a simple, brutal piece of magic, delivered with everything Harry had left. Voldemort sneered and fired back, green light flashing. The two spells collided. For a second, the air between them went bright and tense, like a wire pulled too tight. Harry's arms shook. Blood ran down his sleeve. His lungs burned. Voldemort's face twisted with effort. He looked almost shocked that Harry was still fighting. And then Voldemort's wand jerked. Not toward Harry. Away. Like it didn't want him. Like it was rejecting him. Because it wasn't his. Because the Elder Wand's loyalty was never his. Voldemort's eyes widened, rage cracking into something raw. "No!" Voldemort hissed. Harry pushed. The disarming spell slammed into Voldemort's wand, ripped it from his grip, and sent it spinning through the air. Voldemort's hand closed on empty air. In that half-second he looked like a man. Not a monster. Not a legend. Just a man who'd bet everything on never losing control and was watching it slip. Harry didn't hesitate. He flicked his wand and sent a burst of magic straight into Voldemort's chest. Not a killing curse. something older and cleaner, the kind of spell that broke a body's connection to magic. Voldemort staggered. His eyes went wide. He opened his mouth like he wanted to scream, but no sound came out. His body started to unravel, not into ash, not into snakes, into nothing, like a bad idea finally being corrected. Voldemort vanished. The silence that followed was so sudden it felt wrong. Then someone screamed, not in fear, in disbelief. Death Eaters began to scatter, some dropping wands, some running, some trying to fight their way out like trapped animals. The battle turned fast after that. Not clean, not neat, but it turned. Harry stood there, shaking, blood dripping from his shoulder, chest still aching like he'd swallowed fire. Daphne's hands grabbed his face, forcing him to look at her. Her eyes were wet now. She didn't care anymore. "You came back," she whispered. Harry swallowed hard. "I told you." Daphne's laugh broke into something close to a sob. "You liar." She kissed him again, quick and fierce, like she needed to prove he was real. Harry's hands shook as they moved to her waist, grounding himself in her. When she pulled back, her forehead pressed to his. "Don't do that again," she whispered. Harry's voice was rough. "I can't." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Why?" Harry glanced down at the ground where the time-turner had shattered into ash. "It's gone," he said quietly. "No more turns." Daphne stared at him like she was trying to decide whether to be relieved or furious. Hermione stumbled toward them, face pale, hair wild, eyes too bright. She stopped in front of Harry and looked him up and down like she was doing an inventory. "You're alive," she said, voice flat. Harry nodded once. Hermione's face crumpled for half a second. Then she slapped him too. Not as hard as Daphne, but still. Harry blinked. "Is that just the thing now?" Hermione's voice shook. "You died. You idiot." Harry swallowed. "Technically, I got better." Hermione made a wet, angry sound and threw her arms around him so hard it knocked the breath out of him. Harry froze, then awkwardly hugged back with his good arm. Ron approached slower, like he didn't trust his legs. Ron stopped a few steps away, staring at Harry like he was looking at a ghost. Harry met his eyes. Ron's throat worked. "I thought," Ron said, voice rough, "I thought you were gone." Harry didn't say anything clever. He didn't have it in him. Ron swallowed. "I'm sorry," he blurted, the words tumbling out fast like he'd been holding them in for years. "For all of it. For being a prat. For calling you a snake. For acting like you owed me your life." Harry's chest tightened. He glanced at Daphne, then back to Ron. "Yeah," Harry said softly. "You were a prat." Ron huffed a laugh that sounded like it hurt. "Fair." Harry's mouth twitched. Ron stepped closer, hesitant. "Can I?" Ron started, then stopped, awkward as ever. "Can I just, Harry held out his good hand. Ron grabbed it and yanked him into a rough hug that smelled like smoke and sweat and home. Harry's throat burned. He blinked hard. Sirius shoved into the mess and wrapped both of them in his arms like he was trying to fuse them together. "Right?" Sirius said hoarsely. "Nobody else dying tonight, yeah?" Harry let out a shaky breath. "We'll see." Sirius pulled back and glared at him. "No, don't say that." Harry held his gaze for a second, then nodded once. "Okay," Harry said quietly. "Okay." The castle around them groaned, damaged but standing. The night air smelled like ash and wet stone, and slowly, painfully, the battle ended. Later, when the dead were counted and the wounded were dragged into the great hall and the silence had time to settle into the bones, Harry sat on the cold steps near the entrance with Daphne beside him. His shoulder had been bandaged. Still hurt. Everything still hurt. Daphne's fingers kept brushing his hand like she was making sure he didn't vanish. Hermione sat a few meters away with Ron, both of them staring at the floor like it might explain how to live after this. McGonagall moved through the hall like a ghost wearing a professor's body. Kingsley spoke quietly with the remaining Aurors, voice calm even now. Snape stood near a broken pillar, alone, watching the chaos like it was a punishment he'd earned. Harry looked at him for a long moment, then pushed himself up and walked over. Daphne started to rise with him. Harry shook his head. "I'll be right there." Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she let him go. Harry stopped in front of Snape. Snape's gaze flicked to Harry's bandage. You are alive. Harry's mouth twisted. So are you. Snape's lip curled. Do not sound disappointed. Harry huffed a laugh. It hurt. You chose the right side. Snape's eyes went flat. Do not romanticize it. Harry's throat tightened. I'm not. I'm acknowledging it. Snape stared at him for a long moment. Then, quiet enough that no one else heard, Snape said, Lily would have. He stopped, jaw tight. She would have been proud. Harry's chest squeezed so hard he almost couldn't breathe. He swallowed. His voice came out rough. Yeah. Snape looked away like he hated himself for saying it. Harry nodded once and walked back to Daphne before he could fall apart in front of the man. Daphne watched him approach, eyes sharp. What did he say? She asked. Harry sat back down, shoulder brushing hers. Nothing important, Harry lied. Daphne snorted. Sure. Harry leaned his head back against the stone steps and closed his eyes for half a second. No more visions. No more futures flickering. Just the ache of the present. Just the weight of surviving. Daphne's voice came quietly. Do you feel different? Harry opened his eyes and looked at her. Yeah. Daphne's eyes held his. Better. Harry hesitated. Lighter, he said finally. But also, he swallowed. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with myself now. Daphne's mouth twisted, soft and sad. You live. Harry let out a rough breath. That sounds hard. Daphne's fingers curled into his. Good. That means it's real. Harry stared at their hands for a moment. Then he nodded, slow. Okay, he whispered. Years later, the Department of Mysteries still smelled like cold stone and old magic. Harry stood in front of a sealed door he'd never been allowed near as a student, and now it opened for him without question. The unspeakables didn't treat him like a hero. They treated him like a problem they were grateful belonged to someone else now. Harry liked that. Daphne stood beside him, hair pinned back, robes dark and neat, eyes sharp as ever. You're smiling, Daphne said. Harry glanced at her. Am I? Daphne's mouth twitched. It's tiny. But yes, Harry shrugged. It's the first time I've walked toward something and not felt like time was waiting to punch me. Daphne's fingers slid into his, casual and steady. Behind them, Hermione's voice echoed down the corridor. Harry, if you touch anything without gloves, I swear I will hex you into next week. Ron's voice followed, lazy and warm. She means it. She's mental. Hermione snapped. I am not mental. I am prepared. Ron muttered. Same thing. Harry glanced back and saw them approaching, older now, still them. Hermione's hair was tamer, but not by much. Ron looked healthier, broader, less like a boy trying to prove himself and more like a man who'd accepted he didn't have to. They both looked tired in a way that never fully went away. Harry understood. Hermione stepped up to Harry and shoved a pair of gloves into his chest. Put those on. Harry took them. Yes, Mum. Hermione's glare sharpened. I heard that. Ron grinned. She heard everything. It's terrifying. Daphne snorted quietly. Harry pulled the gloves on and looked at the door again. Inside, behind that door, time wasn't a weapon. It wasn't a curse. It was just a thing. A mystery. A field of study. Harry didn't need to own it. He didn't need to bend it. He just needed to understand enough to make sure no child ever found a broken clock in an attic and thought it was their only way out. Daphne squeezed his hand once. You good? She asked quietly. Harry exhaled. He looked at her, at Hermione and Ron behind them, at the corridor that hummed with quiet magic and the low sound of people living. Yeah, Harry said, and meant it. I'm good. He stepped forward. Not into the past, just into the next room.